Hello and welcome to the Intel Creator Challenge Finals. I'm Anna Prosser, so delighted to be here with my co-host Robitech.
What is up? I am so excited for an event like this where we get to celebrate everything 12th gen plus awesome PC builds. In fact, Anna, we actually have one of the CPUs right here, and I am just super excited to basically get to even hold this in my hand.
I know, you couldn't wait to get it in your hands. Like,
yeah,
not even a moment.
Yeah, so there it is right there. You know me, I just love new toys and stuff like that.
Well,
so.
if you pick it up, open it. We got to see what's inside.
Well, yeah, maybe a little bit later, but we'll go from
Fair
there. We got to have some teases here for the show and stuff like that as well.
Well, if you're wondering how we got here, what we're doing here, this is the finals of a creator competition. So all of the creators here have been through a rigorous 4 weeks of competition, which we'll talk a little bit about later, but now they're paired up with PC modders. They're working on building these custom modded PCs that are going to be just amazing, and at the end of the day, there will be one that will be judged the best.
And it's crazy because, I mean, again, Anna and I have had the chance to talk to each one of these. I mean, you guys will be seeing them here very, very soon, but it is incredible to see some of the stuff that these guys have come up with. Guys, you're going to be blown away, and I think in the end, like we were joking a little bit that the streamers have kind of gone through their gauntlet, and they've already won because they get to walk away with one of these. Each one of them gets to get this custom PC. When
I know. As far as they're concerned, the competition's over. They're good from now on, but they've got to help their modders also win. And we're going to have a lot of fun because we're also going to be doing some interviews and some spotlights about all of the cool custom PC modding techniques and companies and products and all of that. So we're going to have a really fun day. I'm going to have a really fun day learning a lot because I haven't built a PC anything like this before.
Yeah.
So
in fact, we have a packed schedule that we can show you guys right here. I mean, you want to walk through it?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a little bit of a review of where we've been, where we are now. We've, like I said, been through 4 weeks of competition. That was the challenge phase, and each of those was 2 days long, and the creators had to fight their way through day 1. And then some were eliminated, some got to move on to day 2, and then from day 2, only one advanced. So each of those challenge phases had only one winner, and those 4 winners are here today at the build phase. And that's where we're at now, where we will crown one winner. And all these streamers are just hoping that their modder is the one to take them to that height.
Oh yeah, I know, crazy when you think about it. And I mean, and again, now here we're seeing like a recap of some of the streamers that are in there, and you can see like we had people like Hercules, and each one of them were broken into teams. And if you were watching earlier for the pre-show, you saw like that whole recap of the entire thing. In fact, you got to host a couple of those as well.
Yeah, I was there in weeks 2 and 3. I didn't get to watch week 1, but as you can see, we were in teams. So a lot of times there was team competition that then would break those teams apart, and they would be put in individual competition against each other. So you can see that each week they were in teams, but only one of them were able to come up. So this is week 2 here, and as you can see, also week 3, even more streamers coming in on that one. And this was one of the ones that I got to watch. An interesting week because there were quite a few pro gamers in this one.
Yeah,
so,
no, Coco Puffs, who I've got to work with, actually was on our Intel Mod Monday before, and then we saw like him moving through there. Yeah, some real pro gamers, and then this is where we kind of saw like Apryze, which was in the previous round, and then of course Rogue coming up through that round, who are both Apex players. And then lastly, the last one here, which this was like more of a variety stream.
Yeah,
it was
much
super
more
fun
variety oriented and variety games. And actually each week I think there was a little bit of a mix of some more competitive, some more variety games. But in the end, only 4 of them got to move on. So let's take a look at your winners. Who is here today, here at the Intel Creator Challenge finale. Yeah. They're all behind us. They're all getting to work. And we're going to go visit them soon. But before we do you want to?
No, I mean, before we go in there and walk through
there they are.
There they are right there.
There they are.
Let's talk a little bit about what each one of them, kind of their different styles. So moving over there, we got Lancelot Dev with LiquidHaus. LiquidHaus, much more of an industrial style in terms of what it is. You can see already just the incredibly large build off to their side there that they're going to basically be building. Then we move over to Apryze, who's working with Bluehost Studios. He's more model-esque, a lot of attention to details, a lot of prefab. So I'm really excited to see what comes out of that build. And then you've got Modsbyben, which like every one of them is like picturesque, like a work of art. I mean, Ben actually did a build for iJustine, and here He's paired with Rogue, who's Apex, and you can see already just the pristine nature of his case just there. And then finally we got 5UP with PCWerkz, or Tim, who is kind of like a hybrid of all of them. But I heard Porsche paint involved and some other things, so we got some exciting stuff going on from there, and it should be super cool. So are we going to get to go visit them? Or?
Yeah, let's go say hi to them all at their desks. Let's start over here on this side. We'll go talk to our friends, who's over here? Yeah, LiquidHaus and Lancelot Dev.
And I'm bringing Chippy with me. I don't know if everybody knows, but Chippy is like he's the mascot. And so I just like to hold him. He brings me comfort as we go from each one of these builds.
It's okay
What's
if you
up,
need
guys?
A little comfort.
Yeah, I do need a little comfort. I'm going to go and move you right in here in the middle so I can stand in between you guys.
Good morning.
It's time. It's time to reveal. You have like a myriad of pieces here. We've got, EK fittings. We've got an incredible motherboard. Liquid, why don't you walk us through what we're looking at here and what's the plan for today?
So we're looking at the beginnings of a powerhouse that's going to demand its presence be known. It's going to be an abstract. It's going to be colorful. It's going to be pop. It's going to be epic, and it's going to be fast once it's done.
I feel like colorful is kind of the name of the game for you. Are you excited about that?
Oh, I'm very excited when I saw some of the color schemes and even just the cabling and some washers and stuff like that.
It goes with your hair.
Oh, it does. Well. It does.
Yeah, we might have planned a little bit of that out.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's actually all inclusive. It's not just the hair, like the eye and everything. Like you've got it. Like this is like the. Could this be the most color coordinated build? Is the question. I know that a lot is yet to be seen here.
We shall see, my friend.
And then you are also using. I don't know if it's clear, but you are using 12th gen Intel tech. So you want to talk a little bit about what's in here?
Yeah, we've got the brand new Intel 12900K. We've got Asus's brand new Z690 Maximus Hero. We've got Asus's Strix 3080 Ti, and with HyperX's brand new DDR5 Fury, which I happen to water cool because DDR5 is going to be running hot. So I wanted to prep this build, go a little bit over the top because it's going to demand its presence be known.
I love that. He's worked that in at least like 4 times.
I like that it has a persona. It's like, Does it have a name?
Yes, a little bit. So the original plan was to do a Rocket League theme, but he's a variety streamer. And so I took a little bit of myself into it. My favorite game series is Mass Effect. This is Project Element Zero. And you shall see why once it's done. It's going to give a biotic charge feel, and it's going to be awesome too.
What is the thing you're most looking forward to here? What are you most excited about in this build?
Honestly, I've never done anything relating to custom water cooling at all, so I'm both very excited and also a little bit nervous to deal with all the fittings and the pipe and the custom water pumps and stuff like that.
Well, you have a good guide.
You definitely have somebody who knows his way around a PC. And we were even chatting a little bit last night at dinner. You have actually got to build a PC before, so you do have some experience with building PCs then.
Yeah, I have built several PCs. I built my wife's current PC, but nothing out of the box really. You just kind of pop, snap, plug. Pretty straightforward builds for the most part, But
well, it's cool. We're going to get you to bend some tubes here a little bit later. I mean, like the thing is, the whole plan is after this, you're going to be teaching a master class on custom water cooling and overclocking. And
I will have learned from the best, so I will be ready.
We got this. We got this.
Well, we will let you get to work. We're going to head on over to the next desk, but we'll leave you alone. We'll come check in with you a little bit later. Thank you. Now we're going to head over and talk to Apryze and our friend from Blue Horse Studios, Ron. Welcome. Hello. How are you guys doing today?
Great.
All right. Now, give us a preview. What's going on over here?
So we just got our motherboard laid out here. We have Asus's new gen hardware with the Maximus Extreme Z690 motherboard, and of course Intel's new 12th generation processor. So we're just getting things ready to get mocked up and get some of the components installed. And yeah, we're really excited about getting this going and showing everybody what we created for Apryze today.
And just understand, this is the only board, like everybody else actually has the Hero. You have the only one with the Maximus Extreme, so which means you've got the new Aura stuff with their per pixel. So this, if you guys are looking for something that's a little bit different than the other builds, his is going to be unique. And you actually got your board a little bit late, so there's a little bit of there was a little bit of a rush before the show, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks to your help, you helped me get it booted up, and we're I think we're really good to go to get this thing installed without any issues. And I think Apryze is one of the only few guys that I know that has this board in North America. So
wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty awesome board. So I'm really stoked to get it in the build and get it lit up and show them like all the things you can do.
How exciting is that for you to be the only person who has a board like this?
I think it's cool. I don't know, it's different. This is crazy. He was like explaining it to me, and I'm not like PC heavy, so I'm like, yeah, there's just like a bunch of numbers and everything.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's cool. He showed me a preview of like the PC, and like, it's crazy.
The aesthetics of this one are also pretty impressive. I think that there's some brand elements of yours that are going into this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he asked me like, because I play Apex, so it's Apex themed, and then he put my name on one of the cases. So like right here, it has like the logo, the Apex logo. And then there's like a surprise, which he hasn't shown me yet, so I don't know what that is.
Yeah, there's a few Easter eggs that we're gonna throw in there a little bit later, for his stream as well, because
I love an Easter egg.
Yeah, so we've got a couple elements that are gonna be hidden until the end, so be sure to stay tuned till
we get there. Now, so I have Apryze. I have actually seen the Easter egg. It is going to blow your mind. I'm
what?
just
You
letting
got
you know.
a secret preview?
I did, and it's because Juan
Modern
and I,
privileges.
we basically just got, and he was so excited to show somebody. So I know what you're in for, and I think you're gonna basically be super surprised. Now, have you built PCs before at all? Is this your first time?
I built my first gaming PC, but it wasn't like all of this.
Okay.
I like watched a video and was like, oh, just plug this, plug that. And then now he's got like water cooling, and I'm scared to touch that. It's like, what if it sprays everywhere and then I just break everything on stream?
Yeah, I heard rumor is you're going to be filling the loop and everything, right? And so he's like, no, I need this PC.
Either way, it'll be good content. So we'll let you guys get to it. We'll move on to the next desk and say hi, but we'll see you again very, very soon.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Sounds great. Thank you.
We're headed over to talk to Rogue and Modsbyben. Ben and Rogue, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm going to
Really
pop in right
great.
over here by you there.
This is a fantastic looking project. What do we got going on here?
So actually what we got here is a fully one-to-one custom case. It's fully frosted and mixed with a little bit of chrome to kind of give it that contrast. But the cool thing about it, actually the front is a custom distribution block. So you're going to be able to see some of the liquid coming through the actual distro.
Wow.
I mean, the thing that's crazy about this, and I don't think, when he says it's custom, the point is this case you can't go buy. Like he completely made this from scratch. It's something that's just been very signature of yours, and I think it's really awesome to get to have you on the show and showcase something like this. And this is a ton of work. Like, I think it'd be cool for you to kind of recap what it takes to make something like this from a tooling standpoint.
Right. Yeah, and it can take months, depending on the complex of the actual design, because it all starts first with the design of the actual case, which design it on the computer, and then once you get that done, fabricating. You got your lasers, you got your CNC, you got tooling, you got setting up the CNC for path so you can cut it. So it's a big process in order to do this stuff. But I'm excited to be here and to show it off.
Rogue, how are you feeling looking at this? Is this something that you imagined?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's going to be for my girlfriend, so her
Oh.
office is like completely like white, white shelves, like open type of vibe, like crystals on the wall and stuff. So this is going to fit like right in with that.
Wow, that's actually very similar to my office. So I'm going to be watching for ideas.
Good,
Yeah.
And then, when you talk, I know it's like you have like the theme for the case and everything like that. Talk about when you select the parts, because I know you have in-wind fans, and these fans are, I mean, you don't see them a lot with builds, but for you, is everything about that precision in terms of matching the theme?
Absolutely. Especially, I like to use fans that are daisy chain because it cuts down on cable management. And for me, a lot of my builds, if you look at them, they're very clean, very minimal cables. So I tend to pick parts that actually will help me do that.
Cool.
So these fans actually, they're daisy chain, so all it is 3 cables and that's it, to connect these. But yeah.
From a tech perspective, what are you most excited about in this build? Because we talked a lot about the aesthetics.
I think I'm most excited about just him experiencing the new Intel 1290K.
Nice. Yeah.
And I think it's great. And also you got DDR5 by Kingston, so that's running at 5600 megahertz. It's like, it's mind blowing.
Yeah.
It is. Actually, when you think about the leap from DDR4, you're absolutely right.
I remember you showing us this that was custom as well. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, this is called a GPU water block. It is actually made by EK Water Blocks,
That's right.
but I use this a lot so I can actually water block the GPU. Because normally a GPU comes in air cooled, but since I'm doing a lot of custom loops, so I tend to water block the GPU.
I'm learning so much about all of this. Because I think most of our streamers have said, I built a PC, but I watched a YouTube video, I plugged this into that, and that was all it was.
Right.
I feel like I'm learning so much about the vast world that is possible. Rogue, where do you sit with having built a PC before?
Oh,
Are you
I've
pretty
never
familiar?
built one.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like I've had people build my computers, and then I've kind of replaced the GPU, or I've taken out the CPU and things like that, but I've never plugged things into a motherboard.
Yeah.
And anything like that. So that's just beyond me, and I feel like I'd screw it up.
And I think that's the thing, right? Is one of the things that we're kind of hyping here is that with each one of these, everybody is getting that 12th gen CPU, that 12th gen 12900K, the flagship of the processors coming out from Intel in general. And so just a really cool chance to showcase just these builds that are all around it. And there you're seeing it right there on the screen. I mean, that beautiful kit, both the box plus the press kit. And then you see their other stack behind them with their i5s and everything else. So all very, very exciting stuff, and a great way to showcase and celebrate the 12th gen Intel CPUs, which is going to be super rad. So I cannot wait to see these turn on and light up, which every one of them has to. That's a part of the challenge.
I mean, they technically don't have to, right? They get points for it.
That's true. Okay.
So technically, as long as it looks super cool and is a great idea, you'd still get some points, right?
Yeah, that is true.
Well,
we got one more station to visit, and so we'll let you guys get to it. I think this is going to be super awesome, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Have fun. All right, friends, we're going to go visit 5UP and our friend from PCWerkz, Tim. Hello. Go ahead and stand between us here. We're going to surround you and ask you a little bit about this project. Give us a little rundown.
So this is actually an Inwin 925 case. Inwin was generous enough to send this over for this project with Intel. It is custom painted in a Porsche pink metallic color. And then I have a waterjet CNC'd backplate that's chromed in nickel.
So this is basically a sports car.
Yeah, it's a sports car.
I
It'll
love
go
it.
fast.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so close, 925 versus 928 and all that sort of stuff. It's very close with Porsche.
Exactly.
So I love that, and I guess 9 is such a big number with their cars in general. But here's the thing: it's like we're just seeing the empty case. We have parts all over the place. You're gonna get to build the entire thing. Do you have any experience with building PCs?
See, I've built my computer twice, but it was just a casual little build. I don't know anything about the water cooling system. That's what we're here for, so it's going to be a fun experience overall. But super intimidated.
I think you're not alone, though. I think most of our streamers are relying on their PC modder teammates to really show them what to do. But what are you most excited about as you're learning about this PC that you're going to take home?
So, I mean, we're going for an industrial look on this. So just kind of, I'm all about the aesthetic of everything. So when I see the finished product and it's all lit up, that's what I'm most excited for overall, besides the performance part.
Yeah, the wow factor kind of at the end?
Pretty much.
Cool.
And then what about for parts on this one? So you've got a Hero Maximus and stuff like that. What about some of the custom water cooling parts that you're putting inside of this one? And you've done more than one water cooled build, right? I mean, I've done probably 100, to be honest with you.
But yeah, so we're going with the EK water blocks. I sent over some stuff. So we have those two 80mm pumps. It'll actually be a dual loop, so separate loop for the CPU, separate loop for the GPU. We have some hardline tubing there. It's like Bitspar hardline tubing, and then we're going with EK fittings and EK compression fittings also. So.
And this is actually metal. I mean, it's funny. I think a lot of people are used to seeing PETG, but here it's a lot of you guys are actually using the metal stuff, which is actually a little bit more challenging because you have to worry about cutting fittings and stuff like that. So talk a little bit about the process for getting these squared away for the build.
Yeah, so definitely. Usually, what I would do is I look at using PETG first. I get a good reference of where the bin needs to be, how long it needs to be, and then I actually will cut this and measure it so it's exactly what I need it to be. And then from here, you just kind of have to groove out the inside, make sure there's nothing sharp that's going to pinch inside of the fittings, and make sure that you have a nice smooth texture when going inside. So
makes sense. That makes sense.
I'm struck by the similarities as we're walking through these to prop making and cosplaying and all of that stuff, because there's the tech side, but there's also, as you said, the aesthetic side. So I'm curious, in your world, your brand, your aesthetic, how is this going to fit in?
Well, so I did Among Us as my main thing,
Yeah.
and pink is my signature color.
Yeah.
So I mean, it kind of fits out
Oh.
perfectly for this. But like you guys say sports car, I'm thinking maybe spaceship almost.
Ooh, I like it. No, I mean, that works. They're both fast. I mean, that goes from there and stuff like that.
I would fly a Porsche pink spaceship.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
And then, so where do you start? Like, you guys are getting ready to kick off. I mean, we're going to kick the whole thing. It's like, where does the one begin a build of this nature?
So in this case specifically, the motherboard tray and the PSU shroud actually is one piece. So we're actually going to build in the motherboard first, install the 12900K, install the SSD and the RAM and that sort. The actual tray will then put there and we'll install everything in the tray. And then what's really going to be cool is you're going to actually see us drop in the whole tray and everything with the motherboard inside of the case, and then flip it over. So it'll kind of be like the big reveal.
That's
Cool.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's gonna be super exciting. And then in general, I mean, I guess the part is that maybe folks don't know, but in the end, you're also there's time, but you're competing for that $10,000 prize at the end. Does that factor in as you're thinking about this whole thing at all?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
No, I don't care about $10,000. No.
Of course we care about that. I mean, more than anything, like I said, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to, launch the 12900K. I want to be able to give him, I mean, he did amazing. I've seen some of his streams. I want to be able to give him something that he's really going to enjoy. It's going to be a big upgrade from what he has already. So, I mean, of course, the money, but more than anything, just the experience and giving him something that he'll enjoy.
What do you think the biggest challenge for today for you both is going to be?
The biggest challenge for me is just getting everything working. Like, I mean, I want to hit that power button. I want everything to light up. You know what I mean? I want the lights to sync. I want the water to flow nicely. So that's probably going to be like the biggest challenge. Maybe even finishing on time. So, between me and him, I think we can get it done.
Yeah.
Cool. I know that you're also streaming to your own channel. How has your community been as far as watching this?
I think they're just excited to see me. That's
Yeah.
like the main thing. Because
Yeah.
I don't normally stream with webcams. This is like, ooh, he's
Yeah.
here. Wow.
Wow, I think he has a face. Yeah.
Crazy.
3 dimensions. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, with celebrating 12th Gen, I think maybe I heard we have some special guests who are going to talk to you guys basically about the launch of 12th Gen CPU and then Alder Lake in general. So we can go ahead and toss it to Alejandro and Marcus, who are there on the main stage to give us an intro to Alder Lake all up.
Thank you guys so much. Good luck. Have fun.
So I guess maybe, do you hear, because he told me to throw to, do you hear that too?
He's talking to whichever of us is not talking.
Okay, so
Roby, and Anna. Again, I'm Marcus.
I'm Alex.
And we're 2 geeks at Intel.
Yeah, I think we could call it two geeks in a box, actually.
2 geeks in a box. Or we could say the star of the show, Between Two Geeks.
Yeah, I think it's Between Two Geeks will be definitely the perfect.
All right,
perfect
seriously, welcome to Talking Tech. This is our segment. We're going to unpack some of the cool new features. Again, today's a really big day for Intel. This morning, we just wrapped up our developer event called Intel Innovation. And at that event, we actually launched the 12th Gen Intel Core processor. Super cool thing. You want to check out the replay of that whole event at intel.com. But Alex and I here are going to unpack some of the really cool features on 12th generation Intel Core.
Yes, so definitely one of the things that I'm most excited about it is, well, I've seen a couple of processor launches throughout my career at Intel. It started all the way with Ivy Bridge, all the way to today, to Alder Lake. So it's pretty impressive because throughout this time period, we have seen like major changes in architecture. So the first major change in architecture that we saw was when we actually went from having the processor having only one core, then going to multiple cores. So to 2 cores, 4 cores, and so forth and so on. And then today, it's even more exciting because, yes, we're making that another architecture change revolutionary, and we're going from having, this set of specific cores to having 2 different types of cores. So we'll have like a performance core, and then we'll have like an efficiency core. So this is exciting since we started, the different types of architectures that we have in there.
All right, let's go core by core. So tell me.
Sure.
Let's talk about the performance core.
Okay, cool. So the performance core. So the performance core, as the name says it would sound a little bit redundant. It's all about performance. It's all about having your processor handle all these heavy workloads like content creation, like rendering, video editing, all that stuff, and also gaming, right? Because you want to have this amazing performance when it comes to gaming. So the performance cores are dedicated to that. They are bigger, faster, stronger. And they're also, like, compared to previous generations, they're about 19% with higher performance than those. So it makes it pretty impressive. But now you start things like, so what? Are the efficiency cores a little bit of a lame duck?
Okay, now, if they're any sort of duck, I think they would be like a horse-sized duck. but they have the efficiency of like 100, duck-sized horses.
Yeah.
Right, you have a little bit of both. Actually, I'm going to illustrate some of that right now. This is a blown-up representation of our Core i9 right there, sitting in that box. At the top, you can see these performance cores, and at that bottom there, right there, these are a cluster of the 4 efficiency cores, and you can see they're efficient because they're space efficient. You can fit 4 of these clusters right into.
There we go.
Thanks. Into about the size of performance core. So definitely on this Core i9, you got 4 performance cores. Sorry, you've got 8 efficient cores along with 8 performance cores, right? And these efficiency cores, they are efficient, but they do a lot of heavy lifting. So let's talk about performance a little bit. All right, I want to set things into a context. Actually, first I'm going to talk about what the efficiency cores do. You mentioned that the performance cores take up your high workload, high performance sensitive loads. So like content creation, video rendering, and gaming. The efficiency cores, they actually shoulder some of that workload, take some of that load off to make your performance cores perform at their peak potential. So we're looking at background tasks like checking email or perhaps even live streaming. If you're playing a game and you're live streaming at the same time, you can have those efficiency cores take over your live streaming so your gaming gets all those performance cores. Now let's talk about a little bit about the performance of these efficiency cores, because these are beefy cores. Like I said, this is a horse-sized duck type of efficiency core. So I want to ask you, tell people, what is your personal gaming setup right now?
Sure. So my currently gaming rig at home is I have a 10th gen, so a 10900K currently at home with a 2080. It is a great system. It performs greatly. It relieves all the performance, all the frames per second that I need to get owned at different games. Unfortunately, it doesn't help improve my gaming abilities, but that's a chat for something else.
Well, there's only so much Intel can do about that. That's a problem between the chair and the keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. You just lost cause.
But okay, so going back to the efficiency cores and how they compared in performance-wise, and single-threaded workloads, that efficiency core is about the same, maybe just a little bit better, 1% better than that 10th gen Comet Lake core. So there's a lot of performance there. Now, of course, for all outright performance on 12th gen, we're looking at a 28% lift on the performance cores over 10th gen. So I think that's going to give you a pretty good incentive to upgrade. But you get performance. We can also talk about efficiency. Overall on 12th gen, let's compare it to 11th gen. Let's go a gen-on-gen comparison. Let's say we want peak performance, run everything outright as fast as they can go. At peak performance, comparing 12th to 11th, you're getting on multi-threaded, we're getting a 50% performance uplift on that. Now, I mentioned efficiency too. What does it bring together? What are these two types of cores working together? If you want to get the same performance at a 250 watt 11th gen core processor, we can do that at a quarter. 12th gen can do it at a quarter of the power at 65 watts. So there's your efficiency right there. But if you want to run it all out, you can enjoy that 50% multi-threaded workload. So it's a pretty strong
impressive.
processor.
I think it's pretty great. One of the things that that we have to take into account is, since this is a new architecture, we need to bring along the industry to make sure that they implement, they actually use all the different features that we have in the processor. So we work really close with publishers and all the type of developers to do that. And recently we've been working with the DRM to make sure that when you're playing your games, the DRM works correctly. Back when we were doing a little bit of testing with our processors, we saw that one of the DRMs were having issues trying to identify the processor correctly. Because of this new architecture having two different clusters of cores, the DRM was seeing it as two different systems. So that was a little bit of confusion for the DRM. But the good thing is, because we were working close with them, bringing the industry along, making sure they take care of, they use all the different features. We rolled different patches and different things to make sure that it's working correctly. So you don't have to worry about that, because that's already been taken care of. But it's just a little bit of example showing how we're working with different parts of the industry to make sure that they implement the new architecture correctly, which is pretty amazing.
And for you, what that means is basically nothing. The idea of the way that we set up this performance hybrid architecture is that it's supposed to be seamless. It's going to be seamless thanks to a new technology, a new innovation that we've baked right into the 12th gen core processor, and that's called Intel Thread Director. What that does is it's intelligent. It's able to analyze in real time with the OS about what's going on your PC, what your workloads are like. If you have a high performance need, like a game, it's going to put those on the performance cores. You're checking email, it's going to put those in the E cores. And if you're running something else, it's able to dynamically shift where those threads go. So you got the right thread on the right core at the right time. So you don't have to do anything. You don't have to pin tasks to performance core, E core. It's automatic. It's completely seamless, and it works great.
Yeah, that's awesome. So besides all these different things, there's also different features bringing to the platform. So for example, we have DDR5 and PCIe Gen 5 in there, which is it's an amazing new features that help you future-proof your computer. So for example, if they're in the future when they come new video cards using this type of technology, you're already set for it. Either it's the video cards or storage devices or other devices that can connect to the PCIe. And also the same thing goes for the DDR5, which brings a bunch of new different features that will, if you want to cover them, if we want to cover them, will be later on. But those different features help not only gaming but also content creation. So it's pretty neat to see that coming in there.
Yeah, and again, this is Alder Lake. I like to call it Alder Lake, but 12th Gen Intel Core is the first platform in the world to support DDR5 and PCIe Gen 5. Those are really bleeding edge technologies. But Alex, if you're gonna upgrade your machine, you've got some DDR4 components and PCIe Gen 4. So what's that going to mean for you?
No, that's right. So yes, I definitely need to upgrade my system. But yes. Since I need to upgrade my system, the good thing about the architecture too is it still supports DDR4. So that means that I can still use my power supply, my memory, DDR4, my video card, my storage devices, everything in there. I can still use all that to update my gaming rig. The couple of things that you need that are new, it will be, of course, the processor and the motherboard. And the reason for the motherboard is the processor has changed a little bit to implement all these new features. So it's a new socket. And also, all these features to work correctly, you need a new motherboard to do all this. But besides that, you can still use all the other components that you use in your system to upgrade it. So I think it's a pretty neat thing to do, and looking forward to upgrading my system.
All right. You know what? This box has been kind of staring at me. I gotta open it. I'm gonna do a live on-air unboxing. Put this down. So.
Yeah. So let's see what. To me, looking at it looks like a little bit of a box of chocolate, but it's definitely not a box of chocolate. It's supposed to look like a wafer. Well, it looks like a wafer, and that's how we're though. So is it chocolate or is it processor in there?
Let's find out. Oh,
Oh, look at that! There is the processor. Let's see if I can get it out. There you go. So this is the Core i9 processor right here. Let's see if I can get the camera over there. Maybe the light won't shine off. But yeah, so this is the new that it just launched today. Is a 12900K processor right here. And it's pretty amazing. And actually, I think this is the first time I actually grabbed one. So I can't wait to go create my own build with this kind of bad boys and see how the performance goes. Pretty excited.
So those are just a few of the really cool features. One thing that we haven't talked about are all the new features for overclocking. That's something that gamers, content creators, enthusiasts love to overclock their processors. That is definitely a big focus for 12th Gen Intel Core. We're going to have more on that. We'll have a segment in a little bit. You'll see us again. And of course, if you have any questions about 12th Gen Intel Core or anything else we do on this new platform, there's a platform for that too.
Yeah, actually. So tomorrow, as we said earlier, we'll be having a Reddit AMA tomorrow, starting at 8:30 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time savings, and it goes all the way down to 3 p.m. So if you have any burning technical questions, any type of questions, all the Intel engineers are going to be there. They're definitely smarter than us. And we'll be there answering questions. I'll be there too, trying to moderate and help. So feel free to stop by, ask any questions, say hi. We will definitely like to have you there.
That's right. So remember, set your clocks tomorrow morning on the Intel subreddit. Let's get ready for the AMA. And we'll be back with a little bit more overclocking just in a little bit. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
My name is John Tetzloff. I run LiquidHaus, and I've been doing it since 2017 officially as LiquidHaus, but I've been building computers since 2005. A lot of my computer career is based a little bit on my father's direction. Back in 2004, he gave me an old HP PC from the garbage, and he said, "Hey, here's your new computer, make it work." And back at the time, we didn't have much money, and so I was like, okay, let's see if I can make this work. Made it work within the week, and had that little PC for, I don't know, maybe a year. In 2015, I moved to Salt Lake City. I was really from Riverside, and got a job with Zydex PCs. And after that, I wanted to start my own thing. So in 2017, I founded LiquidHaus as like a moniker for anything and everything computer related. I've only talked to Lancelot on Discord a few times. He's a variety streamer. So I took a little bit of that and threw it into the system that I put together for him. And so it's really funny because I saw on his Twitter last night that he dyed his hair, and it's the same color combination as the two coolants that I used in my system. So it should be pretty exciting for him. A company named Beast, they're out in New Jersey. Some of my favorite people to work with. They had created a new chassis it's an amalgam between like a test bench and like an outside open air chassis. And I've built with that chassis more than a few times in completely different configurations. It's a really unique case. And I did a build with that case that I really enjoy, and I used a Z490 board with that one as well. And the one that sticks with me the most, honestly, is a cyberpunk themed build that I did last year for the new game. And it's nothing crazy. I mean, I used an air-cooled GPU at the time because they had no water blocks for it back then. But it's stuck with me because I don't know. It was just really exciting to do. We're all in our element right now, and I know that we're gonna have a good time. And I kind of see the competition as something secondary. I just want to have a good time and finally have the chance to hang out with these guys.
My name's Lancelot, and my stream name brand would be LancelotDev92. I like to stream on Twitch a variety of games, a handful of competitive games like Rocket League, League of Legends, Apex Legends, stuff like that. Mostly stuck in Rocket League right now, and then random other games like Final Fantasy XIV and some story-based games too. So part of it was that I wanted to enable my viewers to be able to participate in charity, and a lot of them use Prime or can't specifically donate direct money to the charities that we do. So I didn't want them to feel like they were losing money every time that they sub or something, right? Like they sub for $5, but only $2.50 gets donated to charity. So I do have a full-time job with my wife working in game development. So I just kind of dig into there a little bit to make up the difference. So I actually donate a little bit more than I make consistently. And I kind of try to match people's donations and stuff like that. it started at a really, really young age. As long as I can remember, I've been playing video games. Specifically games like Final Fantasy VII, Spyro, random games like that. Those ones really resonated with me. They were kind of an escape from my current life, which I feel like they are for most people. And they kind of gave me motivation and drive to do something and learn things, right? And be out there. I was always competitive. A friend of mine said, hey, I know we play Binding of Isaac a lot. Do you want to get into some competitive speedrunning type things? And I was like, yeah, sure, I'm down for anything social. And he said, well, you have to kind of like prove that you're not cheating, so you have to live stream this on this website. I'm like, live streaming? What's that? And that's how I was introduced to Twitch for the first time back in 2012 or 13, somewhere in there, shortly after it had actually begun Twitch. In general with stream communities, I feel like they have to have some binding, right, like togetherness, like why are we here? Frequently that comes with a very specific game or a specific theme with like oh, we're speedrunning these style of games, we're playing this style of game. I've built most of my community off of, well, so obviously there's a lot of runoff from my wife's community with the video game that they've all found us, but we've found people from all over the place, and our general shtick has always been wholesome. We're just gonna be super nice, supportive, try and make the world a better place one way or another. It doesn't matter what we're doing or what we're talking about. We have random TED Talks about serious issues that are bothering people in my chat, and we're always just trying to be there and support each other. It was a pretty vague conversation we had so far. It was, hey, thinking themes, what do you think? And I was like, well, here's a picture of some clothes I really like the style of, right? Like this aesthetic is really nice from like Vapor 95 or something. They just have lots of pastels and stuff like that. And I was like, I love these colors. I like Final Fantasy, I like Rocket League. And here's my spec list. He asked for my spec list, and that was all that I've heard of it. So it was amazing having them reach out and know that I could potentially work with Intel. And then it's the first time I've ever joined a tournament and participated in anything with other streamers, and I never imagined that I'd win. I was debating it with my wife. I was like, should I really join it? I feel like I don't belong. You know, I'm like a variety streamer and all these guys are so good and big and stuff. And I was like, and then I have to go to an event, and like, she was like, well, if you make any money for charity, you can just donate it, and like, it's a good thing to participate in general. And I was like, yeah, you know, maybe, yeah, I can make money for charity. We'll just throw it in there. And then I won the first day, and then won the second day, and I'm like, well, this is a thing now. kind of very shocking, but it has been kind of surreal to, I don't know, just interact with other people in the community. I felt very lucky when I knew nothing about the second day. It was just we were told it's gonna be small games, and I was like, feeling good about the second day, but how am I gonna get past the first day? But I do like how it was set up with the first day, where it was like semi-balancing teams with like different pros and different ranks of people. And I was like, oh, this is, okay, I'm not totally out of my league here. I kind of fit in a little bit with these other teams, you know what I mean? And then the second day I was like, oh, variety? Random games nobody's ever played before? I'm ready for this. More out of your money,
yes,
right?
Exactly. I mean, obviously you're gonna spend a little bit more based on all the stuff that we're looking at.
I don't think
here.
you're not spending 900 on this though, right? Oh, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Here.
How's it going?
And
I was
sandwiching
get you in between me here there in a second.
All right.
Perfect.
What have you done so far while we've been gone?
A lot.
A little bit.
Stuff in there.
We're moving at a good pace, though, I would say.
We mounted CPU, RAM, and GPU, and we ran one line so far.
Look
So
at you.
I'm
You're
pretty
explaining it to
professional
us. Yeah, you're
Oh, yeah,
pretty
no,
much a
he's
pro
picking
modder
it
at
up,
this
no
point.
problem at all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this is great.
great.
I pay attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Telling
yeah.
me what's going on. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that is always worth like just recapping, because now that we have everything, you actually have everything here. Why don't you walk through the exact hardware that we are sitting inside of this all up? Because I mean, like, there's each one of them has a little bit of a different part. So, Liquid, why don't you do that?
Sure thing. So we've got, to start out, we're going to start with the chassis. So we've got the Atlas II chassis by Yilbeast Designs. Great couple of guys in New Jersey. Love working with them. Then we've got 6 TX240 radiators by XSPC. 6, because I like going over the top. You know, I love going over the top.
It's gonna make an impression. Leave it. What was the slogan?
The rig itself will demand its presence.
Demand its presence be known.
There you go.
Absolutely.
And then you've got some of my favorite fans of all time, the Noise Blocker E-Loops. And I decided to spice those up a little bit with the Fantex Halo frames on each individual fan. Now, cable wire, the management for the wiring may be a little messy in the back, but we're gonna do our best to clean it up. But once this thing's lit up, it's gonna pop. It's gonna be awesome.
There you go.
But then we've got Maximus Hero. We've got the Strix block with a Fantex block. I really like the Fantex aesthetic with the angler design that I decided to go with.
And that's a block you don't even see all that often, right? Like it's not something that goes in there. And I think some people forget that Fantex actually makes water blocks. But
Absolutely.
I think it was really cool, like you and I were chatting beforehand, that you are using some stuff from Fantex. And I also want to point out, the other thing that's really good about those Fantex Halos is that you're not going to actually lose CFM on your fans and your cooling, because
that's the best part.
you get the RGB without actually seeing a reduction in cooling capacity.
Yeah.
Not that with 6 radiators you're worried all that much.
You'll notice it.
We've talked about the efficiency and stuff for the 12900K, and
Right,
you've got a lot of headroom for some overclocking when you're ready.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the TX radiators are amazing performers. They have gone up against 60 millimeter thick radiators. I mean, they're only 22 millimeters
Yeah,
thick.
that's crazy.
They're
They're
thinner
super
than the fan itself. And
Yeah.
yet they're beating out some 60 millimeter thick radiators, you know? Very impressive
Yeah.
stuff. And then we've got the Heat Killer CPU block, Heat Killer 4 Pro. I hear that they're going to have a Heat Killer 5 maybe in the future.
Yeah.
But it ended up working just fine with Alder Lake. I'm really happy about that. We've got Alpha Cool with the water block, and we've got EK Monarchs for the plates that go onto the DIMMs themselves to then mount to the water block. And then we've got Heat Killer 2 reservoirs.
Oh, I
in
love
dual,
those. Yep.
Since we're doing a dual loop.
Wow.
Then we've got EK D5s in the back, 1 pump per loop. And then in terms of water cooling, that's about it. But once it's put together,
Well,
it's gonna
I don't
be
think we
wild.
mentioned the RAM actually.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, we mentioned
Yeah,
the
yeah,
RAM.
yeah.
Oh, well, that was okay.
Yeah. HyperX Fury RAM, DDR5. And this is
a
5200
partridge in a
megahertz.
pear tree.
5200 megahertz.
It's like everything is
5200
basically inside of this. How's the process been so far? Like,
Oh, it's been great. We've only lost 1 screw so far that
Nice.
we will eventually maybe.
Somewhere in the abyss that is down here.
we should get a
Acceptable
timer.
loss.
We should get a counter for that. Like in there, a number of screws lost across all
That's
the
great.
bills.
That's a good idea, honestly.
I'm curious, after having heard all that, how are you going to, this is your PC, you're
Yeah.
taking it home regardless. How are you going to put all that to use? What are you going to do with it?
Oh, stream most
Yeah.
likely. Yeah. No, I will be as a variety streamer. I get to test a multitude of games at all kinds of different graphic settings. I have 3 different monitors of 3 different calibers, like 4K, a 1080p, and a 1440p monitor. Most of them I try and play on the 4K, and then just kind of crank all the settings to see what happens.
You will be unbeatable. No game will vanquish
absolutely.
you.
Oh, yeah.
And being that he's a content creator, I wanted to do something similar to how my setup was. So on the back, this case does rotate a little bit. On the back, you guys will see that we've got 2 WD Black 10 terabyte drives.
10 terabytes?
2 10 terabytes, and I'm going to get him
Right.
set up in a parity RAID
Yeah.
so that he's got some redundancy in case one drive fails. Hey, we got a backup, and that's the same exact setup that I got at home, and I love having that peace of mind, having a RAID parity with amazing drives.
And also, I mean, I'm going to be giving you at least 8 terabytes worth of memes that you can put on that right
Awesome.
at the end of the show. Which
I
is
was
like
worried
super
about where
critical.
I was going to fill it
Hey,
up.
man, it's going to last a while, okay?
You'll have 2 whole terabytes,
Yeah.
left
Yeah.
over after the 8.
Okay.
It's instead of the partridge.
Yeah,
For screw
exactly.
the partridge, just 2 twin terabyte, 10 terabyte. There's a lot of T's in
Yeah,
there.
there's a lot of T's.
a lot of
in there.
T's.
Speaking of
There's a
T's, we
lot
should
of
go ahead
jargon.
and transition over.
Ooh.
Do you like that? Okay, we can
Have
transition
fun,
over.
guys.
Get
Thank
you
you,
back to
guys.
Thanks,
building.
guys. Appreciate that.
Ready to see some hard tubing.
I like that segue.
Oh,
Very
did you
well
like
done.
that?
Yes. Hello. We're
it going?
back
Oh
here to
yeah.
bug you.
No, keep building, keep building. What's going on?
So we pretty much got all our system installed already and our tubing. So we're ready to start leak testing here pretty quick. We're gonna go ahead and finish getting our tubing tightened down, getting the fittings all tightened down. Then I can go ahead and add the water, let this leak test for 15-20 minutes. I'd ideally like to do it for a few hours, but we don't have that luxury, obviously. But allow it to leak test for 10-15 minutes, and then once that is done, then we can go ahead and hook up all our power lines, the power supply, and actually send power to the system. And then from there, it's all downhill. fingers crossed,
So,
hopefully.
so you have like about 20 minutes left and then we're done? What?
Yeah, and then I'm going to build another one. No, we still got a lot of work to do. We still have a lot of the cable management stuff. We have some aesthetic work that we want to do on the panels, some more painting and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we're going to still a lot of things that we still need to do to it. So.
Wow, even painting, even
Yeah.
some fabrication work going on.
Yeah,
That's
we're going to
cool.
be doing some painting as well. I'm going to show them how to do some like weathering techniques and painting techniques. I'm going to show them how to like do some cool like special effects and stuff like that.
I wasn't aware of all that.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a new process for you were saying, doing a custom modded PC, and I know you're sharing that with your community. Have they been helping you along? Have they enjoyed it? What have they
They
been saying?
explained. I mean, they're kind of helping. I mean, he's explaining to me. I'm just kind of standing here. I'm just here. I'm
You're kind of
I'm the
helping.
light holder. I'm the light holder.
kind of.
Like I heard you guys over there. You said like CFM or something. I'm like, chat. What is that?
Yeah.
What's a CFM? I'm trying to sound like
You know,
I understand what's happening.
They
when you
can
guys
look
come
things
over
up on the internet for you.
Exactly.
Well, what we should do is let's talk about, so we kind of covered in the other one what parts that we have inside of this, and every one of these is a little bit different. So why don't you talk about what case, what parts we actually have inside?
Yeah, exactly. So we started with the Corsair 465X chassis here, and this came as a bare black chassis. And my buddy up in Portland, Chris Bodner, he does automotive paint and clear coat, and so we sent this off to him to do that red and orange apex colors, and he did it in this really soft gradient. It goes from like a dark red to a really nice orange. Inside, of course we're using the 12th gen processor, the Asus Maximus Extreme motherboard, all EK liquid cooling. We have the DDR5 64 gigs from Kingston Fury, and the Sabrent 1 terabyte drive, and then we have backup for him, a Western Digital 10 terabyte drive.
Wow, those 10 terabytes. Again,
Yeah.
it looks like everybody wants those memes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we've already had an offer over here from Robitech to provide you with at least 8 terabytes
Yes.
of memes.
Yeah.
Are you interested?
Sure.
I wonder how many memes that actually is.
I don't know
Yeah.
what I'm putting.
Maybe that's what you do for chat is like chat. How many memes is that if you have 8 terabytes? So that's Apryze's like chat challenge right there.
Yeah, you have to know the average,
Terabytes.
size of a meme. How many exactly?
It's like that's like a bajillion memes.
Yeah.
What about I've seen like a lot of people talk about these custom cables. Now these are things that you can order. What kind of cabling stuff and who do you guys use for this?
So I use Mainframe Customs. He's the owner is David Miller. He's out of Stockton, California, so just right up the highway, not too far from us here. And I've been working with him for years. I always like to support local businesses as well, so I get all my custom sleeving from David. I've never had any issues with his sleeving. He uses the Telios, and it's just absolutely beautiful. It's just gorgeous, and
It's so satisfying to look at.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And
May I?
and yeah, of course. And then of course we picked him out in Apryze's colors and to match the theme, and yeah, I think it's going to look really cool when it's all done.
That's
You want
gorgeous.
to talk about riveting entertainment?
Yeah.
Watching somebody sleeve cables.
Oh yeah.
No, it's like one of those. It is definitely like Apryze. If you want to do it in your rite of passage for basically PC building, do your own sleeve cables, and then you'll really appreciate those local vendors who will do it because you're like, man, it is a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. It's tough on the fingers, and yeah, I always, these one things that I outsource because I just don't have the patience to do it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for basically letting us and walking us through where we're on now. I think we're moving on to our next station. Anna, I will follow you.
Yeah,
You guys,
have a good
best of
time.
luck.
We'll check in again
Yeah.
soon.
Sounds good.
I have
All
got
right.
to put 0 parts in so far, Anna, and it's making me sad.
Maybe they'll let you over here.
Oh,
Although it
maybe
looks like
they'll-
they've got it well in hand.
Oh my gosh.
Rogue, Ben, how are we doing? What are you up to right now?
Good. We're
having a
actually
blast.
just organizing cables. And after
Ooh,
the
that's
cables,
clean.
Look at that.
The white cables.
Sorry, you've seen a mess. But
Sorry, it's a mess. I'm like, that looks great. Looks
Yeah,
beautiful
I'd
to
like
me.
I'd like my house to be as messy as this is right now because like your idea of a mess is very different than the rest of ours. Honestly, what are you thinking so far with how it's coming out and how clean it looks?
I mean, it's pretty amazing. I like the shine of like the chrome and the nickel and stuff like that. I think it's pretty sweet. I'm excited for the tubing stuff because like I've never had like a computer that's like water cooled and with all the liquid and stuff that moves. I've never had anything like that. So that's what I'm excited to wait for.
Okay.
Yeah.
And see.
I saw you with your hands in there. What have you been able to do personally?
Well, I put in the RAM. I
Nice.
helped with screwing in that, and I helped with holding this, and I've done a few things like that, and then feeding this through, and then plugging these in the power supply is pretty much what I've done.
Is it helpful
Things
to
that
have
are-
the extra hands?
Oh, absolutely. It has come in handy. Even because there's a bracket I did to hold up the GPU, so it was good that I had him to hold it and I could actually screw it in.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I feel like you have such a great platform right here, Ben, to walk through the parts and some of the custom water cooling components that you're using. So why don't you take some time and just help us know what are we seeing in this build right now? And I know some of this is even your own, but yeah, you do see some EK and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, most of my builds I use mostly EK water blocks, but when it comes to customizing, normally I customize distro plates. So the actual distro plate is what I do, because it gives me more freedom to kind of be more creative on how the fluid will flow. Radiator, in-wind fans, and we got Asus ROG Extreme. Is it Extreme Hero?
It's a Hero, yep.
Yeah, Z690, Intel 12900K, and 32 gigs DDR5 by Fury. But I don't know, I just get a joy on kind of expressing myself when it comes to putting parts together. So.
And I love these Velocity Tough EK blocks as well. Like, just the thing is they EK is such a great partner with your visual brand. I think a lot of chrome, a lot of stuff like their wood.
Yeah.
Their wood stuff is incredible too. Still waiting for that all. I think you've done an all wood one, haven't you?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. I was just like, you're spoiling it, Roby. Going from there, but yeah, I mean, this is like it's turning into a work of art already.
I'm curious, we're talking about all of these amazing pieces of tech. You said this PC build is for your girlfriend. Is this one of those gifts that you're like, maybe I'll share it. Maybe it's for both of us.
It's definitely for her because I already have 2 computers that are like perfectly set up for my stream and stuff. And like I'm not a technical person, and to like try to like add another and remove a computer and like make that one work for the stream, that'd just be too much work for me. So
Lucky her.
And she needs a new computer anyway, so.
Wow.
Well, yeah, this is a heck of a new computer to basically
Yeah.
give her.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that my audience absolutely loves, and you said you got to put in the RAM, is the loudness of the click. That is an important thing to go in there. So how was the click sound? I mean,
This motherboard also has like a cool feature that he showed me, and it's like the camera might not be able to see it, but there's like a button here, and
the
it
Q latch,
releases.
yeah.
Oh, it's actually for the GPU.
Yeah.
It releases everything.
Yeah.
That's satisfying.
Yeah. So we'll put this over so the camera can basically see it. It's this Q latch thing right here. But for your actual RAM, like when you click it in, there's just like a loudness. We usually measure it in decibels when we go in there because it's just a lot of fun. So it's called the RAM click. It's one of the most satisfying parts, I think, of the build.
Oh, I think so too. It's like it's really nice to just put it in there. And
The last video I watched of you was you screaming "click" every time you put it in. So I believe you that's your favorite part.
Well, every once in a while, it's like everybody seems like really. Sometimes they're disappointed with how loud it is. So I'm like, oh, I'll make it really loud then. And then there are people like, oh, my ears, bro, or whatever it is.
Maybe more satisfying for you, less satisfying for other people.
Yeah, maybe it goes in there. So what's next? Where are we getting and transitioning into here?
Yeah, so once after we organize the cables, we're gonna actually get into tube bending.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna
tube
have
bending.
actually bend some tubes. So.
That's a Ben specific thing, I'm pretty sure. So
Ben,
Have you warmed up?
Can you show us the
Yeah, I'll show
the
you guys.
tool?
So this is a tube bender that actually is made in the U.S. It's made in California, but these are custom-made tube benders, and they're made for a large radius. And since the tubes I use are nickel-plated, normally nickel-plating tubes cannot be bent, but I figured a way on how to bend it, and the only way to do that is when it's a large radius, so the plating doesn't get ruined.
Gotcha.
So I'm gonna I'm gonna have him do.
yeah, I'm gonna try it out.
Yeah.
That's so huge. I don't think you understand
No,
like
that
how
is a
few people get
serious
to do
thing.
that. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
I wish we could stay and watch that. We have to head to the next desk, but maybe we'll make it in time to see if
Yeah,
we
it'll be later,
later.
so you'll see.
All right.
Well, I'm
Awesome.
excited.
Have fun.
See ya.
We'll see you guys soon. And now we're going over to see Tim and 5UP. How's it going, friends? Where are we in this build?
Tim, keep going. You're good.
Okay. Currently, we are working with the motherboard tray. And then on the motherboard tray, we have the 2 EK 80mm pumps. And we're almost done here. We'll put the fittings on all of this stuff and then drop it all the way into the 925 case.
So what else do we have? I mean, I see, like you said, EK. What are some of the other parts going into this and some of the other water cooling components that you're going to be putting in this as well?
Yes, so we have the Asus 3080 Ti that will be going in here, the Strix. Once the Strix is in, then we have the quantum fittings from EK with the torque on them. They will have the tubes that will be running straight here. And then we have EK ZMT that's what will run to the back of the case.
Okay. Okay, and then yeah, I love those. The look of the torque is just so nice in general. And then what are we doing for like PSU and stuff like that as well, and your cabling?
Yeah, so for PSU, we're doing the Asus Strix 850 watt here. So this will go in, and this will pair nicely with the 12900K and the 3080 Ti. And then for cables, we have custom cables by CableMod. We'll stay with that aesthetic with so the black and the gray and the white. So.
Yeah,
okay, well, I'll let you get in for the building. I'm going to pop in right over here with you and let you keep going.
All right.
5UP, what's been your favorite part so far?
Ooh, not messing up.
Yeah. Not breaking anything.
Yes.
Very important.
Anything I see remotely going, I just give it to him, and we're good. We can't mess this up at all.
Yeah, you did a great job actually installing the CPU block and installing the RAM cards.
Wow, that's a lot. I feel like you're really getting your hands in there.
You got to experience the RAM clicks as well.
Oh yeah, the first one I didn't know what I was doing fully, so I put it and then nothing went down, so I immediately gave it to him. But the second one I got it, and so.
Okay, I'm gonna pop one out. I gotta feel how good the clicks are real quick.
You have to ask for permission.
He was giving me. He gave me the eyes.
Okay.
As long as it starts at the end.
Yeah,
if you break it, you buy it.
Yeah, exactly. But I gotta know how good these clicks are, and this will be the first DDR5 RAM that I've gotten to install as well. So let's hear it. Oh, that's a good sound.
That was very
satisfying. A good sound. Sorry, I was just really excited about that. And hey, you know, you guys let me experience my first DDR5 installation, so I appreciate it.
I hope you enjoyed.
No, I did.
Look what you provided for Roby today.
How's chat liking the build?
I think they're enjoying memeing me right now because they're saying Tim is popping off. He's carrying. He's doing all this. He's the man. So they're enjoying it. I think they're having a good time.
Hey, having a great teammate is one of the most important things in
100%.
any competition. So.
And then what about storage? What kind of storage do you guys have with this one? Because we've seen some 10 terabyte Western Digital drives. What has he got for storage for this?
So in here he has an XPG 1 terabyte NVMe, so just a 2280. And then we have an external Western Digital 10 terabyte. I have an external.
Okay. So if you need 8 terabytes of memes, we're ready to go. If you need that,
you're really trying to get some buyers for this.
What we need right there.
I'll send you prices later.
What are you excited to use this kind of performance for?
Ooh, okay. Ooh, that's a good question. So I multitask a lot. I not only do I do variety, but I kind of do multiple things on the side while I'm doing this also, and occasionally I pop them up. So just better performance overall with that, and it also allows me to stream these single-player games and probably turn up to the max quality without having a single worry. So that's what I'm most excited for that.
Actually, with the new 12th gen Intel and with their P-Core and E-Core stuff, that's going to be some of the stuff that you're probably going to see the best basically performance boost with, because basically with their task managers, it's shifting things between the two. It's going to be super rad. So specifically for multitasking, and especially for people like streamers and content creators, that's where you're going to see probably some of the best uplift that you've seen in a while. And I think that'll be something you'll really enjoy when you basically you get your PC at home and get it all set up.
Yeah, it's super exciting. It's going to be extremely helpful.
I think maybe the people at home might not realize, if they don't have experience as a content creator, they're thinking about how this works with games and things like that, but they don't realize how much you have to be moving around and how much power you need in order to be making content, especially if you're trying to game and make that content on the side. So this is a PC that might be capable of doing all of those things at once.
Yes. Oh, 100%.
I mean, absolutely, and I think that's where, whether it's like using, your Adobe Premiere, your DaVinci Resolve, and then even as, this is like the beginning of a journey, like as Windows 11 matures and all that saturates and all of us start to upgrade, that's where you're going to start seeing kind of this platform kind of come into its own. So there's a lot to be excited about, and I think specifically for content creators who are using this, I'd almost more fully than just a gamer, et cetera. And that's not to say they don't push it, but it's going to be super cool for you. And I think you're going to have a lot of fun. And you've got a really great PC. That's Porsche pink. I can't go back.
You can't go better
than that in terms of when you think about the color and everything else. So definitely very, very exciting. And tube bending is that yours are all pre-bent? Yeah.
Yeah. So mine will be mostly pre-bent. A lot of it will be just straight runs. It'll be a parallel through the CPU parallel through the GPU, and then soft to give it more of that industrial feel in the back.
I'm feeling the connection to an engine here with the Porsche and everything like that. I can't wait to see how it turns out. But for now, we're actually going to head back over to the couches. We're going to talk to Asus, but we will check in with you very, very soon. Have fun.
Thank you.
And I just want to let you know, you're in for a treat.
Am I?
Yes.
What kind of treat?
Oh, you're in the treat. You're in for the treat of JJ.
Ooh.
Oh, JJ. He is an experience in and of itself, and I know a little bit about what Asus has been doing, so I'm excited to get a chance to sit down and talk more in depth about with him and what he's doing. So
I believe that JJ is going to be joining us virtually, so hopefully we'll be able to
hopefully we
chat with
see him here very soon. But I think in the short term, until we go in there, we can, well, like I said, we've seen a lot of their tech already, like and even some of the things that we've highlighted. There
Hi
he
there,
is.
JJ.
There
Hey everybody,
good.
how you guys doing?
Wow.
I'm doing good, JJ.
Good to see you and to see everything that is surrounding you. We're so excited to talk to you today about the not only strengths of this product stack, but also the aesthetics. So what are you most excited to talk to us about today?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. Let's just get started. Introduce us to what you'd like to chat with us about today.
Yeah, so we're really excited. This is a really exciting platform launch for us, along I think with Intel. When you take a look, I think at the amount of time and work that we've put into this, thousands of hours in terms of everything from the board design, aesthetic design, innovation design. It's been a lot of work and really exciting to be able to kind of align with all the work that Intel's done for 12th gen and for the Z690 platform, right? We've got brand new microarchitecture, we got the PCI Gen 5, we got DDR5, we got industry leading IO and connectivity. So our perspective really as being the biggest motherboard manufacturer in the world was how can we really help to give, gamers, creators, really users of all types in the PC DIY space, the most choice and the best experience possible. And also importantly, across a wide range of budgets, right? In terms of your price point, and be able to have, Asus quality you're known for and still a rich, really DIY experience. Because we've shown off some really, really cool builds here. A lot of stuff with the 12900K, which is awesome, Maximus Hero boards. But in total, we've got over 20 boards, 5 different series. We'll have DDR4 and DDR5. So I'm excited to give you guys a little bit of the lay of the land on what we're going to be doing for our Prime series, Tough Gaming series, ROG Strix, and Maximus series, and our ProArt. So we've got a lot packed in, and everything from also mini ITX to ATX. So the entire range is here for this launch.
Well, JJ, let's kick it off because, one of the things that everybody kind of gets excited about at the very beginning when you guys introduce like something with Z690 is some of your Q design elements. And I know you have some of those that are new with this latest introduction with Z690. You want to talk about some of those Q design elements that you guys have with the newer boards, and then maybe walk through the different board options that people have, starting with Prime and moving up.
Yeah, for sure. So definitely in terms of Q design, if you're kind of not familiar, really the focus for us there when we talk about those type of design elements is going to be really kind of offering a better DIY experience for users. So the goal is to try to be able to put cool functions and features on a hardware level to make the build experience more seamless. This has been done everything with like single-sided latch designs on our memory, to of course a wider latch for the PCIe slot, to integrating an IO shield on the back of the motherboard. But for this generation, we've got 2 really cool ones that align specifically for M.2 based SSDs, and then also for the latest generation of graphics. So let me go ahead and actually cut over here to a secondary board that I've got set up. Now this is going to be one of our Strix boards, but you're going to find this actually on quite a number of our boards. So here you'll actually see this is a ROG Strix Z690 series board. It's the board that we have in white. And here's where you would traditionally have your M.2 base SSD, right? One of the cool things right here that all I need to do is just remove this top screw. I'm going to pull that guy off there. And once I have access to that actual M.2 slot, right, you can notice right here, there's this really cool little latch mechanism. But this little latch mechanism, all I need to do is pretty much angle in my M.2 SSD. And right there, you can pretty much lock it in place. So you don't actually have to have any tools. You'll be able to go ahead and just lock in the drive straight like that. So that makes the installation process that much more seamless. Very, very, very simple, right? You don't have to have a standoff. You don't have to have that small screw. You don't have to have a precision tip screwdriver, nothing along those lines, right? And even that heatsink that I removed, It's got captive screws on it, so you don't have to worry about losing those screws. And if you'll notice, there's also thermal pads for the top and for the bottom. So we can keep the latest generation of M.2 SSDs cool on both sides of the NAND, because if you'll take a look at bigger M.2 SSDs, you'll find that there's NAND on the back and also NAND on the front. But it doesn't stop there. Of course, here we've got this really beautiful PCIe graphics slot. And a lot of us know that when we install a graphics card, it sometimes can be a pain point in terms of trying to remove this because this latching mechanism right here that locks the card in place can be a little bit obstructed. So let me go ahead and show you for reference. If I put in my graphics card right there, traditionally what you would have to try to do is have access to this little latch right here, which can be a little bit tricky, right? If you couldn't fit your finger in there to push that down. So right here, you'll see that there's a really cool just button, and we can press that button and I can pull the graphics card right out.
Sorry, that's super.
Look at
That's
your
so
face.
exciting.
That's a really cool
I
design
love that
innovation.
thing.
Seems really kind of small and simple, but it's something that we're really excited about in terms of just offering, a more seamless experience for PC DIY builders.
I'm sorry, JJ. I knew that was there, and Anna was laughing at me because I'm watching the buildup as we're getting ready to show that, and I want to say first off, thank you for not letting us get rid of the 3,000 little thin pieces of wood or whatever as we try and unplug our GPU, and now we can just basically hit that button.
It's also, watching from a very much amateur perspective, I'm so excited to hear a lot of these, making it a little more user-friendly, making it a little easier for someone like me who's so intimidated by the inner workings, seeing here's a button you can push and it'll make it easy. I'm like, yes. Okay, good, yes.
and I think that's one thing Asus, and we'll walk through their product stack here in a minute, but that's something that Asus has done a really good job in, is just making it much more approachable. So I think a lot of people, and we've even seen with some of the streamers, are like, I'm overwhelmed by the building process, and things like these queue design things go such a long way towards making that so much easier. But I think one of the things that you kind of hint on that I think JJ can walk us through is helping choose the right motherboard for you and your build. So JJ, you mind talking us through just the different boards that you guys have to offer with Z690 and what may be best for different builders, etc.?
Yep, for sure. So we've got, as I noted, 5 different series of boards. So we're going to start off first with, I think right here, what you see, this beautiful Prime series of motherboards. This is really kind of our stalwart series. It's got a beautiful, clean, white design aesthetic with black in terms of the contrast. And this is really kind of the foundation. It'll be offered in DDR4 and DDR5 MATX, as well as ATX-based boards. I think I actually can show you right here in terms of just a little bit of a look of the different series that you'll be able to see from us in terms of the Prime series. Sorry, actually right there. 1 second there. So there you can see there's actually an MATX and ATX, and we'll have a DDR4 and DDR5. They have a really cool overall design aesthetic, and a lot of those kind of core features that we've talked about in terms of the QA design implementation, quality power delivery, ease of use elements are going to be present on here. And I think, again, we've touched a lot on, I think, the highest end Core i9 part, but these kind of models will be really great for people that are considering an i5, maybe an i7 SKU, going for your kind of more traditional standard type builds, or maybe something that looks a little bit different, or maybe you're not a gamer. Maybe you're somebody that's into, content creation, general productivity, a really, really solid choice here with the Prime series of motherboards. Now, after the Prime series, this is, of course, where we'll step into, I think, our next board, which will be the ProArt line. And this is one of my personal favorites, a little bit newer series that we've got. And really, again, focused towards kind of I'd say the prosumer, the professional, the creator, right? And here you can see it's got a really nice, clean design aesthetic where it's predominantly black. It has, no onboard lighting on the board, but it does support still RGB synchronization if that's something that you did want. But here, really kind of the focus is with high-end connectivity, including things like 10 gigabit LAN, Thunderbolt connectivity built on board, rich expansion, right? And I think some nice premium design accents, right? Where you've got these gold accents, which just kind of elevate the overall board's kind of look and feel. This is going to be only offered in DDR5, and it will be ATX-based version. So that is going to be for the ProArt series. Now, next up, I think we can go into some of the gaming series models. But what do you think? You digging the ProArt and the Primes?
Well, you know me. It's like I actually got to use a ProArt series when we did that $30,000 build, actually. And it's nice to actually be able to still have like that clean, dark aesthetic, which a lot of just professionals like, but having the RGB option, so if you wanted to do a customization, is super cool. I also like the Prime series because, again, the one thing that JG will probably hint on a little later is that no matter which board you choose in this stack, performance will be the same across the board. Like, they're all the same performance. It becomes about the tools. Like, I joked with you a little bit about, it's like Dungeons and Dragons, right? Like,
I can relate
yeah,
to.
you can relate. Yes. That's exactly what you said. It's like, that basically is if you're like a PC builder, like maybe just like with a plus 12, then you can stick with Prime, but then you got all the way up to the very end with your like maxed out plus 18 and then plus 10 PC enthusiast like skill check and stuff like that. So very, very cool. And yes, JJ, you know me, I love anything that you show and you make it look so good.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I definitely would agree. It's just great to be able to offer a wide range of boards to different types of builders, different types of segments, right? And that's definitely what we have with the Prime and the Pro Art. And here, I did want to maybe just show a little bit closer shot for that Pro Art, if you guys wanted to see it a little bit closer. So again, you can really see that beautiful, nice ID design. I give a huge amount of credit to our team here in terms of the time and effort that they spent to really be able to create a design aesthetic on all of these boards that offer a unique identity and really look fantastic. So next here, we've got our entry into gaming, right? I mean, these 12th Gen series parts with the new architecture that you've got in place, that that Intel 7 process, and the P cores and the E cores, the thread director, all that stuff is going to be great for gaming. And for us, we've got 3 different series of gaming boards. Our Tough Gaming series is going to be an entry point, really going to be great for, I think, first-time builders that don't necessarily want to jump into a super expensive board, but don't want to compromise on quality, so want something stable and reliable, looks good, has gaming-centric features and functions, right? And so that's going to be perfect here. This board series will be offered in DDR4, and so it's got a really nice, clean, kind of monochrome design aesthetic. There's a little bit of kind of black, some gray, a little bit of white accents, and then a small amount of what we call our Tough Gaming accent color, which is a Tough Gaming gold. Beautiful looking board, and really going to be a great baseline in terms of first-time builders and, like I said, gamers that are looking to be able to jump into a board without necessarily having too heavy of a price point. And here we can also take a little bit of a closer look at it, and really great looking board. And you can see for this gen, we added in a little bit more accent lighting on it as well. And of course, you still get all your RGB sync functionality. So if you're going to be installing, dims, LED strips, fans, whatever it might be, you don't worry about that. So let me grab over. Next actually is going to be the Strix series, which you guys actually saw there when I had it laid down. But I'm going to show the white. Now, for the RG Strix series, this is probably going to be one of the most exciting series of boards that we're going to have for a lot of builders. It's kind of in our proverbial sweet spot. I really kind of align it with the Core i5 and Core i7 series of CPUs, but you can comfortably run a Core i9 on here, no problems. And you'll be able to get it in mini ITX, micro ATX, and ATX, and as also you see, white, and we will also offer black. For the RG Strix, we'll have DDR4 and DDR5 versions, a really kind of extensive stack here. And to kind of give you a high level just image of everything that you're looking at, we can see right here, everything from the Dash I on that mini, all the way over to a Dash G on the micro. And then you can see 3 different ATX versions, including this beautiful whiteboard, with the white version being a DDR4, everything else being a DDR5. Now, one of the really cool things too for this generation, and I know that you might appreciate this, is that with DDR5, we also want to make the experience even easier. Now, we can't go all into performance yet, right? Stay tuned, of course, for more information on that side. But Intel, with this transition to DDR5, has really put in an impressive memory controller. And that's essentially the part of the chip that helps to drive the frequency. And when we pair this together with great kits like what we see from industry partners, Kingston, Crucial, Corsair, Team Group, G-Skill, any one of those partners, there's going to be standard kits that use XMP and kits that don't use XMP. And we've got a really cool technology that's called AEMP. And this will allow you to actually just through an easy option in the UEFI to even be able to take your kits and run them at a higher and faster frequency for even better performance. So even though you might not be aware of all the technical specifics when it comes to DDR5, you can go ahead and just jump into the UEFI, toggle this option on, and even be able to get more performance. And I think I've got a little shot here that I can show you what that actually looks like. Give me 1 second here. So you'll see this is our what's called UEFI BIOS environment. Really simple, easy option, but allow you to go ahead and take the performance even further just by toggling in this and being able to get more out of your memory.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Now, in a moment here, I'm going to move over to the Maximus series, but Roby, are you excited about maybe building something on a smaller form factor, maybe mini or micro?
Oh, of course. I mean, like, and you know, it's funny, you and I actually even got the chance to chat, like, so how much small form factor has even come forward and improved with cases like the NR200P Max and the SSUPD Meshalicious. So many things that have made that like just a much more viable, both from a cooling perspective, and then now knowing that you could use one of those cases to throw it into something like a NR200P Max and be able to get maximum performance given the efficiencies and stuff coming with 12th gen. And so yes, I'm very excited for an opportunity to get to use some of these builds. I'm super excited that you're sending both Anna and I every single one of these absolutely free that we can do all these builds with later
so
on.
Kind,
and
really.
stuff from that.
So kind.
And I super appreciate you showing all of these different boards that you've shown. In fact, we're using a lot of them here in the show today, and we're going to have to jump from that into these builds, JG. But I want to just say thank you, and that we appreciate the time that you've spent with us and allowing us to take a look at some of the things that Asus has to offer, their Q design, the AEMP. I know we didn't get a touch about the AIOC stuff that you guys are working on, but there's lots of other things, there's other media and stuff that people can be able to watch to check that out later. Am I right? Yeah.
Yep, for sure. You can make sure to check out, of course, all our social channels and also other channels from Intel to be able to see more in terms of what we got for Z690.
Perfect. Awesome.
Thank you so much, JJ. That was fantastic. I love watching not only talking about the tech, but pointing out the aesthetic, like pleasant things that they've put in there just to delight and surprise gamers and streamers. And these streamers are delighted and surprised today. We're looking at Lancelot and LiquidHaus over there working on their PC build. This is the one that demands to make its presence known.
We finally got it right. Like,
yes.
Like we got in there, it's like he had told it to us like how many times? 4 times?
He was sure of what that motto was going to be.
But I mean, I love, I think I just, you know, kudos to the production team who is just making this such an awesome way to view. Here we are, we're looking at top downs. We're looking at, he's got some PETG tubing there, looking like they're definitely getting ready to start some runs. You've got your fittings. Look at those beautiful custom cables that all match like just everything. I love the attention to detail that these modders spent to try and make these really special for the streamers in general.
These bottles over here on the left-hand side as well, I see colors on them that match the cables. What are those going to be for?
So those are all the coolants. So again, you know, the one thing that he wanted to do is like he's going to be running every single one of those radiators has 2 lines coming through, and so he's going to have 4, I think it's 3 or 4 different colors that all match the cables there. So you see some blues, some pinks, etc. And when the whole build is all done, and he talks about the element 0, it's almost like an RGB spectrum that's going to be kind of coming out from there. So all that stuff is basically used to cool the CPU and GPU and the RAM that he's got a custom block on, just to make sure it's nice and frosty and giving lots of room for overclocking.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing the streamers get more and more comfortable with really getting their hands in there and starting to help build the PC, and that's what I think is really cool. I think that for some of us, myself included, there's kind of a separation between here's the tool I use and here's the art I make. And the more you can kind of get your hands in there and be comfortable with the tools and building, I just think it makes you more confident all around in your art.
And it's like just both of these guys. I think this is such a great pairing. I'm watching, Liquid is just taking a ton of time like educating his audience, and I think this is such a great format because this is what the PC DIY modding community needed. I love the opportunity that Intel's given with the celebration of 12th gen to see people do things like this, right? Because a lot of times you'll just see these cases and you won't understand the amount of work and effort that goes into it, but now you're actually getting to watch a build live. And I mean, over the course of X amount of time, and each one of these guys had 2 weeks to basically plan, build, fabricate, test, make sure it all works, take it down, ship it, get it here, and then now build it with somebody who may have little to no experience to some experience for building a PC. It's actually pretty crazy. And you got $10,000 on the line at the same time. No pressure.
I was going to say for the streamers, that the prize, of course, is they get to take home these PC builds they're making, but I think also the opportunity to stand here and spend this much time with a pro PC modder who's going to help them observe them, supervise putting things in, because I think a lot of it is the fear, right? Of like, I'm going to do something wrong, I'm going to break something. I feel like to me that's part of the prize is that time they get to spend with them.
And I think it's also it's almost a I don't know, it's this air that PCs are very fragile, and you'd be surprised. Like, you saw how much pressure I did when I clicked in that RAM. Like, there's a lot that you'd have to do to really break a PC. And I think one of the things that's really good about watching a DIY community like this is that you get to see that, you know, you can be rough and still come out with something that's actually really incredible. And so now we're popping it over. We're leak testing.
Oh, look, something's bubbling.
Yeah, we're
leak testing. Is that a good sign?
That's what we're doing. Yeah, that's a good sign. So what they've done now is he's filled his loop. Basically, all of their tube runs are done. You know, a little bit different, and this is where we get to see the different modders come out in different ways. So here we are. Ron is essentially, he's already got most of his PC done, ready to go. And then where they're going to go is they're going to be working a lot more on the aesthetics. So we're going to see some custom painting. If you're tuning into the stream, you're going to see some of that prefab work, while the PC itself is already done. Which is crazy. So what he's doing right now is he's basically filling the reservoir to the top, and then he's going to run it for 20 to 30 minutes and just make sure that each one of, like, every place where it's got liquid running through, nothing's popping out. You'll see paper towels going in there, because water plus electricity still bad.
Yes.
We haven't figured that one out yet. But that's essentially what he's doing right now. And then you can just look at, he basically can look at just him basically Apryze, like, scanning over, watching this whole thing, and I'm sure his stream is fascinated by what is essentially happening right now.
This build is particularly the one that I would say is the most gaming themed. This is one that is actually visually going to emulate Apryze's favorite games and persona and brand. So I think it's fun as we're watching these come to fruition, the kind of different themes for each one. I would say that this one is the kind of like the hardcore gamer theme, if the one we saw last was like the light show theme, if you will.
With its presence being known
exactly.
in general. But yeah, now you can see him. He's actually, you know, Apryze is showing off some of the custom parts there and the modeling thing, which he's going to do some painting for. But if you look over at Ron, who's basically putting paper towels throughout the system, and those paper towels, like, he's just basically having in places so if there's any leak or anything, they can turn off the whole system and basically make sure that they fix wherever the issue is. Now, just so you know, the only thing that's getting power right now is just the reservoir and pump. So the actual rest of the PC is not on. When you do leak testing, all you're doing is running that res pump combo and making sure that it's pumping liquid through. So that way, if it was to get on one of the components, it's no loss. You're just basically, your PC is still going to work, and then they can just fix that, make sure it dries and all that sort of stuff. And like he said, this can usually be some people run these for 24 hours because, you know, as there's pressure in these tubes and components, like, things expand, and you still may have some potential leaks that form. But technology for these have come so far. Especially with these more recent fittings, that's become far less of an issue. And so it'll be cool at some point in time if we can get your hands in there and watch you do a little bit of.
Oh, I would love that.
Oh, I know you would. I mean, you jump right in.
Well, speaking of that, the next build that we're going to take a look at, we talked a little bit about how this would look so nice in my office, and I'm loving seeing all the white cabling in the frosted white case. And I think the thing is that it's going to change quite a bit when we see it actually come to life and the lights are inside. I think that we're really seeing more of, like, the screen on which the show will be projected, if you will.
I love Ben's attention to detail. I mean, like, it's funny because remember when we first were over there, the cables, they had just got finished hooking up all the PSU, and now he's actually got the custom plate. It's got the Modsbyben logo plus Intel. It's hard to see there on the screen, but everything is so intentional with his builds. And the thing is like, it's like what you're looking at right now kind of feels like a standard build, but when he starts adding those curved tubes, it's almost like it blossoms, right? And then, like you said, when you add the RGB and everything else to it, these are, I don't want to be a judge. Like, it was funny because a lot of people were like, hey, you know, are you getting a judge? I don't want to be a judge in this because it would be so hard to choose who did the best thing, because all of these are just stunning works of art. And that's the thing, is like, this is basically that art and tech marrying in such an incredible way.
Well, and we just saw, I think on the counter there are a few of those tubes that have already been bent. We saw that special tool was there for bending these nickel-plated tubes, which I learned about today, that can be so dangerous and so difficult that you need this special tool there. Yeah, you can see those. Yeah. They've successfully curved a couple of those tubes so far.
Yeah. And like I said, the thing is that there's a funny story as we get ready to transition to the last build, but he actually, NVIDIA didn't believe that he could do this. And actually flew out and he had to show them just to prove that this wasn't something where he's prefabbing. So a lot of talent there, and one of the few people who's doing stuff like this. So
it's very like artistic, artisanal. That's something that is a skilled craft, if you will.
Yeah, well, let's jump on over and we're gonna take a look at Tim and PCWerkz and what they're doing in there. Ooh, look at this. He's putting in fittings. That's what we're doing right now. We're putting in some fittings right now. Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, this is, and I'll tell you, like I think you were kind of hinting on this. Where they place the tubes is just as much of an art as anything else. Like it's all about visually getting this from where it was on their heads or on paper into design, and you're seeing him just little tweaks and stuff as he's getting that his tubes connected for his CPU block and building out his loops into his pump res combos down there at the bottom. And look at Five Up, he's just like, he's fascinated by what's
Five Up is getting his face right in there trying to watch and learn. I think that's so fun, these variety gamers who spend a lot of time learning new games. Watching them pick up something new like this is so fun as well.
And the thing is that this one is like, he talked about the big reveal. The thing about the in-win cases is that the in-win cases, you almost build almost the entire thing outside of the case, and then you take that and you set it inside, and then there's kind of the big reveal. So,
I think that's kind of cool because this one, if it has a theme, we've talked about it kind of being the sports car or the spaceship theme, and it kind of feels like they're building this amazing, gorgeous engine and then just dropping it in with the crane like you would an actual sports car, you know?
That's such a great illustration and a great way to think about that. Wait, hey, kudos to you right there.
I mean, the artist came up with it. I just identified it, you know? I really like that we're seeing the personalities of each of these come out. And it's been fun watching these streamers and how they relate to those personalities and how the personalities inspired the build and vice versa, you know?
Yeah, I think, and if you guys get a chance, I think it would definitely be worth checking out and popping in. If you're over on social, following over at Intel over on Twitter, there's links to all of these different streams, and you guys are going to get a different perspective than what you're getting here with the main show. So pop on in, check those out, because each one of these guys, you're seeing the personalities meld, but also both of, there's a lot of education coming from the likes of Liquid and Ron and Ben and Tim, just teaching you about what it would take to get to do something like this. And there's going to be more opportunities like this in the future, which you guys will hear some teasing about a little bit later, if you wanted to get into something like this as well, which is super rad.
We're going to take a moment to actually get to know Apryze and Blue Horse Studios a little bit deeper as well. So we'll be back in just a moment, but let's get to know them.
Yeah.
My name's Ron Lee Christensen from Portland, Oregon. I'm a PC modder, sculptor, artist. Been working in the video game industry for the past 15 years, creating quite a few different projects for the industry. It's been a really exciting venture for sure. Really enjoy actually having the creativity to be able to do the things that we want and the things that kind of make me happy as well, as just be able to do my own art and my own style. For the longest time I was looking for a different way to express myself, and I got into PC modding, I don't know, about 10-15 years ago, actually a little bit longer than that, and been working in the game industry ever since, creating some projects for all these awesome game titles that come up and stuff. Been stressful, you know, but you know, that's part of the reward as well. I wouldn't change it for anything. I really enjoy doing it. I really love the challenge of trying to create, you know, a really cool project in a short amount of time, and I wouldn't change it for anything in the world. You know, building a PC has always been a challenge, but now, you know, with, you know, the hardware integration, and now things are just they're more simpler now to actually build out a system, and you know, the community continues to grow. And you know, one of the great things about, the modding community is actually the community itself, because everybody's very helpful. Whether it's somebody wants to contact you about a certain paint effect or a paint process, or if I need to ask somebody about the best way to bend this tube or the hardware configuration, there's always those guys that are willing to help, and that's one thing that I really love about it. It's not just a community, it's a family. After 2 years of COVID, this I jumped at the challenge when Intel asked, and getting to meet Ben, Tim, John, and all the rest of the people that are coming in. I'm like, who wouldn't love to do this? This is going to be so awesome. I can't wait. Well, we had a brief call with Apryze, and got to talk with him a little bit about the game, the things, certain maps that he likes, certain weapons that he uses quite a bit. Got to talk with his team about the direction they would like to see the build go that would, that's for his taste. And they also wanted to give me, pretty much 100% creative freedom to create something that he wanted. They also knew that we were under a short deadline as well. So we kind of threw a couple ideas back and forth about what we could create within the couple-week time frame. He seemed to like the idea that we're going with, but I left a lot of the Easter eggs out, so we're going to reveal a lot of it here on the show. So I sent some of the prelim photos off to his team, and they seemed to like the project pretty well. So I can't wait for him to come in and see what we built for him. It's always great, to get the community together, like I was saying, and getting to meet these guys for the first time. We've, Facebook friends and Instagram friends, but you don't really often get to be in one room together all at the same time, and getting to see the artist behind the work is always a really nice thing. It's humbling as well, because you look up to these guys and their work, and then actually get to meet your heroes in person is always a wonderful thing.
So my name is Apryze, or Anthony. I just play Apex for fun, just make content, do whatever I can for fun, and just try not to be like a toxic. Just try to have a good time. How I first started was from my brother, who's actually here. Well, not here, but he came with me to come and hang out. I remember way back in the day, he used to play Contra, and I used to always wanted to play, but he always just wanted to play, so he would give me a controller that wasn't plugged in. So I would just sit there pretending like I'm playing, but I wasn't doing anything. And then I really got into, I think, COD 4, and that's kind of where I really became a gamer. And then Fortnite came out, and then Apex, and then ever since Apex, it's just, now I'm here. I remember I used to play a lot of COD, and then I kind of just got bored because it was just the same stuff. And then he'd always play on PC, and he'd always play some crazy games, some new game, and I'm over here just Call of Duty. And I remember he always told me the frames and all that, and how much better it is. So then I remember for my birthday, I think I got my own PC, and then ever since then I was just addicted. I built my real gaming PC, but it was a pain. I didn't like it. So then when I got my recent PC, I was I'm not doing this. So I just had somebody build it for me. So I kind of know where some things plug, the graphics card and RAM and all that. But if you ask me what is this wire, I don't know. I only talked to Ron, I think once. I got sent his Instagram and all his links, so I got to see the stuff he made. And then we just got on a call, and he's what's your favorite map? What's your favorite gun? What colors do you like? So I told him I if I had to pick a color, it would be the Pred badge, the highest ranked on there. And I told him it was the Wingman or the Kraber. And then after that, he just he's all right, I'm gonna do my thing. And then I just saw it for the first time when I was out there, and I saw some of it. He didn't want to show me all of it because he wants to surprise me, but it's insane. I'm no PC will ever, no matter what I get in the future, it cannot beat that. I'm a very antisocial, anxiety person, so starting stream for me was I was the scariest thing in the world. Even coming here, oh my God, I was so scared on the way here. But she kind of tricked me into streaming. So every time she got to school, she's oh, stream, I'll watch. And then it started where when she got to school, I'll just end it. And then it was oh, maybe I'll keep going, and then I'll keep streaming. And then I ended up getting #1 kills, all the game. And then I started getting into rank because I got bored of that. And then I got #1 Pred, and then I got bored of that. So I got into comp. I don't even remember how I met Wig. I think me and Wig just like needed one, and then we randomly teamed up, and then ever since then, me and Wig have just been best friends. And then he got Timmy, and then now me, Timmy, Wig just compete for fun. It was fun. It was an experience. I didn't like last minute too. It was like I got invited. It wasn't like a plan or anything. I just got asked to play, and I was like, okay, sure. I wasn't expecting to win or anything. I just did it for fun. My girlfriend told me to do it. It was a good time because all I do is play Apex. It's like, oh, this would be a good time to like play something else and just have a good time.
We're lurking. What are you doing?
I know what you're doing.
Yeah, we're cutting a pipe right now for the piece. We haven't measured out. This is my first time doing this.
Yeah, so make sure you're tightening it again.
Yep. Now it is. I'm gonna untighten it slightly.
I'm just watching this because this is I loved your commentaries. Like, look, I just don't want this to pop off and break it. Look at that.
We got it.
We have achieved so much. That was so rad.
Yes.
That's
cool.
so
That was
cool.
a good time to come join you.
Yeah.
Perfect time.
Look at you getting your hands in there. So is this something you've done multiple times, or the first time you did that?
This is the first time I've done something like this. So, you know what? It was successful. I'm pretty happy about that, to be honest. I'm ecstatic, so.
Yeah, and can you describe this tool in case someone can't tell from there what they're looking at?
So this is a pipe cutter, I believe. You can do it for other stuff, but pretty much what you do is you put the pipe in there, you line it up, you slowly screw this up, and then you twist it around it. And then slowly you add, like, I guess, a serrade to it, and eventually it cuts through the entire pipe once you keep tightening it and circling it around. Yeah.
All right, what's the pipe for? Where's it going?
The pipe is for the water cooling system itself. So I believe this pipe is going on this section.
Yes, so this will actually go into the out section of our pump here. And then this will fit in after we fit it in like that, so.
Now, is there anything else? There is other stuff that you have to do, because you're going to deburr it and all that sort of stuff.
Correct.
Still that hasn't happened.
Correct.
You're just showing us, but yeah, there's some additional preparation. How are we doing time-wise? Are we feeling some pressure? Is it feeling okay?
I think we're doing well.
Okay.
We're just about to actually bring the case over and drop the whole tray inside, and then once we do that, we're just tighten up some cables and
kind of just ramps up and keeps going there.
Yeah. How are you feeling? Are you feeling like you feeling good? Or?
I think so. I feel okay.
I have no reason to doubt that things are good.
See, I'm going in blind, so I'm just smiling and saying, "Yep, we're making progress." So.
I was curious. You said there's more to be done to this before you put it in. What are those more to do things? You said burr. What is burring?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So in the actually, I'll use this one here, but in the inside of the tube. Once you're taking the compression fitting, if we have one here, actually we don't have one here, I'm sorry, but the actual fitting will go inside of the compression fitting. You don't want these sharp edges to snag one of these rubber grommets, and then you have a leak, of course. So you're basically kind of just smoothing all that out, making sure it kind of has a nice concave to it, and then it kind of seats in it.
Cool.
Yeah, seals are all very, very important here, and so again, that's why when we're talking, and we'll pop over there a little bit later with the leak testing, but a lot of this is just to avoid when you get to that leak testing part for stuff, because again, water plus electronics does not equal good, but can be great for performance, which I think is going to be super rad.
Yes,
yeah,
definitely.
How many more tubes do we have to run? I mean, just looking at this, where are their tube runs?
So we have the GPU that'll go in here. We'll have 2 more hard tube runs that'll go into the GPU. Then we'll kind of have this concave of 4 cables, or 4 soft tube ZMTs, 2 coming from the CPU, 2 coming from the GPU, and running to the back of the case. And then we kind of have this waterfall of soft tube that runs into the back. So.
I'm super into the kind of fantasy of this one. We were talking about how, I mean, I really like cars, so I keep talking about how this is a gorgeous chromed out engine that you're dropping into the car. But also I'm thinking, you mentioned spaceship, like these could be Jeffries tubes or something. Like how are you feeling about this? Is there lore to it, or am I making it up?
I think you're kind of making it up a little bit, you know?
I am. It's what I do. But like, I mean, you said you wanted it to be industrial. Why did you choose that?
So we have multiple themes that we have on our channel, or the channel that I play on. So one of the characters that I have is sort of like a little scientist person in an industrial era. And
there's lore. That's the lore of it. Yeah.
So, that's more for the Minecraft side of stuff, and that's just the skin, and it seemed like it fit the aesthetic perfect. Plus, on top of that, you have the pink case itself, which fits well to the channel, and it's kind of what we went with.
I love that. I love that. The scientist will be inside there going tink 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 on the little.
Exactly.
See, Perfect.
Yeah,
Lore.
I don't think he made anything up. I think it was there all along. I think it's all part of the show. And I'm loving, like, the thing is that I'm loving the sounds. Like, a lot of times when you do shows like this, and you've done a lot of esports, etc., that it sounds very quiet. You might hear the people screaming and stuff, and they're playing the game. But here we're hearing like power tools and all that sort of stuff. It has that very shop feel, which I don't think you get to do on a live show like this. So I think it's great to see people using pipe cutters and deburrs, and we see drills, and we have parts literally everywhere. We make it look prettier than it actually is, but back here it's chaos in the best way.
Yes.
As stuff kind of goes in there.
Speaking of those power tools, we actually need to head over there. We heard one coming from over there. So back to your pipe cutting. Enjoy.
We'll see you guys later.
We'll see you in a bit.
Enjoy.
But we've got to go over here and check in with Rogue and Ben. I heard them using a very loud tool earlier. Hello. How's it going over here in shop class?
Good. It's going
in shop class.
Yeah.
Awesome.
What's this? We heard you using it earlier.
Yeah, this is some sort of tool that chamfers your edge.
Oh.
So when you actually cut it, it tends to be more sharp.
Right.
So the whole point is actually to soften the edge so we can stick it in.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Actually, do you have one that we can see it on real quick, like just even a light demo, or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, absolutely.
Is it going to be loud?
Well, can I do this real quick?
Yeah.
So I'm using a tube cutter to actually cut the tubes so I know what's the right size.
Right.
But that's what I'm doing now. So cutting this, I just need to turn it a little bit more. And then once it's cut.
The hands of experience here.
And there you go. Now you have a ring for your fan.
This is pretty loud,
okay.
But I'll go soft just for this one.
Okay.
But it's just like you just stick it in and kind of turn it. I wouldn't do it all the way. But
nice.
So what it's going to do is just chamfer the actual edge, so it tends to have a more smoother edge. So you can.
And that's important for the seal we were talking about, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
But these fittings, they actually have O-rings, and they're 2 O-rings in there, so just in case one gets snagged, you have a backup.
Oh,
so
cool.
You want to worry so much about leaks.
Yeah, as you put it, electricity
we did bend one,
plus.
but now we're bending another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to have him actually demonstrate how to bend the tube. So this is his first time, so I want to see.
Ooh, yay.
This is my
time now. This is a rare treat, guys, because again, you don't I think I was actually telling folks that you had to show NVIDIA that this was actually real, and so you guys are seeing something that very few people get to see. So here we go. He's getting the big tool.
Yeah, I get to screw it up live.
I'm so excited.
No, you have faith.
Okay, so just like that, or where you at?
So what he's doing is actually putting in a tube bender, and there's a notch on the far corner that will hold the tube in place. So while he actually puts resistance, it'll actually put the tube in its proper position. So just hold that side. So
right there.
I grab this.
So
it is, since it's plated, so it has some retention to it, so you can pick it up or whatever you need to do to.
Cool.
This is
bring it to a 90.
Cool.
90?
Yeah.
So satisfying.
Right there. That's good to go. Let it go, and be aware these are nickel-plated tubes, of which you're not supposed to do this. But I found a way to figure this technique out.
Wow. Well done.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah.
Applause.
You did not mess it up.
I know I didn't. I was focused. A little more than I should have been.
Okay, so let's ask you this.
If you can't see this tool, I just want to point out you were saying bring it to 90. It looks like there's markings on here that can tell you where to stop in order to get the perfect bend.
Yeah, exactly. It has notches for the degrees. It has a 45, a 90, and a 180. So
very cool.
Okay, so which was more intense? You actually bending that tube, or basically being, Final 10 in Apex?
Oh, Apex is easy. The tube is actually a little bit more difficult. It actually it's harder than you think it is. I thought it would be kind of but you got to use some strength.
Yeah, that's true. So would you say that was more enjoyable than playing Caustic?
Oh, absolutely. Caustic's horrible. Apparently, there's someone in here who likes Caustic, and I can't believe I'm this close to him. But
the shade already being thrown between the desks.
Oh yeah. We got to bring that stuff out too. So how's your audience enjoying the building and stuff like that?
Well, they seem to love it. I mean, if chat pipe up a little bit, but how do you guys like
you're
this?
Not following.
No, I'm not live on I'm not logged in. But if you guys like this, let us know in the chat real quick. I'm sure this is a really big experience for them, or a different one, because I'm usually just straight up playing Apex. I don't do variety stuff. So this is pretty cool.
It's a new change.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Speaking of change, we were hypothesizing that the look that we're getting now for this PC is going to change once it turns on and we have all the lights. Is there going to be a big transformation, or is it just going to be more of this look?
There's going to be purple.
Oh.
Yeah, the coolants can be purple, but I tend to be more minimal with RGB. But the only thing that's going to be RGB are the GPU block and the CPU block. But I think once we put the tubes in, it kind of gives it more of a different feel to it. So.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Well, we have to move on to the next desk, but we'll check in again very, very soon. Have fun. Well done with bending the pipe.
Yeah. There it is, just waiting for it. It just teases me every time I walk by it. It's not fair.
I mean, you could grab one, see what happens.
Yeah, I'd probably get tackled. Oh, here we are.
Hello.
Where are we at, guys? I see cables being run.
Yeah, so we got the system pretty much 90% installed. We got our leak test done, the liquid cooling's all in. I'd love to run this for a little bit longer. I think we have the time to do that. But we're going to get ready to do some of the cable management for the fans on the back, try to take care of the spaghetti wire and stuff, and then put the video card in and see if we can get it to post. And from there, we can get into, a lot of the fun things that I like to do, the aesthetic stuff, and like some of the paint work that I still want to do with this project, and let Apryze's hands get a little bit dirty with some paint and those kind of things. Yeah.
So, Apryze, did you get to put in any of the liquid into the reservoir? Did he let you do any of that stuff?
A little bit. I did like one little squeeze, and I was kind of like, all right, you can do the rest.
Yeah, I saw you even using kind of paper towels to protect there, and Roby was explaining to me, electricity plus wet equals bad, so that's why you put those in there?
Yeah, so we jumpered the power supply. So they make these really cool jumpers for the power supply that you attach to the end of the 24 pin, where you can allow the PC or parts of the PC to run without sending electricity through the main components. And it's the way that we get to prime the pumps and allow the coolant to run through the system without actually sending power through the unit. So we did that. We allowed it to leak test for about 5 minutes, and we don't have any leaks. Everything is really good.
Yeah, this is always a good sign when you actually have dry paper towels afterwards,
Yeah.
and so going from there. And
yeah, if these are like hot pink or blue, you got problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of problems.
So what color coolant are we using inside of this one? I guess, it's funny, we've talked a lot about the other folks and what they're doing. We heard purple, we've got like 50,000 colors over here. What about you guys?
We went with just a clear coolant. When the earlier conversations with Apryze, he told me his colors are black and white, and he likes a little bit of color. And so we kept it really simple for him. Later on, if he wanted to add a dye to that coolant, he can. Yeah. So that's not going to be an issue at all. You just need to open the top of the reservoir and just drop in a couple drops, and he'll have either red, blue, or whatever.
I think that's because his gameplay is pure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, very smooth.
Yeah,
it looks very scientific. Like I'm envisioning like a xenomorph floating in there. It looks like you could almost have some sort of creature being held captive. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. What are you? So it's funny because we have two Apex. You guys both play Apex, and you and Rogue. And then I was just curious, what's your whole stance on caustic?
I play caustic in comp, so in tournaments, whenever we play tournaments, they throw me on caustic. So I hate them, but I have to play.
And there it goes right there. And then all in all, I think it's funny because Anna, you were talking about transformation. This one will be, because again, this is just everything that they're going to start doing is it's getting built around this. So this is when a lot of people are using the components to kind of be a part of their visual. This one, the visuals all get added afterwards, and it will be a very different looking build than what you're kind of seeing here. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot more progress on the build side, just in the speed, because once they get to basically doing these other components. And I mean, I'm hoping your airbrush technique is on point, because you look at some of this detail here.
I'm scared to touch it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I had my sleeves up and I was holding it up because I'm just scared to touch everything. I don't want to break it.
You're not going to break it?
Yeah. We were just talking about, Roby was saying, there's this feeling that everything's so fragile. He's like, these are tough. They're not going to break. Is this one tough?
Yeah, you're always worried about, like handling it here, it's not a problem. It's usually like where you get the breakages is during shipping, and then we were fortunate that we didn't have any issues like shipping this down here. Everything arrived perfectly, thanks to FedEx for that. Huge thanks to FedEx for that. But yeah, no issues with anything. There's a couple scratches here and there, but nothing anybody would notice.
You're going to weather it anyway.
I feel like it adds.
Yeah,
Speaking
totally.
of shipping, we're going to go and ship on over to the southern part over there and see how things are going. But guys, good luck, and we'll see you guys here in a bit.
Sounds good.
All right, is the demand being made?
I don't even know if I can walk over here with all the demanding presence that needs to come over.
Wow.
How's it going, you guys?
What's going on? How's it
Yeah,
going,
we got a
John?
little further tubing.
Slowly taking shape, as you
We
can
got some
see
fans here.
Let's get this rotated over so you guys can see this.
Oh my gosh.
Slowly taking shape.
So, for somebody who doesn't know, you guys have added those fans, but those fans actually have a purpose. So, why don't you guys tell me a little bit about what you've added and what these things are? Yeah, right there, the flow indicator.
So these are EK's flow indicators. So this is just a little bit of a flashy way to say, hey, coolant's moving through the system.
Cool.
Don't worry, it's
Pumps are
okay.
running.
Yeah.
I enjoy them very much. They add a little bit of aspect to the build, but yeah, you're starting to see it kind of take shape and kind of flow with how the chassis itself flows.
Oh, and we also put these drains on here too that were actually pretty nice.
Yeah, so you got a drain system, lowest point of the system.
Wow.
And you know what, I will tell you, like I remember when my first water-cooled build, I did not put a drain system in, and you'll be amazed at how well. I mean, what it is it's basically holding a very heavy system, rotating it. There could be some blowing of air into it to get air to basically come out there.
That. Yeah. If you don't think it through, you're going to be having to shake the case around, and this is going to be around 105 pounds once it's finished.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so, I mean, you'd have to be pretty buff to be throwing that around and make sure it's all. So I wanted to make sure that the drain was at the lowest point possible.
Yeah, and I just wanted to let you know that because of the heaviness of your build, if your win also comes with a gold gym membership.
Yes, that would make sense. My stream has been making me do push-ups and squats in preparation.
We're gonna see if we can curl it
Yeah.
before it's all said.
I think I.
Yeah, you're getting
hundreds
Hey,
a lot.
hey, he's got the confidence right now, and we're just gonna ride with that.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe people can't see this as well as I can standing here. The detail, even the little connections are all this cool pink and blue, all the way down underneath, even things that you might not be able to see from the very front.
Through some of Cable Mod's awesome anodized washers in between their I/O bracket screws, their thumb screws, to add a little bit of extra flair to that.
And I think that's such an important part of like having a show like this, is that understanding the kind of customization, but also the tons of vendors who already exist to help support and make something like this so awesome, right? So
absolutely.
I think one of the things that we were talking about earlier, John, is that you like showcasing different companies as well, because a lot of times, like, you'll see a lot of these custom built ones where they're all fabricated in and of itself. While a lot of the things that you're going to see here, you could get off the shelf and do this. I think the only custom part that you have here for this case is just these support brackets.
Yeah, and it was really funny because all I did was hit it with a blowtorch and some pliers.
Oh, well,
and hit it with a DA sander and some rattle can. I mean, like, these are really, like, you only use tools that are can regularly be bought at Home Depot. I like to take my builds from a utilitarian approach. Anyone can do this, like, I'm not going to go and get a custom distro made for a very specific aspect of the build. I want to be able to connect with the audience and be like, hey, listen, man, you guys can do this too. Like, these are the exact parts that I use. You can go out and buy them. You can set them up the exact same way. And tons of people have asked me, hey, man, what did you use in that? I'm like, oh, I use that. Okay, awesome. Do you mind if I copy it a little bit? Like, no problem. That's awesome. If I inspired anyone at all, that means I'm doing something right.
And one thing that you have with the benefit of the water cooling you have is, so, like, for instance, this board comes with what's called AIOC, which is the Asus's intelligent overclocking tool. And what this does is you go and you do what you're doing for 30 minutes. It monitors the temperatures consistently for your entire system, and then from there it'll actually add an automatic overclock. We're talking like 95 to 96% of what some of these hardcore guys are going to go do, which means you're getting the maximum performance. And because you have a custom water-cooled loop, like for any game that you're going to, and you're a variety streamer, right? So you have a ton of different stuff that you're going to have to worry about that this is going to make it better.
Speaking of overclocking and performance, we actually have a video right now to learn a little bit more about that while we let you get back to work. So we'll see you in a bit and check this out. Thanks, guys.
My name is Dan Ragland, and I work here in the Intel Overclocking Lab. I get to lead a team of engineers and architects. Overclocking is the process of pushing your processor's frequencies beyond the in-spec frequencies. There are a broad range of overclockers out there. The easy answer is to just say gamers. But the truth is there are also content creators, the engineering and scientific community. We've even talked to folks that are designing cars and engines, and they want to run their simulations faster. So there's really a whole array of overclockers. Oh, there's a lot new with 12th gen. This is a major architectural update. We've got the efficient cores that are now part of the architecture. So we have overclocking for the efficient cores. We've got new DDR5 memory technology. And with that, we have the overclocking of DDR5 and also something new in the XMP world, extreme memory profile technology, XMP 3.0. We've got a new feature called Intel Dynamic Memory Boost. We've got a new B-clock feature, which we call internal synthetic B-clock. And that essentially will bring B-clock to additional price points and allow it to be available in more products. Oh, there's more we could talk about as we go along. With the 12th gen desktop processors, our thermomechanical engineers have identified an ideal stack up when it comes to the substrate, the die, the thermal interface material, all the way to the integrated heat spreader. They've decided that the best stack up is to thin the die further by 25% and also thin the solder interface material by 15%. In addition, they've increased the thickness of the IHS. All that gives us a better thermal solution, more overclockability. So the end user will realize a better thermal performance, which means their CPUs will run a bit cooler versus the previous generation solution, which will ultimately result in increased turbo residency and possibly higher overclock frequencies. DDR5 has a whole suite of overclocking changes. So we have latency controls that have changed. Some of the gears available now have been extended. And then with that, we brought extreme memory profile technology XMP 3.0 specifically for DDR5. We have a new memory feature called Dynamic Memory Boost, which is really like Memory Turbo. And then we've enhanced our extreme tuning utility, our XTU software, and then extending some of the XTU capabilities like Intel Speed Optimizer. And so if you have an i9K, you simply turn on Speed Optimizer and it will overclock your processor automatically. You just click one button and you've got your overclock. Overclockers are going to really appreciate the headroom brought by the new 12th gen architecture. There's three areas I'd highlight. The first one is E-core overclocking. So really E-cores have been untapped in terms of in-spec performance, so there's quite a bit of headroom to be had there. The next one is in the area of DDR5. We have demonstrated already 6,000 megatransfers, and that is just the starting point. So there'll be a lot more headroom there. And then thirdly, I would say the ring frequency overclocking, which is also where our cache is derived from that same ratio. Quite a bit of headroom to be had there as well. Base clock frequency, sometimes we call it B-clock for short, that is essentially that traditional input frequency. It's usually 100 megahertz, and you're affecting P-core, E-core, ring, graphics, memory, all those subsystems at once. And so a 1% increase in B-clock results in a 1% increase in frequency in those areas. Our engineers have resynthesized the complete set of overclocking tuning knobs that we've been familiar with in the past on 12th gen. So features like the AVX offset, which is probably one of the most commonly used features we have. If you can target your frequency for workloads that don't use AVX, you can actually set the offset, and that will allow you to gain 100 or 200 megahertz of frequency in your other instruction types like SSE. So we have the AVX offset knob, we've got the per core HT disable knob, so maybe you're tuning for a particular workload and you don't need all your hyperthreads on, you can customize those to exactly meet your needs. So we have that whole suite of legacy features. I might also share the kind of like extreme overclocker knobs. We have these advanced PLL trim knobs that let you tune the voltage going to each PLL that would say affect the cores. And by trimming these yourself, you can get higher frequencies. Well, we added a new one here for 12th gen. Let's just call it the OC mode for the PLL. And that will actually allow you to push even higher. And so sometimes you'll see even going above into the 7 gigahertz range by using that knob under liquid nitrogen. I'm really excited about the Extreme Tuning Utility version 7.5 that has support for 12th gen. You'll see new controls in there. So you'll see the E-core controls, both the ratio and the voltage, along with telemetry information, so you can monitor the temperatures and see what frequency each E-core is running at. Other XTU enhancements include support for DDR5, so we have all the latency values, the frequency, voltages, telemetry for DDR5. So with Intel Speed Optimizer, it's really a one-click overclocking tool, so you simply turn it on, and if you have an i9K, you will see your P-core frequency increase by 100 megahertz for all core active, and your E-cores will increase by 300 megahertz. So it's an automatic kind of overclocking feature that's added into XTU there. XMP 3.0 is really exciting because it's bringing new capabilities to overclockers. So in the past, you only had 2 profiles. Now you have 5 profiles. 3 of those are written by the vendor, and 2 of them are rewritable. So either the vendor can supply it or the user could even program their own profiles. The next thing is with DDR5, the voltage control scheme has changed dramatically. And now there are 3 voltage rails that are internally derived on the memory module with a PMIC, a power management IC, that standardizes these 3 voltage rails that are programmable. And we've extended that interface such that BIOS and software can now adjust those voltage rails. Also, we've created something with our profiles called descriptive profile names. So you don't have to just do XMP1, XMP2. You can actually call it gaming profile or low latency profile. It's really handy so you don't have to guess, hey, is this the one I want for gaming or is this the one I want for creation? You can just read the description and select it. Intel Dynamic Memory Boost technology is really exciting. Think of it as memory turbo. So in the past, when you'd overclock your memory, you would just pick an overclocked frequency, you would lock in that frequency, and you would run at that overclocked level forever, indefinitely. With 11th Gen, we created a feature called real-time memory frequency. And with that, you could select 2 points, your default point and an overclocked XMP point, and toggle between those 2 points only manually. Dynamic Memory Boost takes this to an all-new level by intelligently and automatically toggling between the 2 points completely autonomously based on the workload. Whether you're running your game, the frequency will go up, and when you're done and you're back to idle, the frequency drops back down. It all happens automatically behind the scenes, and the user really has nothing to do other than enable it. 12th Gen overclocking, put simply, opens up new opportunities to overclockers with potentially greater headroom. Intel has a long tradition of listening to their feedback, and it's very important to us. They want more control, more capability, at the same time, simplification where possible. And so with 12th Gen, we've really focused on just that. And it's all just to make the experience better for overclockers. I like overclocking because I like to break the rules. I like to push the product to its limits. Companies have to produce a product that is somewhat conservative because they want it to last a long time. They want it to meet all the specs for temperature, for climate. They want it to run in a hot environment. But for me in my home, I can relax some of those parameters a little bit and get more performance as a result.
Welcome back to the Intel Creator Challenge. We've been watching all of these custom modded PCs be built here in the build phase of this competition. We have 4 streamers here who have worked their way through a gaming competition to win these custom PCs that they get to take home. And now their teammates, who are the modders, are working toward a $10,000 prize if somebody is the best, if they get to win. So, Roby, I feel so inspired by this event. I love doing this kind of thing, just being immersed as somebody who doesn't know much about this, is learning so much, is seeing all of these PCs. For you as an expert, what are your impressions so far?
Well, I mean, my impressions are essentially like, I want to see more of these. And I think this is something that I think, in the last video, they were talking about how Intel is listening to its community more. And I think events like this is part of that as well, right? And showing that it's not just about the CPUs themselves, but also the communities that use them. And this is such a massive part of it. I mean, when you think about the eyeballs that drive like Instagram and stuff, these ridiculous builds that come out that people are just like, I want something like that. And these are the teams behind it. So for me, it's like, I'm giddy. Like, and you'll see that. Like, part of me just wants to get my hands dirty and start building. It's very rare that I get to do a show like this, and I'm not here building the PC as well. And though I don't do the modding at the level that these guys do, I mean, getting to do my own custom builds, like I feel for these guys because I can't imagine the pressure, like when we do these builds and there's our big reveal, but then to also have to do that live in front of literally tens of thousands of people, also knowing that money is on the line and that your brand and that you're representing such a big company who's celebrating an awesome new product is such a, it's just crazy when you really kind of put it all together.
Do you feel like they feel like they're under a lot of pressure?
Yeah, I've seen it like a little bit, right? And like, I won't call out names. You see some shaking and some nervousness and all that sort of stuff. But to be honest, they're handling like pros. I mean, honestly, they are handling like pros. But yeah, I think there's some pressure there. And I think some of that, I think we've been here for a number of days together. And some of that, I think the camaraderie, and I think that's the part that's probably been the most impressive is the community that exists with these modders already. And each of them have just been enjoying this time time together and celebrating each other. And they've been there, like, you know, some of us has helped them bench test, they've helped each other with parts. And so now I think there's even though there's that friendly competition, it is still a community and awesome stuff.
That's so interesting, because I didn't notice anyone being nervous. They all look like they're having such a great time, but it makes sense to me that there would be some underlying nervousness, because I suppose usually when you're making a build like this, nobody's watching you. There aren't all these lights and lasers around. You're making this in the comfort of a workshop or wherever you build. So I would imagine this is a much different environment.
Yeah, this is essentially tech, the Great British Baking Show. Like, they have a certain amount of time. They've done all their planning. They're doing their signature showcase right now, and like all in all, like, it's bread week, right? Like, you got, you know, I think I'm Paul Hollywood walking around as the, you know, whatever. But point being is that this is really cool. But again, these systems are coming out, and you're watching this stuff come together. And I mean, and here we are looking at, you know, Liquid's right now and his presence, and look at the number of runs that were like just the amount of tubing going into this. It's funny because we were like, man, are they going to get these done quick? But then you're starting to slowly, as they put this stuff through, and they still got to leak test and all that stuff too. So
they are going to get this bread, Roby.
They are going to get this bread. It's not going to be stodgy. It's going to, you know, like it's going to have a nice golden crust. It's not going to be overbaked. I watch too much Great British Baking Show. That's basically my point. But
I'm curious, because I haven't asked this as we've been standing over there, but this case looks very different from the other cases.
Yep.
What are we going to see with a finished case on this? Are there going to be solid sides on this, or is it going to be open like that?
It will be open just like that. And so I think it's great that just as you were talking about that, we were switching over to Ron specifically, because I think he's trying to use the case it's a vehicle for all of the other components, and the components are being showcased. Versus when we jump over here and we're looking at Ron and his build, the case is the whole thing, right? Like the components take a far less important part here. And so with Blue Horse, you know, in their build, he's going to start putting all these things in, and it's going to turn into something that looks completely different. So
it has that like secret fortress feel. Like everything's going to be closed inside this really cool prop, basically, that looks like Apryze's brand.
Yeah, and then I think it's essentially like he's built like this is the power supply inside of this giant thing, and like if this was a boss in a video game, you'd have to work your way through, and then on the inside, like you're essentially the final boss would be taking down the reservoir or something like that, so to speak. But it's actually a beautifully painted case, and I love the relationship. And even, like, I think you even hinted on this a little bit, watching these guys, Apryze and the other streamers get much more comfortable getting their hands in there and actually putting some stuff. And then we've now got that vertically mounted, tough gaming RTX 3080 right there. So the GPU, a very integral part of the build, is now in, and they're very close to actually having a completed PC. I mean, you could literally just boot this up, take this home, but it's nowhere near done because we got to make all the rest of it look good.
Got to make it pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they're going to do even some aging techniques and stuff, and those are lingo that I hear more when I'm talking to like cosplayer friends, prop maker friends, people who are making more material items for use in like conventions, plays, all that kind of stuff. So it's fun to see the other skills that come into play with PC building, because I think I didn't take the time to think about all of those other things that someone might need to be proficient at doing in order to make a PC like this.
And that's the thing, is like it can be very different. I mean, like again, we're shifting right here from Blue Horse over to Modsbyben, and in this case, like it's crazy to think about this, but actually Ben started as like a professional photographer.
Really?
And then from there, like he loved the art of taking pictures, and this became a vehicle for him to be able to push his photography art. And then it found something else that he loved. But again, with how he loves to take photos, you can see that coming through in his design for his cases, right? And like everything in terms of the sweeping lines, and even how the cables flow out of that box and into the different parts. It's all about having flow and very clean, but at the same time very minimalistic and very like chrome-esque in terms of the look.
This one almost reminds me in a way of like a modern house. I start to think about how part of the art of this is thinking, all right, I have all these components I need to put in. I've chosen the parts that I want. How can I put them together in a way that looks really cool, that makes a lot of sense, that keeps the form factor in something that a streamer can use in their office? And it just kind of reminds me of architecture. You know, there's so much going into this.
Was there anything that was surprising? Like, I mean, again, I'd love to look at it in the same perspective you had, because you don't know a ton about. I mean, you know a lot about PCs, and you've lived a lot in that world, but it's been very, you know, basically pre-built, etc. With some custom builds. But to come and see something like this, was there stuff that was surprising that you've seen now, or no? Or
I think that I am familiar with like the concepts, you know, water cooling and all of that. And I've seen, like you said, a pre-built PC and been like, wow, that looks very cool. But I have never seen it be put together. I've never even thought about that. Of course, you would need to do a leak test. You would need to make sure that nothing is going to get in the way of the PC actually working. And I think getting to see the way that they're machining some of these pieces, especially curving those metal tubes, I would have just assumed like, we use some sort of typical flexible piping that would go into any kind of machine. It didn't even occur to me that that could be a choice aesthetically or even performance-wise that you're making. So it seems so fun to me now to really get in there and watch these things be built.
And that's the thing is, like, you know, here we are, we're looking at PCWerkz and Tim and the team that they're working through there is like, each one of these starts as a vision. And I was talking to some of these guys at dinner the other day in terms of what their creative process is for coming up for a build like this. And some draw it, some CAD it. And then it's from translating that into actual components and work. And yeah, you're right. Like some of this, like even like, especially if you look at something like Blue Horse, which is all just custom model work and things like that. It's so different, but every one of them, like I said, I don't want to be a judge. I don't want to be a judge. I don't want to try and help choose the winner here, because these are all so incredible. And here we are, we got the big reveal. The plate is inside of the case now, so that Porsche pink is now completely visible.
It's gorgeous.
And now they're basically popping that in and getting it mounted to the actual case itself. And it now weighs 12 times what it did prior to that.
You know, we were talking about this earlier, but I think as far as my impressions, the other thing that has really struck me is that this PC for a streamer is the tool of their craft. You know, it's something that they're using every day in order to create their art. And as such, having the ability to put an artistic feel into it will not only kind of help them with their art, like maybe their PC becomes something that their audience can view and that's part of their brand, or maybe it's just something that it sits there and it reminds them like, hey, I have this artistic feeling, I can use it in order to create even better content. And it's not just about like, here is a tool I picked up out of a toolbox, it's here is the thing that I use, that is mine, that I have earned in order to create even better and better content. And I feel like it's hard to even describe that, but for somebody who may not be in content creation, they might be like, well, why does it matter if it's pretty? You know, but it does matter, and it adds to the artistry of streaming, which I think sometimes people don't think about.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I mean, I think at one point in time, I don't know if it was a discussion earlier on or whatever it was, but I mean, what a great way to elevate one's brand too, right? Like when you see this on on a stream, and I think there was a time, and it wasn't even that long ago, maybe two or 3 years ago, you know, a lot of people had gone to like those Elgato green screens, and they weren't about showing off their rooms. It was all about their personality. And now, you know, people like Ninja or you know, even Shroud, you know, Dr. Lupo, these people who like have these incredible systems in these rooms, these become like a branch of that, even that the artist or the streamer representing themselves in a way that's even outside, that my environment is just as cool and just as much of a representation as I am. And so I think that's really a very cool thing.
It's also, we were just talking, 5UP doesn't usually use a camera. So this is one of the opportunities that his community has gotten to even kind of see him do something in the flesh. And it's been kind of a fun meeting of the communities, getting to see 4 streams going on simultaneously as well as the one we're on. It's a unique pleasure, I think.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think the other thing too is like, it's also, as funny as this is, I mean, in my hand, like it's also somebody who does Mod Mondays, to have somebody paired with somebody who may not know, right? And then to have a build that you're going to kind of build and know that this person is going to take this thing that you've worked so hard on, but at the same time is going to stream and partner with this person to actually build it real time. It's been very cool. And honestly, like, you know, huge kudos to both the streamer and obviously the builders as well. Like, you're sitting here and you're looking at Lancelot and John here, Liquid, basically just great team, talking to each other, all that sort of stuff. Like, I mean, these guys could be Great British Baking Show. I mean, they may have a potential in terms of a partner or duo thing. Maybe doing some games or something a little bit later.
Yeah, I am curious because I know you don't want to be a judge.
Okay.
Neither do I. But if someone were like, all right, pick one of these, pick it up, take it home, put it in your office right now. Do you have one that's a clear feeling for you that you would like?
Oh man, that is a super, super tough question. Man, that would be, I have mine because all in all, part of it is just have to do with again, my brand, and I have a very, very clean aesthetic. In fact, my whole game room is all white and blue, which is, it sounds a lot like
very
yours
similar,
as well.
yeah.
So I think, as it's a toss-up between Liquids, because again, I love all of the custom things for his, and I've got a place that's in my room which would actually look really good with that, or potentially Ben's, just because Ben's goes with that. I do some blue liquiding and that Cortana blue sort of thing to make it look good, but. I don't know. I don't get me wrong. You wouldn't have to twist my arm too hard to take home either Tim's or PCWerkz or also Blue Horses, because Blue Horses is essentially it's a centerpiece. It's I don't even know when to plug anything in there. I know what it will look like when it's done, and it blows my mind the work that's coming out of there. And and I'm lucky enough to actually get to build in one of his cases on Saturday with the one that he did for Skyrim. So yeah, but that's such a hard question. I feel bad even having,
I know.
One's your favorite
I put you on the
kid?
spot. I did.
What about you?
It is such a tough question because the thing is, like you said, each of them has something that connects with me. Looking at this one right now that we're building for Apryze, specifically, I'm thinking about in the background of my stream right now, I have two props that I've used for Dungeons and Dragons shows that are a battle axe and a sword, and they're, they've got that aging going on and all the paint techniques. So I really connect with that idea of it being a cool fantasy prop. And then we've also talked about the Porsche Pink and how that looks like a really cool engine, and I like cars, so that would be cool. But I think because our aesthetics are very similar in our offices, I'm kind of looking at those two as well. The one that demands its presence be known, and Ben's very clean white. This one right here that we're looking at that has the white and chrome. Both of those would fit very well in my office. So that's a long-handed way of saying, yeah, it's really hard to pick any of them that I could just kind of shove in my pocket and run away with. Would be very nice.
And maybe folks don't know this, but both of us are also content creators. We both actually do this. So I think from our perspective, we're looking at things that would match with our brand, and I think that was something that was really cool of each of these PC creators, is to consider each of the people that they're building with, whether that's Rogue with Ben, or basically 5-Up with Tim, or Lancelot with Liquid, in terms of trying to make sure that their personality comes through, because they know this is going to be their craftsmanship. And so, for you as a content streamer, what do you want to have come across when people see you on screen and they see your room?
It's really interesting because each of these is such an art piece, right? Yeah. All of these PCs, but my current PC, I had built specifically just to be small. I wanted the form factor small, so it fit on my desk, because in the organization of how I do my content creation, having it readily accessible and something that could move up and down with a standing desk was really important to me. But if I was taking a PC like this home, I'm immediately thinking, how do I build something behind me where my PC is visible? Can I cable my room up so that it's something that is part of my background? Can I have it visible in the side of my camera? So in terms of what's important to me, obviously the performance and how I can use it comes first and foremost. How I can interact with it. Can I plug things in and out quickly like I need to? But with something like this, I almost think that the can I show it off factor is almost as important.
And I think one of the things is, you and I were chatting earlier, and you were talking about, hey, I've been being told that I need to do a PC stream, 2 PC stream setup. The one thing that's so great about what you're looking at here is now with 12th gen, and more specifically, even a little bit with the 11th gen, but with 12th gen, you actually don't really need a second PC anymore. These CPUs are more than powerful enough to handle encoding and gaming at the same time, even up to 4K. But most people are doing 1440p, etc. So 12th gen is enabling some of that stuff, so you can have a single centerpiece PC. Because I think a lot of times it's I have enough room for one, or not necessarily two. But the other thing too is, and even JJ was talking about this earlier, is with small form factor builds, which is something that you actually use, is using like these things, like whether that's a Cooler Master NR200P, or right behind us you've got the Height brand, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Those you can build just as powerful and still do the same custom mods, but not have it be some sort of large behemoth, 105 pound like we have with liquids, but still get that across and have something that's powerful and functions the way that you need to. And I think that's one of the things that we're seeing here with that celebration of Alder Lake in 12th gen here is having just like, it's like, hey, you can walk this and you can do your job just with this single PC. And 10 terabytes of memes if it needs to be.
I agree with that, and that's why I've actually stayed on a single PC setup so long, despite all that advice, because I'm very demanding of my PC. I'm like, you should be able to do this. This is your job. You should do it. And with a PC like the ones that are being built here, there would be no question.
No, there's actually, it's more like, hey, you need to calm down, there, buddy. You know what I mean? Whether they get, and I'm expecting, and I mean, if you're one of the folks who are following along, I am expecting, given some of the tools that are coming out from like companies like EVGA and Asus in terms of enabling overclocking, that you will see a little bit of that from these guys who are going to push it. So getting an opportunity to push the CPU to really do something that you may not have been comfortable with, and now with board partners who are making Z690 boards that make it really easy for folks to overclock. Because I mean, like, all in all, like if I came to you and I was like, hey, let's go, why don't you overclock your PC? That would be daunting.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You've been teaching me a lot about overclocking, actually, and that's a perfect segue because I wanted to talk to you about EVGA and overclocking.
Oh, yeah.
We have so much information to go over, and you mentioned the upcoming Z690 boards.
Yep.
What's important to know about those?
Well, I mean, the thing is like with the launch of any new CPU, you now have board partners like EVGA, who, traditionally you haven't had boards so close because of just how much work goes into making such incredible pieces of hardware. So with something like Z690, and especially a company like EVGA announcing boards, and not just one, but actually two, is actually a really big deal. The one thing that I love about EVGA specifically is they are really into pushing the overclocking community and those like prosumer or even just enthusiast overclockers or even just PC builders. And so they brought a brand back from the past, but with their new Z690 Dark boards, they really focused on overclocking. And I think what you guys will see here when we're actually sitting there streaming is you'll see that they've actually already partnered with Kingpin. The thing about the Z690 is it's definitely built for overclocking, but more specifically, and you and I were joking about this, and I'm hoping you get to see some of the video here, the LN2 overclocking specifically. So what they do is they pop it down, they then use that to put liquid nitrogen directly on the CPU, and they build these special housings around it. And these boards, specifically their dark boards, allow stuff like that to be much more feasible. And some of that can be just in terms of placement, but also things like trace lines on the motherboard. So they only actually have 2 DIMMs of RAM for DDR5, which means the trace lines are far less complicated, which means overclocking even your RAM. And that's where you start getting these world record breaking type experiences. And that's what they're trying to do here with their Z690 boards. And so it's got 21 power phases. We've got a 10-layer PCB, and then, like I said, probably a little bit later here, we're going to be showing you doing some stuff with overclocking. But what you're actually looking at here, which is also super cool, and I talked about this a little bit with Asus, but here is the overclocking robot stuff for EVGA. And what this allows you to do, and this is to make it more approachable for you, is you can basically stick your CPU in. What they're doing is they're actually going to test your cooling. So you're seeing their CPU temperature is going 62, 63, and you're actually watching your CPU frequency change on the fly. And so it runs for 10-15 minutes. It tests that your cooling capacity is good and what it can push to, and then they'll automatically overclock your CPU frequency. So you'll see that go up from to 5.1 or whatever, regardless here. But the best part about it is that once you're done, what used to be a problem is like you'd get finished overclocking and then you jump into your OS and you're like, oh, is it going to blue screen? And then you just have to play with it and you're hoping that everything's fine, and then you find a blue screen, you go back, you start tweaking some values. But what EVGA has done is they've actually allowed you to do your stress testing inside of your BIOS. So all you got to do is go into your BIOS. You got a one-stop shop. You can run you basically run your robot overclocking, and then from there you run your stress test, which you're seeing here, and then all it's going to do is just make sure that, hey, do I have stuff that's actually stable? And if it crashes, then you can modify it, and you're not having to leave and worry about maybe you're in the middle of a work stoppage or something that's like really critical from a video editing standpoint. If you're wanting to do overclocking for that, you can basically do that with no issue whatsoever. So really cool new feature that they'll have in their EVGA Dark. And then the last one is specifically their new Z690, the return of a classic. And this is their a term they haven't used in almost 5 years. And so again, we're used to seeing a single board, and that's their dark board. But now they're introducing what's called the EVGA Classified. And this one is more traditional, something that's a little bit of a departure from what you've typically seen with EVGA. I talked a little bit earlier about having 2 RAM DIMMs versus this one actually has 4. And you know, a lot of times with 4, you know, that's what, you know, you can get more. It's visually, it can be more aesthetic and stuff like that, but trace lines are a little bit more complicated. It's not to say that overclocking is not a critical component of this, but at the same time, it's a little bit more just enthusiast and more for folks like what we're seeing here, where you really want to have like a lot, you know, I want to have 4 RGB, I want to have whatever, and you have that opportunity here. It also has 10 power phases, and then of course it supports both of these. And the thing that is so important is that with the new 1700 socket that comes with the new version of the CPU, they do support legacy coolers, and that means that if you were to have like a Corsair or even one of their EVGA CLC 360 AIOs or 240, you can use that on a Z690 board and not have to worry about having to get new bracketry or anything like that. They've actually got everything good to go there. So lots to do there. But the best part about it is obviously just the overclocking is becoming something that can be much more mainstay.
I wanted to ask you a little bit, because we've talked about DDR5 quite a bit today, but can we drill down on that a little bit? Talk about kind of the evolution of DDR5, why it's so important in the context of what you were just talking about?
So I mean, it's interesting. DDR4 has been a platform that has been around for a very long time, and I think one of the things that's been so cool about DDR4, I mean now more than anything, is that people just really fundamentally kind of get it. Like, it's in its box, we know what it is, and we've seen numbers, you know, 4,400, 5,000 that, you know, people have been, you know, felt comfortable with, and we've been able to hit. With DDR5, we're talking about numbers that can be, you know, are starting at 4,200 and go up to 5,200, can go up to, you know, 6,000, maybe even 7,000. So it's the cap's been kind of, the cap's been kind of ripped off from the Band-Aid. The other thing that's also really cool is that they've taken what used to be the voltage regulators, used to be on the motherboard. So like when you looked at like a Z590 motherboard or anything older, those motherboards were responsible for basically handling all that voltage regulation. So it made overclocking actually a little bit harder. And then you had to use profiles, etc. With DDR5, they've taken that stuff and they've actually put it directly onto the chips themselves. And now people can make custom profiles themselves. I mean, people like Asus actually are making what are called their Asus memory profiles, which allows people to basically use their stuff, and they'll go and do the testing for you, and then you can just go in there and find those RAM things. Like, even though you have a 4200 kit, you might be getting 6,000, 7,000 and stuff like that. So I think and then the last part of it that's also critical and it's worth mentioning is obviously the efficiency. These are a lot more efficient. So in terms of what their power draw is, and even all in all, like whether that's 2, 4, etc., how fast you can basically get data in and out is just going to make such a massive difference, both just from a game performance standpoint, but more specifically from things like high I/O or throughput tasks. So it's going to be a game changer. It's going to be crazy, and it's going to be nuts to see what kind of frequencies, etc., people are going to get when they really start to push this stuff, and you know what kind of custom profiles we're going to start seeing for these memory kits as we start to see this saturate within the industry.
Cool. Thank you so much for the education. I'm having so much fun today. Thank you for telling us about EVGA. Now we're going to take a brief break. We're going to learn a little bit more about Rogue and Ben and what they're up to in their history. Let's check it out.
My name is Ben. I go by Modsbyben. I'm from actually Dallas, Texas, and I am a PC modder / designer. I always wanted to be actually an industrial designer. When the pandemic started, my job stopped. So I was like, why not just go back to school? But I talked to some of the instructors and they told me I actually need to run a PC, and I didn't have no PC at all. So I decided to do research, and I actually got into a group called PPCS, and they do modding and custom builds. So that's how I got in. My journey's been pretty fast growing. I've been doing it for now 2 years. The amount of projects I've done, it's been pretty overwhelming. My favorite mods, it's always the ones where the client allows me to do what I do, basically my type of style. One of my favorite is by Henry Golden. He actually reached out to me and he said he wanted a more industrial machine. He just wanted a machine that kind of looks like some sort of art piece, but that's one of my favorite builds. Most of my challenge, it tends to be more the techniques. Sometimes I create a design and it becomes more complicated when it comes to manufacturing the actual part. You know, from either cutting or designing or prototyping, that's where most of the challenges come. I don't know, I always love community, you know, because when I got into this, it was about community. And that's what kind of keeps me. Yeah, well, with the guys, especially with Tim and John, actually with Tim, I've been talking to him for a while now. You know, even as I'm growing relationships with these guys, it kind of helps. Just talk every day and just talk shop. You know. When I actually spoke to Rogue, he actually was excited because he saw my work. He's like, I just love everything you do. It kind of put me at ease, you know, because I know whatever I create, he's gonna actually love what I do. I'm more of a self-taught person, so I love to learn on my own, basically getting my hands dirty on CNC or even laser work. So a lot of my custom designs becomes more personal to me. I just love to create something that actually what I imagine, and I just try to do it on my own.
My name is Rogue. I play Apex. I'm a part of NRG. I stream on Twitch pretty much, and I like FPS games. Mostly it's what I do. I grew into gaming, I don't even really know. I just played Call of Duty like when I was younger. I guess in school, kids would always talk about Call of Duty and stuff, and that's kind of like how I started. I kind of transitioned into like tournaments in Call of Duty instead of just casual, and I like became a team owner or whatever of like an esports org, and then I moved on to like actually playing like when Battle Royales first came out, and those are like the main games I play now. I got into Apex because of I played Blackout before that. Blackout was like, you know, Warzone. Blackout was before Warzone, and that was Call of Duty's like first Battle Royale game. And I was playing that on PC, but it died. It didn't really have like a big community. And then I was on Team Liquid when that game was out. Like we were playing competitively in the kill race tournaments, kind of like what Warzone does now. When they got the call that Apex was becoming a game, we got to play it a little bit early and like literally started right on day one with Team Liquid. And like that's literally how we got into Apex, was just we knew beforehand and started grinding it. The Intel Creator Challenge was like, it was really interesting. Like the first day was like Apex, and everybody, like I'm playing against like other teams like within the first day that are like other pro players. You know, we have to battle these guys in a kill race, and I used to love kill race. Like when Apex first started, and it was before like they made custom lobbies and stuff. Apex was about kill races, so I was enough to carry the team through that. Day two, I don't play other games. Like I play Apex only right now, and I don't play those fun like party games. I like almost got smoked. The first round of Pummel Party, like everybody focused me thinking I was the one who knew how to play the game, but I muted my mic and I just focused on the game, and I just came back and won, and then 3-0'd the tiebreaker. I've never built a PC before in my life. I just recently became sponsored by like a company named Artisan, and they like build it for me and then they send it to me or whatever, and I get to choose like parts and stuff like that. No, I really have no experience in building a PC, so this is about to be eventful. Might shock the computer or, you know, drop something. I figured out who my modder was, they told me. I looked at some of his stuff, and he's like, you know, pretty industrial design type thing. Like he likes tubes and like, they're just like abstract. This computer is gonna be for my girlfriend in the first place. It's not even for me. And her office is pretty aesthetic. Like she has like crystals and, you know, I don't even know that, you know, that big purple crystal that's like half cut open and it looks like a cave inside. She has like tons of stuff like that, and like white in her room and like white desk. So it'll look good in there because the case is like designed to be for that room. Just put like little crystals inside.
Welcome back to Intel Creator Challenge. Here we are. We're hanging out with our friends. What are you guys up to?
Well, we're just running some tubing right now.
The desk looks very clean right now.
Yeah, we're running out of parts to install. You know, we've got a lot of the loop installed. We've got a few more runs to run or install, and then we got the power supply, the EVGA power supply. We've got the cable mod cables to install. We've got a little bit of cable management. I got to handle some RGB cables in the back, but other than that, we're looking pretty good.
What are you thinking time-wise? Like, how are you feeling? Like, if you were going to make a guesstimate on how much time you have left? I mean, I think of this like this. Sorry, this is I'm having a little Great British Baking Show fantasy. Where it's like, you know, bakers, you have 1 hour left. You know what I mean?
And they're like staring in the oven.
Like staring in the oven, and so like here you guys are. It's like, you know, that music's starting to hype up a little bit. But what about where are we at?
Honestly, I think we're cruising at a pretty good speed. He's doing a lot of the heavy lifting at this point. And
nice.
It all started making sense, you know?
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's kind of the point of this. I want to be able to show our viewers that anyone can just pick this up and just get into it if they actually apply themselves, you know?
Yeah.
Sure, it may be helpful to have a guiding hand help them, but, you know, after watching some videos on YouTube or reading some forums, anyone can do this, you know? And I'm having a great time watching him and guiding him, teaching him the ins and outs of water cooling, an insanely complicated system.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I try to prep it as much as I could, but I still wanted him to do plenty of the work, you know? And if we were to do a mad dash, if that guy had to come in and be like, hey, 1 hour, if we were to do a mad dash, stop talking, get it all done, we can do it in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So I mean, you're in a good spot right now. You feel like confident in terms of finishing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, we're looking really good. Feeling really confident.
Lancelot,
Quick fingers.
yeah, how confident do you feel like if you had no more mentorship? Could you build a PC at this point, you think?
I think I could probably figure it out. The last little bit of the water cooling, he described how the system should work for me. Figuring out which part goes where and stuff might take me a little bit longer if I didn't have somebody, but I think I could get from here eventually to a running PC with no more help, potentially. Just gonna take a lot longer without someone here.
Yeah.
We were talking about how that's almost part of the prize here is getting to spend this time with a professional modder who's teaching you, guiding you, looking over your shoulder. I feel like that's a really cool experience. Has it been for you?
Yeah, I think a lot of things about this experience have kind of been the reward in and of themselves. I do get to go home with an awesome computer, but being able to meet everyone, be part of the big production and stuff, and then work with professional PC modders.
Say that you build it, you know? Like,
yeah,
you
like,
did that, you know? How cool is that?
Built that.
Yeah.
Little help. You know?
Yeah.
That's a
little asterisk at the bottom. You know?
I can totally understand why you'd be a little tricked out, because I mean, installing pre-bends, you know, we've got a really abstract looking. It's like it would be difficult to come out and be like, okay, I didn't do this, but I have to apply it myself. I can understand the trickery in
that
figuring
fits
that
somewhere
out.
on there.
Yeah.
But I think the best part about it though is like by you doing as much as you have, there's maintenance and stuff that's a big part of this. And so should something go wrong, I mean, the thing is with you having been so hands-on, you can actually go through and you can actually do a lot of the maintenance that you need to. He told you where the drain pipe is, all that sort of stuff. So as you basically go through this, should you need to upgrade, when heaven forbid 13th gen or whatever it is, right?
Forbid,
then we get there. But point being is that you have a lot of the core knowledge that you need. That should this be something that this can be a project that's like almost like a platform for you to do things with later. Whether that's maybe you decide today pink and purple are not my colors. I want to, I'm a blue and white guy or whatever, or like all black or whatever. Like changing all those colors out, and the build transforms with you, which is the thing that's super cool. So I don't know. I think this is a super cool thing that you got to build as much as it is, and I think it's awesome that John's basically telling me that you have you've started doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and LiquidHaus has been able to impart so much of that knowledge into your head too. So I'm ready for your PC building show coming up.
Oh yeah, that'll be a new segment every week.
Well, let's start it
Mod
up, man. Let's do it. Yeah.
I'm
We'll
so
do like a Mod
curious
Tuesdays.
because usually you're streaming gaming.
Sure,
Are there
yeah.
any crossovers between some of the games you play and some of the learnings you've had here? I'm thinking like Roblox, the crafting, building,
So-
I don't know, something.
Yeah, all games have a certain amount of crossover with real life, right? With like hand-eye coordination and stuff like that. But I haven't played anything such as like PC building simulator.
Is there really
Nothing
a PC building
There is a
simulator?
PC building
I want to play
simulator.
that.
Yeah,
Let's
you
learn.
can it's like
That's
this
awesome.
simulated. I haven't done anything quite that direct, but yeah, a lot of 3D modeling, space management, stuff like that. Like even Tetris kind of fits in
Yeah.
in
Absolutely.
some way with managing pieces and seeing how they could fit together,
Yeah. For me, it's Rocket League.
Yeah.
Playing a game
Really?
in a three-dimensional space. This is mainly all geometry, especially with the tube runs. It's like, okay, I got to figure out this has got to meet here and here. What can I do to make it look cool, but also achieve that same destination?
Yeah.
And the same thing with Rocket League. Oh, I got to hit the ball. Should I flip reset?
Yeah.
Should I dribble the ball? It's up to you. And
Go
you're
up
in a
the wall.
three-dimensional space, So I make that connection a lot as well.
It does. Rocket League does demand that you kind of think in more dimensions than most
Absolutely.
games. So that makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense to me that it would kind of expand some of
Yeah.
those synapses, if you will.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
It's great fun.
Yeah. Well, tell us a little bit more about your stream, because if people are watching our stream, they haven't been watching your stream
Sure.
yet. If people want to tune into you, what will they find on your channel?
I have a family-friendly, all-charity, wholesome environment for my stream. I want anybody to be able to tune in and feel like they're in a safe, comfortable environment. You don't have to like censor it at work or wherever you're at. And I just play a variety of games, and I try and apply a lot of the things that we learn in games to everyday life, and try and make sure that we all have fun at the same time, while also being there as a supportive community, And then all the money that we manage to raise, I try and enable my viewers kind of like through their Twitch Primes and stuff like that. I donate 100% of the proceeds, including the cut that Twitch takes, right? So a little bonus on my end to make sure that we can all donate to these different charities and pick charities every month and stuff like that.
Oh, that's super cool. That is
Yeah.
super cool.
Really awesome.
You mentioned the things that you learn in games and talking about how we can translate them to real life. We were just talking a little bit about that with Rocket League. What are some examples of that? If someone's like, well, games are just fantasy, they're not real life.
Right.
What do you bring into real life?
Well, there's a lot of things that you bring in your life. Well, first we were talking like hand-eye coordination and those types of things, but obviously there's storytelling in video games, right? And not only do those storytelling, like they tell a story that you can absorb, it's usually something that can apply to your real life, whether it be like loss of someone that you care about, whether it be like mental illness, whether it be betrayal, all kinds of things, and they all apply to each one of us differently. And kind of like talking with your chat about the things that this makes you feel these emotions, and feeling that way is okay. Like it's a good thing to play a game and feel really sad because something bad or something sad happened. I did a hardcore Minecraft run, and we just had gotten the best pickaxe I could get with efficiency and stuff like that, and then I died and the world was gone. And that loss made every moment a little bit sweeter. I could look back with some nostalgia at all the experiences we had and be like, I'm almost crying, but like, it's okay. It's okay. It's all gone now.
All the hard work's gone.
Yeah, so I feel like it just really translates emotionally and mentally to us too,
And I think you bring up a really great point with like games like Hellblade, Setsuna, and all those ones, which are actually tackling very actually mental illness as a thing that goes from there. So I think games become a real application in and of themselves, and that's not the only one. There's a bunch of them that become that stuff. And so I think it's a great thing as a variety streamer for you to get to showcase so many different games and stuff like that, versus a lot of times where and that's something that people get to see when they tune into your show.
Yeah.
I can't help it. I'm a lore junkie. We've been talking a lot about this. And you're talking about things you can bring from games, and a lot of that has to do with story or metaphor. We already know that there's a little bit of lore about this PC. It will demand that its presence be known.
Yeah.
What will you take from this experience into real life? What would you want your viewers to think about from that?
Honestly, one of the biggest things was that this was one of my first events, one of my first working with anyone outside of my own stream. I've been very self-centered with my stream, haven't partnered with anybody for anything yet, and it just really goes to show that no matter what you're into, right, there's people who are also into it, are willing to share experiences and stuff like that, and basically the sky's the limit with any random little thing that you want to get into. PC, as I told him earlier, PC building felt like it was kind of like the means to an end for me, and I feel like for a lot of people initially, but then it kind of turned into this can be the end. You can be a PC builder and this be your medium, just like what LiquidHaus and lots of other people have done. And it can also be, part of the means and the end. I've always said that the journey is just as important or more important than the destination, right?
Absolutely.
So it's really good to be able to I don't know, kind of see that in practice in a physical thing. This has been a great fun experience to learn something new.
Is the story of your PC being told? Do you feel like it's understood?
Oh, absolutely. And that's honestly what I wanted from this. I wanted to impart what I know to someone else who's willing to absorb that information and actually apply it in real time and create something really cool as we're doing it, There's not many opportunities where I can sit down with someone who's willing to you know what, yes, let's do this. But this is a great opportunity, and I'm just very appreciative of the fact that he's willing to, yes, let's dive into it, let's get into it, I want to figure this out and be a part of it, Don't just stand there and, okay, that's cool, but actually be a part,
Yeah.
And that's all the happiness in the world for me,
That's wonderful.
That's awesome.
Well,
Yeah.
We've got to let you guys get back to it. We've taken up tons of your time.
No
We're going to head
problem,
over
no
to the
worries.
next desk, but good luck. This
Looks
is
like
looking
it's starting to get
fantastic.
really close. Yeah.
It's getting close.
Thanks,
you guys.
All right, we're going over to visit with
got
our
lights.
friends over here. Are we?
Lights now.
We're putting on cases.
Yeah, we're putting on panels and showing the stream a little bit more of the project, kind of allowing them to lick their fingers a little bit. And, yeah, this is where it gets exciting and starts to come together, where we start adding the panels and all the aesthetic pieces.
Yeah, and you mentioned that there's still some painting to be done. Is that coming up?
Yeah, once we get everything booted up and it's running, then we can step back and do some of the paint work, and we'll do some weathering. We'll do some rust weathering around here. I'll show Anthony how to do those techniques and how to apply those techniques to the case, and yeah, we'll just play up some of those things too.
So I see it looks like you have a secondary power supply here for some of your RGB and stuff like that. You want to talk a little bit about the base and what you've got? Because a lot of people, for those of you watching the mainstream, haven't seen this at all.
Yeah, so the base was entirely scratch built, and so I have just some 12-volt LED strip running through the case. These little wires here that are on the sides actually carry the voltage or the wires through each one of these little areas. So yeah, it's just 12-volt LED. We scratch built this. It's built out of polystyrene, acrylic, some 3D printed parts. There's half-inch base of solid acrylic here. We had some custom feet that we were going to try to put some lights into. We just kind of ran out of time, but yeah, so it's this is kind of taken from inspiration from one of the maps in the game, one of the buildings in the maps in the game, and so yeah, it's we're trying to stick with it, the color themes that he requested as well. So.
We also have now, you can see for the first time, we have your name, Apryze, on the side engraved. So it's really yours. How does that feel?
I don't even know. I'm scared to play on this. I feel like I need to hang this up.
Yeah, we were talking about it as art.
I don't even know where I'm putting this. This thing's heavy.
Yeah?
It's heavy. So I don't even know.
It's about 65 pounds. So.
Yeah, I mean, the other one over there is what, 105?
Yeah.
You're fine.
Yeah. You don't have to. Yours didn't come with a free gym membership, unfortunately, but that was only if it broke the 100-pound mark. But all in all, that's the thing is I think you're kind of hitting on the same point. Is now you're seeing you're having a PC that used to be just oh yeah, it's got some lights. This is a work of art, and now you have to find a way to essentially display it. Any thoughts or ideas in terms of what you're going to do yet?
Nope. I don't even know I'm gonna bring this to my room.
I'm sure there'll be people.
Well,
to help
luckily
you with
it
that
comes
role.
in parts, so you can the base is not connected to the chassis.
Oh,
so
that's
yeah,
nice.
it's they're all separate pieces. So.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
That's another. I mean, I keep comparing this to cosplay because that's like kind of the only way that I know how to deal with props and things. But that's another really important part of cosplay is how do I take this apart to move it and all that. And so having this be separate is such a great idea.
Yeah, so, you know, you gotta. I mean, the thing about it, so you can build these really cool projects, but you also got to make them functional. You know? And so that's a huge part of what we try to incorporate into the project is that even though it is, you know, like a fully modded PC, it has to be functional. It has to be something that you can use every day, and that's going to hold up and withstand the wear and tear.
All right. Well, I know you guys still have lots to do. We don't have tons of time left, so we'll leave you be. But good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're heading back over here. I see some purple starting to happen in this all-white
is it?
chrome and
my
white
gosh.
PC. Look at
look at that. Are we filling a loop?
We are.
Wow,
Tell us
that
about
looks
it.
crazy.
Tell us what you're doing here.
Well, we're just filling it right now. And then we turn on the PC a little bit and it drains and gets through the entire machine and then just kind of like redo the process a few times. And that's what we're doing at the moment.
I had no idea that we were going to see like a reservoir in the front here of the purple. That looks
like
so cool.
Yeah, this is what it's called a distribution block. The reason it calls it distribution because it's basically that's what it's doing. So it's going to actually. It's actually going to be, once it's all fully filled, it's going to go back up, and then it's going to come back down and then into the actual parts.
Wow.
This should look pretty awesome.
But so far, and then once you get finished filling it, the next stop is just to run it for a while, make sure no leak testing, all that sort of stuff is still the plan.
Yes, that's still the plan.
And then what else do you guys have left to do? It looks like it's really close. You guys are like, you're basically, then you get to start, you're going to just load up some Apex and start playing?
Yeah, load up some Apex. I'll just steal one of the monitors from the million here.
Yeah.
And I'll just start playing right off the bat, yeah.
Going from there. Well, what do you think of the process so far?
Like just of the building in general? I mean, this is like a different type of build, obviously, than like what normal people probably would want to do even. But I mean, this is pretty cool. I mean, the tubing is like super complex because, you got to like line it up, get angles, and maybe try to flip the pipe around and do, it's just a bunch of different type of geography. Or not, is it geography?
Geometry.
Geometry, yeah. That's the one.
I mean, both. Location of
both
places.
Location of the pipes and the pipe angle, yeah. Literally.
Well, I'm curious because this is probably a huge departure for your stream of what they would normally watch. Just in case somebody's watching our main stream that they've never tuned into your stream before, let's take a second, talk about what your stream is like.
Well, I just pretty much play Apex, which is like a BR game. I focus on like ranked and competitive stuff in that game, like instead of just like pubs and video creation. So I kind of like do a lot of long hours and just try to play with people that I'm like pretty comfortable with and try to do well pretty much the entire time. And that's like my stream, and that's what it's about usually.
I have to tell you, the challenge week that we watched Rogan, it came down to a matter of 1 point in an Apex
literally.
kill race. It was one of the most exciting things I've ever casted, esports or not. It was so fun. What was going through your mind in that competition?
Well, I had PvP on my team, and that's a little bit of a mission because me and him don't really mesh that well when it comes down to things like that. So, like doing kill races is like super. I don't even know. It's super tough sometimes because like you have to kind of like be in the right spot at the right time because there's like 60 people in a game. You're only 3 people, and you have to. If other people are fighting, then you're missing out on all that type of stuff. So, PvP wants to do one thing, I want to do another thing, and then it makes it even more frustrating because like it's super close.
Yeah.
And so like it gets a little crazy, and then there's obviously moments where either me or him might die in the game.
Yeah.
And then you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
You got to really clutch up in that time. But yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it seemed like you guys kind of ramped up as you went. So maybe it was like you figured out the communication.
We were like talking about like a strategy before the tournament started, like of what characters to use, because different ones could maybe help with finding other players on the map. But yeah, we kind of like in the middle of it, we switched our plan and just played together instead of like kind of separating like how we originally wanted to do, and we kind of came back a little bit, but. It was a little scary.
I mean, you got here.
Yeah,
and now,
got here, yeah.
Speaking of good teams, you guys seem to be working really well together. What's been the most fun part of doing this together? We talked a little bit about how this experience is kind of part of the prize, honestly.
I mean, just hanging out with Ben. He's a cool guy. You know, it's we have a lot to talk about, and we kind of like the same things. And my chat always is asking him like tons of questions, and that's pretty interesting for them because a lot of them actually like computer stuff and they didn't really know how it worked, and Ben's kind of like helped them along. So I think like just that experience is pretty good. And
Great.
the LA experience, of course.
Yeah.
The LA
That's
experience,
fun.
yeah. You've just had, this has just been
We just had a Peruvian dinner last night or whatever with, I don't even know what, I was eating out of a coconut or something yesterday.
All right, I'm getting too hungry,
Yeah.
so we're going to have to move on. Thank you, guys. Enjoy filling that purple in there. I'm really
Yep.
looking forward to seeing that. And
So
we're going to
close,
head
guys,
over
so
here.
close.
How's it going, 5 Up?
Seems like it's going good. We're making a lot of progress. You can see inside of it. It's looking fancy.
Ooh, it's so shiny in there.
And you got it in. It's like we actually got to see it just as you guys were. We were watching it from the desk and actually got to see you put it inside. So
Yeah.
now it's all like the final parts. So
Yeah.
we're down to the wire. You
Down
know,
to
you
the
guys
wire.
this is your signature showcase. What are we? How are we doing time wise? How you guys feeling?
A little bit of a crunch. I guess I felt like I had more time than I did.
Okay.
But I think we'll get through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're here to distract you and take away precious seconds, but I'll focus on you, 5 Up.
Okay.
We've been asking a lot of the other streamers, if somebody is watching our stream here and they've never tuned into yours before, tell them a little bit about what your stream is like if they want to tune in.
All right, so for what we do on our stream is it's fairly community focused where we have a bunch of friends that we all play together, and one of us has organized something or another, but we generally all play together and do somewhat party games, but we play it in a very competitive style, but still joke around with each other. That's the main focus that we do. But when we don't do that, I branch off into more a single player variety where I will take on these games such as like Hollow Knight, but I'll try and play it in the most obscure way and do challenges with it. And just try and make an entertaining overall scene. But I'd say the main focus is community and kind of just going off like Among Us is the first thing that everybody in our community loves. And just, we're pretty competitive with it. It's a good time.
You know, every time someone would explain to me who you were, they were like, oh, Among Us legend.
Yeah.
Among Us legend. So obviously you're great at Among Us, but what I noticed when we were watching you play is you're also great at figuring out a game as you go. You were even explaining things in Pummel Party to your opponents, helping them figure out the game. So it seems like you're someone that kind of likes to pick up new skills, figure out how things work. Has that translated here?
A little bit, sort of. I feel like building a PC, because I have done it twice, but obviously not to the degree of this, it kind of just all fits together. It's a little bit self-explanatory, I'd say, where yes, there's the very important intricate parts that go into it, but it all flows into itself, I'd say.
Well, you know, it makes sense to you as like a game mastermind,
Fair.
but maybe not to everyone else. So now, working as a team, how has that been for you guys? Has the experience been fun? What have been the strengths that have come up for each of you?
It's been good. You know, he's willing to learn. He's willing to try to do different things. He's not scared to mess up. I think for me, it's, you know, I'm trying to be the builder and the teacher at the same time. So it's a little bit of a struggle. But, you know, I'm learning a lot being here. So
Yeah. Sorry, I'm kind of boxing you out over there, Roby.
Oh, it's okay. I'm actually no, it's fine. I'm actually just enjoying. I'm watching him run soft tubing. I feel like he keeps looking for stuff as he's going through here.
Yeah.
It's like you know, I know when you're getting to this point in the build, it's like it's all about like, what can I do to just kind of finishing out? You're like making sure that you're checking things off because, you know, once you're done with this, you know, it looks like we got some more runs off of the front, but then it's pretty much leak testing and you need some time for that. Like it's all like the testing part and stuff like that. But
it should be good to go. I mean, once I'll just drop the radiator in the front, drop the radiator in on the top here, just run those lines in the back, and then, like I said, we're on to leak testing. So.
Oh man, and then what color?
Coolant in the front. We have the EK cryofuel, so we do have a clear because really you're only going to see the fluid inside of the reservoir.
Right.
So we either have the clear or we have a white option for them.
Okay.
Also.
And then what about RGB?
So RGB will come from both the pumps, from the bottom here, and from the fans on the top.
Okay.
All right, I've got to cut you off again because we don't want to take too much of your time up. We'll let you get back to the PC. Thank you so much. We're going to actually go talk to CyberPower over on the couches.
All right. Cool.
We're going to talk about PC modding, the
Okay.
subject of the day. Oh, and look, someone's already waiting for us.
Let's look at this.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
How's it
You're
going?
Jeremy.
Whole production here.
I'm Anna. Nice to meet you. You guys have
Hi,
already
Jeremy.
met, right?
Hi.
Yes, we have.
All right, we're here to talk about PC modding. We're here to talk about CyberPower. I hear that you guys provided a pre-built
Yes,
PC
we did.
for the show.
Right over there. It's our Amethyst. It's our Amethyst 240 V2 case. It has like pretty much glass all the way around the side panel. The whole idea or inspiration is kind of like the Amethyst crystal. You know how like, or if you guys can see it, it's like the solid part where the crystal kind of grows out of it, and that's kind of the same thing. It's all one solid piece of glass.
Cool.
It's
Amethyst is my birthstone, so you guys probably made it in my honor.
Exactly.
I'm sure.
Exactly. That's what we're thinking.
That was their whole point right there at the beginning. So what has it been like? I mean, the thing is that I think a lot of people don't understand necessarily the journey when Intel 12th Gen, it's out. What does that mean for you guys and picking things up and going and moving forward from there?
I mean, we're just creating like custom configurations that obviously incorporate all these things that Intel's bringing out with these new chips. DDR5, the new chipset, new CPU cooler brackets and stuff like that. So we're just encompassing all of it all together to create custom configurations for everybody to get and enjoy.
A lot of our audience here today is specifically following their favorite streamers here.
Yeah.
So they're probably thinking about gaming performance. They're probably thinking about content creation.
Yeah.
And they're probably definitely focused on aesthetics. So thinking about what CyberPower has to offer, what would you tell people who are thinking about all of those things in terms of your current offerings and what you're excited about?
I mean, we all know that Intel, with these chipsets, are offering just great performance in terms of like core count and clock speed. So I mean, just that alone is going to get them the top of the line performance. But in terms of that, we have a lot of custom things. Like, I mean, as you can see on the case, it's actually not on, but we have. It is on. The fans,
Cool.
the fans, probably the remote, but it's okay. Anyways, it has RGB inside, of course, so that's another great way to customize. But I mean, aside from this case, we have a variety of cases. Stuff that you guys have readily available. Going to a normal store. It's just that we build it for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And then the other thing too, I guess for me, it's like when people go in and they think of like CyberPower and stuff like that. Like you guys, I think right now we're talking a lot about the i9, but for you, there's a variety of choices there. You can do i5, i7,
i5,
all those
i7,
things.
i9,
yeah.
exactly.
So what are some of the options that are we looking at DDR4, DDR5? Like they can look at all of those different things with you guys.
Exactly. I mean, it's all compatible with the new chipset, right? So do have DDR4 available as well as DDR5.
Awesome. And then lastly, we heard this thing about, this new custom Sykkuno? Is that what it is?
Oh, yeah, the new custom Sykkuno build. It's going to be featured. I'll be building it live on stream as well, so it's going to be nice. Yeah, exactly.
How's your cable management going to be?
It's going to be great. All right, not like last time, Ruby, okay? Not like last time.
Is there
time,
something
right?
I should know about cable management?
Well, about like 2 weeks ago, we did a thing together. We did a live PC build together, and he was just, ragging on my cable management. But
we ran out of time. He did. To be fair, he ran out of time, and so he was trying to get it done. But it was pretty funny watching him get a little nervous because we were starting to get.
We don't have enough time, and I was like, okay, I gotta, put stuff here. Let's hide this. Let's put this here. So it was a little nerve-wracking, but I think it came out really good, and I think the show was great too.
What is the Sykkuno going to be like? What should we know about that?
It's gonna feature an i9 11900K, Z690 motherboard. Most like an RTX 3090, 32 gigs of RAM, DDR5. The case, I don't think we have that down yet. It's still kind of like coming into conception, but in terms of components, that's pretty much it. 1,000-watt power supply, obviously liquid cooling as well for optimized performance, and NVMe drives as well. So I mean, it's gonna be a good build.
I know as CyberPower, it's like for you guys, it's like a lot of your systems, like you get to build systems, but most people are buying systems that you build. What do you think of like an event like this where you're seeing modders and everybody coming together, and like how do you feel like that helps even CyberPower in some regards?
I mean, it just showcases like just the capabilities of what PC builders can do. I mean, just look at these guys; they're building these crazy machines. I mean, you can also see the Inwin bot, which is just an insane, insane case, and just seeing what they're capable of and what PC building's all about is just really fun thing to do.
And the other thing too is people sometimes they think sometimes pre-builts get a little bit of a bad rap, but truth be told, they can also be platforms for modding as well. Like you can get that and go from there. Have you seen folks modify cases and stuff like that they've purchased?
Yeah, of course. That's a great point. When it comes to pre-builds, it's just a great platform for people to just get started. Kind of dip their toes into PC. A lot of people are coming from consoles and they just like want to test out PC building. But to your point about modding, yeah, we've seen a couple. I mean, if you see our like Instagram and stuff like that, we post a lot of like what people have done. You know, they add like little figurines inside. They do like 3D, like the 3D modeling stuff, and they put it inside. So it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, like I think you and I have talked about this already, just how much that personalization can mean to people. And then what are some of the things that people can do when they get a CyberPowerPC that helps them customize it for them, right? Because some people just think, well, I just got this thing out of the box, but there are things you can do to make it yours.
Yeah, I mean, just even coming from our website alone, like we do have like laser etching that you could do on the glass.
Cool.
So there's some personalization there, just starting from there. But when you get it at home, I mean, there's a lot of options. You know, you can put figurines inside, like I said, or even like what we've done in the past for like certain giveaways, like Anime Expo and stuff like that. You know, we have them completely wrapped in vinyl with like a different type of graphic and stuff like that. So I mean, that's all something people have available for them at home.
I feel like the creativity that streamers bring to the table often inspires their PCs and vice versa.
Yeah.
What are some of the cool things you've seen go on in the streaming world that have either brought new ideas to CyberPower or that you feel like CyberPower has done for streamers?
I mean, primarily just the laser etching, just the type of like graphic design that they come up with, and then we have to implement it inside their case. I mean, color coordination is also another thing, you know, the different types of colors and designs that they kind of want to match with their whole kind of like stream aesthetic and stuff like that. So I mean, that's kind of something that we kind of focus on. You know, like for instance, the streamer that we sponsor, Bloodshed, you know, we do his like kind of theme is kind of like more of like a black and red. So we include like custom cabling and stuff like that. I mean, I don't have to cable it myself, thankfully, like, you know, do it myself. But yes, we have those available as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, right? Is like a rite of passage. I was even joking a little bit, is like having to do your own custom cabling. Can really be.
Don't wish that upon anybody.
Well, I just want to let you know we're going to having you surprise. You're going to be custom cabling for the rest of the show, and they need to make sure it was going.
Yeah, I was actually like watching a little bit of the show, and I was wondering how many, if they actually had to do any custom cabling.
No custom cabling.
I was like, man, that'd take a long time.
Yeah, it definitely would, for sure. So have you had a chance to play with 12th Gen at all? Like, what about you?
I honestly have not. I honestly haven't seen much of it. I've been kind of kept in the dark, you know, because I do a lot of these kind of like shows, and I don't want anything slipping out early, right?
Yeah.
So they kind of keep me in the dark. They're like, all right, we have a meeting here. This is when you're going to learn about 12th Gen and stuff like that. So honestly, I haven't had much. I just know a little bit about the specs, but not too much. So I mean, if there's anything you want to include,
I
you know,
mean,
share with me.
Maybe we can get some info from backstage, because right now we're actually going to go ahead and learn a little bit more about 5UP and some history. So let's check out this video.
Awesome.
I'm Tim Parker. My mod name is PCWerkz. Build custom computers for clients, a lot of marketing stuff with a bunch of different companies in the industry. It actually started with my uncle. He went to get his A+ certification, learned how to build a computer. I kind of followed in his footsteps and was like, hey, I want to build one for myself also. Went on to building one for my mom. My aunt kind of spiraled into like, hey, this is a cool hobby. And then hobby kind of rolled into like, this is a job. I would say one of the first people that really got me into like modding and doing different things was JP Modified. The things that he could do with, you know, bending acrylic by hand, cutting acrylic by hand. He did a whole lot of vinyl work. Kind of just inspired me to like, hey, I could do something like that. I was probably talking with Ben for about 1.5 years because we were kind of into the same things. You know, he respected some of the things I do. I respected some of the things that he does. And then recently to John, which is LiquidHaus. Me and Ben, especially, along with a couple other guys, we're just trying to, I guess, build a community, you know, and trying to figure out, like, how do you get the person that looks at someone like me or someone like Ben or someone like John, have them feel comfortable with, like, coming up to us, talking to us, reaching out to us, asking us questions, you know what I mean? I feel like a lot of the people in the industry it's so separate from, like, you're this great modder and you're this startup person, and we're just trying to kind of bring that gap closer so everybody feels more comfortable. It's kind of crazy. I mean, when I look at like where I'm at right now, this challenge that I get to do with the Intel Creator Challenge, it's humbling. You know, when I walked in here the first time, I was almost like scared. Like, I'm still kind of psyched out. I'm still kind of nervous. I'm still don't know what to expect. And I actually got on the phone with my wife and I was like, well, this is like the real deal. Like, so
So I'm 5UP. I mainly play, or I got popularity from Among Us, but we've branched into variety a lot. So I do anything ranging from like Valorant, League, to all the way over to like the other side, like Fall Guys or small little like indie dev titles where we just play with groups of friends, or I do stuff solo. And my brand kind of is these little like plant creatures, where originally I was faceless, and that was more to like mainly focus on the gameplay of everything and kind of just personality over look, because when you have a camera, everyone focuses on that. So the main thing we wanted to bring out was like these cute little creatures that aren't seen like anywhere else on Twitch. We noticed that like this really is the only thing we see here, and we really wanted to like try and bring that forward. So that was like the main focus of my stream. I wanted mainly to people to watch me if they enjoyed the content and enjoyed the gameplay. It wasn't for any sort of popularity. People were the ones that were telling me to stream because they thought it was fun watching me play games. I remember like getting, I think it was a Game Boy for Christmas when I was like 5 or something like that, and just playing these little fighting games on there. Like everyone knows, like the really hard ones that are like unreasonably hard. That's my first introduction, and then after that slowly got more into like Nintendo, and then eventually was introduced to RuneScape, then Minecraft, then League, and then it built further and further and further until like that's what I love doing pretty much. And I got quite good at some of these games, and eventually it brought me into just meeting a lot of people and eventually streaming. I guess I had a lot of friends behind the scene. When you get high enough and good enough at these certain games, you kind of just meet the people in the industry. And so I was always doing stuff with them behind the scenes. So originally it was a streamer named Russell was the main person that invited me to play Among Us with him, which was on stream. But I've also done stuff with like Soda popping off stream. I've done stuff with a bunch of YouTube people, some Minecraft, some professional League players. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my introduction, but it was really Russell that like forced me to stream. It's like, hey, play this. It's funny because I got really good at League, but my introduction to streaming was Among Us, which is just the pure opposite of like just messing around with friends, just nothing involved with that. But we kind of took it to, okay, how can we make this the highest skill possible in this game meant just to be played as like a random party game for people? And so I think I kind of shone through that. I built 2 PCs with the help of many friends, but it took me like a solid day and much stress to build it. So I'm kind of going into this blind, but it's exciting and intimidating at the same time. Yeah, I was winning the tournament, and then suddenly 10 days later, here I am, and I'm like, oh God, what am I getting into? It was phrased to me where we were going to be playing some specific games, and then when we actually got there, I saw it was Among Us and then Pummel Party, and I was like, oh, well, that's different than I initially thought, but like I had a big advantage because Among Us is literally what I did. And then after that, I have a friend group that plays Pummel Party. So kind of just seeing those 2 games being played, I was like, oh, I actually have a good chance of winning this now. I definitely tried to make sure, because I definitely felt like I had a tiny bit of an advantage, especially in Pummel Party, more so than Among Us, just because I did play with my friends a lot. I was like trying to little incentivize them, like, hey, remember there's a thing on the line here also. You gotta try and like, you gotta hit people and stuff, you gotta damage it. Yeah, but it was still just funny. It was a good time overall. The creator group that we played in was like just a bunch of really wholesome people. So I imagined it could have been really ruthless if people wanted it to, but it was just this really nice group of people that kind of just came together and seemed to have a good time over fully like, we need to maximize everything that we do here. It was a lot of fun. And I think the format, while we didn't get to play every game that there was the potential of playing, it was still a really fun time.
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do.
Welcome back to Intel Creator Challenge Finale. I'm standing here with our friend from PCWerkz, Tim. How are you feeling? How's the time going?
I'm a little bit nervous, but I think I'm gonna get it done.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's still left to do?
Just a couple of tube runs, and then we're gonna be on the leak testing, and then some cable management. So.
It's actually pretty crazy. Like, we were just here like not even that long ago, and there's already so much of a jump that we've seen even from where it was. Like, we now have the 2 other runs. Like, it's so symmetrical. I feel bad because Anna can't see, but it's just so symmetrical, and I love just the flow directly into this. And then these go around and then are into the radiator in the back, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, you'll have the bottom GPU will go into the front radiator on the bottom, and then the CPU run will go to the radiator top here.
Okay. And then what are you thinking, like, now that you're, 5UP is now that you're kind of watching the whole thing come together, is it following the vision of what you kind of thought it was going to look like, or are you not, are there still some surprises that have kind of come out of this?
Well, I sort of went in a little bit blind.
Right.
I knew like the thematic of it, but it's really impressive and cool, like how it's turning out. It just seems like it's all fitting together so well. I'm really impressed with what he put together. It's looking very sleek and very cool.
Well, there we go. Well, that's a good thing that he says that it actually looks good.
There's a difference I noticed for people who are kind of just learning. We've seen a lot of these solid metal tubes. Here we're seeing flexible black tubes. Tell us a little bit about the choice to use these, why you would pick these over another. Is it just aesthetics?
Yeah, when we were talking about, using the color with the Porsche, I wanted to kind of have that industrial feel to it. So the combination between the metal and nickel-plated tubings, and then going on to something that you would see like a radiator hose and like a soft tubing. So I kind of wanted to combine both of those together.
It does. It keeps looking like an engine, which is just really cool.
Yeah. And then when you choose your components, like whether that's your tubing, your metal tubing, like what goes into choosing the components that you use, right? Because I know you have a ton of different companies that you have choices for, but what about for you specifically?
For me specifically, I mean, I want something that's going to give me good reliability, good power, and something that I know that, if something goes wrong, that, they'll be in my best interest, you know what I mean? So, it's good that, Asus came on and partnered with this program, and that we were able to get some very good and valuable components. But, the 12900K is going to be an excellent CPU, and the 3080 Ti paired with that is just awesome.
Okay, well, we're going to let you get back into your building because I know that you're ready to go, and we'll focus on him, I guess.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, chat just keeps chanting, "Go Tim, go! Go Tim, go!"
His biggest cheerleader this entire time.
It seems like your community stays pretty positive. Is that something that characterizes them?
It's funny. So our community is like very wholesome, very positive, but I also tease them constantly. So it's like it's like almost brother-sister relationship of just teasing each other, but also supporting. And that's what they're there for. They're generally the biggest hype man possible, but they'll make you know.
Yeah. Have they enjoyed any particular part of this process the most, do you think?
I think they've enjoyed him a giant amount, to be honest. Like they are just chanting they love him. So they're really fascinated by just the look of it. They might not know like everything that's going on, but they seem really invested in just enjoying this entire process.
Mm-hmm. Does it seem like parts of your community are like deep in the PC modding, or would you think that most of them are kind of gamers who are learning this for the first time?
I'd say the overwhelming majority is they're learning this for the first time, but there are the select few that are asking the intricate questions, like, oh, okay, interesting. So I recognize the few in the names that are asking this, and I'd say there are a few in the community that are heavily involved into this. So I'm sure it's extra special for them.
Well, let's let Tim go. We're going to head on over to another desk over here. But man, I'm super excited, and you're going to make it. It's going to be fine.
Thank you.
Get it done.
Get it done.
Get her done.
All right, Rogue and Ben, we're back.
I see purple. I see lights.
Turn it on.
Ooh, first time we're seeing those colored lights coming through.
Look at that. Sorry, do you notice how both hosts just stopped talking? All of a sudden, we were like, and we're just going to stare at the PC. I'm going to put you back here because you're front and center there, buddy. But look at this distro block.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. And I love how much light actually comes from those in-wind fans.
Looks great.
It does look great. Are you happy?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Are you finished? Is this done?
It could be done. We just might fill it up a little bit more with fluid if we're going to do that, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely seeing it settling there as it's going down a little bit and stuff like that. But yeah, it's when you thought about this process, when the whole thing started, 2-3 weeks ago, and here you are here, what's the feeling that now that you're at the point where it's built, everybody gets to see it, it's posting, I'm assuming, right? What's going through your mind?
Just such huge relief. You know, it's always building up to it is what causes a little bit of stress or just a lot of thinking what can go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But even designing this case and fabricating this case, you know, there's multiple times I actually had to cut certain panels because they didn't cut right. So it's like stuff like that people don't realize. Sometimes they look at this, oh, you just cut it. But then sometimes it could be multiple times that I cut it.
Yeah, some rough drafts, if you will.
Yeah, exactly.
It's honestly, Ben, it absolutely looks incredible. I mean, everything from even like you're looking at the side of the distro block here and you're seeing the flow go through there, just little things that just the symmetry, and then just how this whole thing comes through and like how it basically frames your 24 pin. I love how you've basically used like a single comb to get your EPS cables there. It just looks really good. What does your girlfriend think? Is she watching right now?
Oh, yeah, she's been in the chat a few times.
What'd she say?
Oh, she loves it. I mean, it looks sick. It's going to match the office perfectly.
I was going to say, you mentioned kind of white crystals, those kind of things. Really emulating the crystal feeling with some
with like the purple, like amethyst type color.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it works out perfectly. That's one of the things I told Ben about like beforehand was like she likes crystals, like really purples, light blues, things like that.
Cool.
It looks good with this.
Well, we'll let you guys finish up. We're going to pass over to the next desk, but beautiful work.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, you know what? We should just take a moment and just look at this and just look at the beautifulness of like how they frame this whole thing, because like this whole thing is done with lasers, and I mean it wouldn't be a modding competition without lasers anyway. So like, well, maybe it would, but I'm saying it is.
I wouldn't know.
And there are lasers everywhere. So
I'm just being told to watch my head because apparently I keep almost walking into them.
If folks don't know, they actually used to have markings. They're like, please, these are places where you don't stand because of the lasers. But
I get too distracted by the pretty PCs.
actually, I think they did this as a security device, so I don't walk off with all the i9s and all that sort of stuff. Roby,
all right.
Uh-oh. Oh, I see.
Hi, Apryze. How's
wait,
it looking?
wait. Is this about to happen?
Should it happen now?
We're building the suspense.
Oh, you know,
Wait, what's happening?
It should happen now. Oh my gosh, we get to be here for the moment.
All right, guys. So we're gonna show the Easter egg.
I don't know what it is.
You don't know yet?
No.
This is the big reveal?
Go ahead and open it.
Wait, what is it? Oh, that's so sick! Oh my god! Is this the camera lock? This is so. Wait, so this hangs on the PC?
So this.
Wait, that's so cool.
Whoa! It just magnets on there.
Snaps on like that.
No, but he's not done.
Wait, what? There's more?
Oh no! Wait, just wait.
Wait.
So this
what?
also comes off.
What?
I know!
What? Wait, is it? Oh my god! I'm scared to touch it. I don't want to break it. I don't want to break it.
Dude, that's so cool. You have to touch it. Look, it like animates.
So you said this is like one of your favorite weapons to use in the
one of my
game.
favorite.
And so this had to be part of your build.
You're looking at chat. What do they think?
Yeah.
They're freaking out.
Yeah.
They love it.
I see. That's hot.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just looking through this. Like, it's funny because like you sit there and you see you're looking at the outside of the case, but I'm actually looking straight through in, and you're getting for Apex, and Apex uses a lot of those almost ventricular lighting for like how they do their illumination, and you've got kind of that same vibe even looking through the case here, right? So the reflections off of the light on the inside, the paint and everything, it looks all so incredible, and it's so inclusive. And the other thing too is like there's a whole other side over here with it lit up as well, with the etched glass and everything else. It's nuts. I'm sorry. It's bonkers. I don't want to judge. I'm glad I'm not judging.
Yeah, and we got his name or his game handle up here as well that we etched into the panel. So it's definitely 100% personalized for him. So, and it's one of a kind just for him. So there's nothing else out there like it.
So was this what you were expecting, like when you started?
I mean, I explained it to him, but I couldn't think of this ever.
Does it exceed what you thought?
This is way crazier than I could have ever thought. I didn't think there was gonna be all this, or let alone this. I thought it was just gonna be a case.
What are you
I would have been happy with just the case.
with the weapon? How did you imagine that being worked into the stream persona here? Is this something that you're gonna like whip off and brandish?
I'm gonna show it.
Yeah.
I'm like, you want to see my gun?
Yeah.
That is beautiful. I mean, like it's so well done, and it looks incredible. It looks super awesome. So still it looks like a couple things still left to work through and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, there's a couple things in there that I need to work through. I'm getting a post error right there. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm not sure if I don't have a memory DIMM like all completely seated, but yeah, I need to figure that out.
Okay.
I've got some time to figure that out.
Well, then we will leave you to it.
Yep.
And we will let you go. Congratulations on that super rad.
I'm so glad we were
glad
here.
We got to be here
Yeah,
for
I
it.
know.
That's so
cool.
Right?
All right. Here
Oh
we
my
are. We're
gosh.
back again.
Look at that.
How's it going, you guys?
Is now a good time? What are you working on?
Yeah, we're just working on the back. It's a little messy at the moment, but we did get the front all set up in terms of tubing, so we're looking pretty snazzy
Wowee.
for how it's coming together.
Wow, its presence is definitely being known right now. That is crazy. That is so crazy.
How are you feeling about time?
We're feeling pretty good. Honestly, we've got just some soft tube, a quick connector between 2 radiators, and the rest is power supply and cabling.
Yep. Look at that.
Yeah, and what are you going to do? You said you're working on the back here. What's going on back there?
All right, yeah, so let's rotate this here. So essentially, we're just connecting these pass-throughs to the radiators. We're then going to connect these 2 radiators together just to bridge them. And then we're going to have these come in with some soft tube connecting these pass-throughs. And then I'm going to fill up the loop, prime it, get it going. And while that's going, I'm going to be wiring it up. And we'll be good to go.
Yeah, so run wires while you're leak testing essentially,
Yes.
which makes some amount of sense. I mean, we're at the very end. You got to get done what you're gonna do. Why don't you? I don't think we've got to see like a full connection. I think it'd be cool just to show Anna doing and actually connecting a run.
Ooh,
yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be connecting these 2 radiators together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we're going to start with the Monsoon EV2 compression fitting. We're going to get that threaded in. Let it torque down. Same thing with this.
And it's all about getting that tightness in and all that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah,
So
the O-ring's got to seal, otherwise
Gotta be
you're gonna have a leak.
waterproof.
Yeah.
Right.
Now a special trick to lubricate the O-ring so that the tubing slides into the O-rings without having to force it and potentially slicing the O-ring. Install the compression ring from the EB2 fitting. Slide these 2 in.
Cool. That's so satisfying.
Yeah, and then you've just bridged 2 radiators.
There we go.
Wow.
Now you've got 30% more cooling.
Exactly.
It's just so much cooling in this thing. It's going to be
intense.
It's intense.
I was going to ask, we've talked about how over here we have what looks almost like an engine. We have something that looks almost like kind of a secret fortress. What does this look like? A magic spell?
It could. I actually took, not inspiration, but I took notice of once it's all filled up and lit up, it literally looks like the CGI animation of a biotic charge powered Mass Effect, which gave me the idea for the title or the title of this project, which is Project Element Zero. So
cool.
Yeah, it's gonna look really cool in that.
And now that you've seen it, I mean, like, what do you like? How was this? Where's this in your expectations, and even what you kind of had envisioned in your head versus where you're seeing it now?
Honestly, I was imagining more. You can only really imagine so well what you know you can personally create, right? So I wasn't imagining this, obviously, with not quite so much PC modding experience. I was imagining more RGB lights, right? Because we talked about some of the bright colors and stuff when I talked to him. He was like, oh yeah, those colors are totally incorporated and stuff. I wasn't really imagining those colors being incorporated into like reservoirs and running the liquid everywhere. I was just imagining, I don't know, and not quite such a showstopper open case design. Something with a little bit more just like, lighting and stuff like that.
So now that you've seen it, what does this change in terms of displaying it and when you get it home? Like, are you having to think about that a little bit more?
No, I'm excited. I'm renovating my office right now to get rid of my green screen, and I'm going to be putting this one. It's going to be a centerpiece. I'm imagining it in my office right now. I think it's going to be on the desk behind me with just these pipes and the fans and stuff like that, just facing directly into the camera.
That's going to look so cool.
Yeah, it's going to be super, super cool. Well, guys, we will let you get back to it. I know that you guys are getting close, but we know that also time is running out.
Yep,
so
it's crunch time. It's my turn to step in there.
Get in there and get it done.
Speed it up a little bit.
We're going for it. Congratulations on the
Thank
heavy
you very
lifting,
much.
though. It's going to be an absolutely incredible build. So.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Thanks,
guys.
Thank you guys.
We're going to head back over to the couch because we get to talk to Kevin from Origin.
Kevin. I'm very excited about this. Origin is just, they talk about different, you have different pre-builts and then you have these things that are allowing you to do your own custom ones. And Origin just gives you an opportunity to kind of get very close to bridging that gap between something like a custom PC like this and then at the same time not having to worry as much about like having to put it all together. And you can do just a massive variety of things with Origin and Origin PC. And so stoked to have Kevin here joining us and getting to talk to him about the awesome stuff that they're probably doing over at Origin here in just a few minutes. But yeah, it's going to be absolutely cool.
Looks like we have Kevin on
There
the line.
he
Hello,
is.
welcome, Kevin.
Hello, hello. How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can hear you just fine,
So,
Kevin.
this has been an incredible event. Wow, what an awesome event. What an awesome launch. You guys are killing it. I've been watching the stream, so thanks for having me here.
Yeah, and you have to help judge. I don't envy you.
I know, man. I've been asking the chat for help. I've been like, chat, I'm judging later. What do you think? And they're like, good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I am as well.
Well,
All
Kevin,
the builds look amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really do. But right now, we want to talk a little bit about Origin, some of the things you've brought to talk to us about today. And right off the bat, we want to talk about this customizable pre-built PC. Tell us about the Evolve program and kind of how that relates to future upgrades for someone who might be looking to keep moving forward with their PC.
Absolutely. So Origin PC, all of our PCs are custom built to order. And we have this program called the Evolve program. And it's actually very, very perfect right now because you have this brand new technology with Intel Alder Lake. The 12th gen processors are amazing, but they actually work on DDR4 and they work on DDR5. So that's like a wrinkle that you don't normally have with new technology. So that's an advantage in a way because our customers can buy Alder Lake, Intel Alder Lake, and DDR4 from us, and we can deliver that faster than DDR5. And with our Evolve program, if they sign up for our Evolve program, what that is they can then later trade in their motherboard, their DDR4 memory, trade it into Origin PC for credit. So we'll give the customer credit at that time, and then they can purchase a new motherboard, DDR5 memory, and then we will actually swap out the PC. We'll swap out the parts. The labor is completely free. We'll reintegrate it. We'll have it up and running for you. So that's like an extra bit of service that we offer to all of our customers.
I love that future
Wow, that is
proofing.
actually
That's such
really
an attractive
cool.
thing.
Yeah. What is it like? I mean, for you guys, I mean, I've configured a number of Origins. In fact, my main laptop is an Origin. Thank you, Kevin. You know how much I like your PCs. But what's it like preparing for a new platform like this? Because it's not just, in this case, it's you kind of alluded to it already. It's not just the CPU, but we also have DDR5 and all that stuff. So how does Origin prepare for that, and what does that look like now when ordering a 12th gen PC?
So it's always super exciting when new technology comes out. And, luckily we've been partners with Intel for 2 decades. And, we do get early access to things. So we have a couple secret rooms here in the headquarters that are locked behind key and passcode. And that's those teams that have, extremely lucky jobs. They get to test new technology before it comes out. So we spend a lot of time validating ahead of time. So we'll test new processors, new motherboards, new memory. If you're familiar with our website, you can go to our website, you can customize, and you can choose all of these different options. So our team has a very challenging job in that they have to not only validate one processor on one motherboard, but then another motherboard and another brand and another flavor. So the team just spends an enormous amount of time testing, validating, checking things, checking temperatures, overclocking. I mean, it's almost an endless job because we're always rolling out new technology and new parts. But since we're partners with Intel, we have that partnership with them, and we have the confidence in Intel as well. There's certain companies that you're partners with, and you just have confidence in them. So we have confidence when they launch something new that it's going to do very well, it's going to work very well. So that's always great for us. So we're actually showing on the screen right now our configurator. So this is the OriginPC.com configurator. So this is just a little preview of what you can do on our website. You can actually go and you can choose so many different options. Here we're showing you there might be a little delay, so I might be seeing this on delay. You guys might be ahead of me or behind me. But you could choose not only your motherboard and processor, but you could choose your cooler, you could choose your hard drive, you could choose, one example I love to give is the level of customization that we offer is not only the outside can be a paint job, can be a UV print. Not only the outside of the PC can look beautiful and customized and personalized, but the inside of the PC, we give you the level of detail down to the color of the internal power cables. You can choose the color of those.
Cool.
Wow, there's a lot of customization, and when you and I have been chatting so much about what brand can mean, and so this is another opportunity. If you may not necessarily have the time or want to spend the time building a custom PC, an Origin might be a great example of something you might do that helps you with your brand. And he's talking as far as that silk screening and putting your logo and all that sort of stuff is always an option. Hey, Kevin, what about the other thing too? Is that some people don't know. It's like you can also get full custom water loops in your systems as well, right? You want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure, absolutely. So we just saw the video of our configurator choosing like an all-in-one cooler. So we have the all-in-one coolers in white or black, or the new Corsair Elite LCD cooler, which has a screen on the cooler.
Cool.
But beyond the all-in-one coolers, we also offer custom liquid cooling. So you guys have been showing what these modders are doing, these very, very talented modders. They're doing a lot of custom water cooling loops. So those custom tubes, we actually do that in-house here. So we have a team of people that will not only cut the tubes, measure the tubes, bend the tubes. We actually heat up the tubes and bend them. Every single build is built to order. So it's not cookie cutter. It's literally the bin comes down the line. The assembler will grab the bin. Then they'll look at the bin, they'll look at the parts, and then they'll start the masterpiece. They'll start their artwork from there. And they'll start building it and customizing it and taking a lot of time hands-on with every single build.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it makes me think about a lot of what we've been talking about, the spectrum you can be, where it's like, I can go from, I like PCs, I want to have a powerful PC, to like, actually, I'm starting to learn more. I have more desire for this to be a piece of art that I have in my house, and I just need a little help putting it together. I need someone to help me understand what I'm doing, and then being able to have that future-proofed, where like, I can grow with this PC. That's really cool.
Yeah. And then the rumor is that Kevin actually does all the custom water cooling for every system that they do, right, Kevin?
That is an odd rumor. But there's another rumor that PJ is one of our best builders. We call him our master builder. We've given him a giant Xbox achievement for being a master builder. One of the rumors is that he builds all the PCs, but he doesn't. But he's actually on our live streams, so he's very present on our Origin PC live streams, doing a lot of live builds. And actually, Robotech is coming to visit us in Miami next week.
That is true. Yeah, that is
We're
true.
going to be doing our very first Intel 12th Gen live build and live benchmarking. So come back and check out Origin PC stream at that time.
Yeah, they wouldn't let me build here, but hey, you know what? Luckily, Kevin was nice enough to let me come build with them. So I'm pretty excited about that whole thing going in there. Well, Kevin, I super appreciate the time that you got to spend with us and all that. Actually, we have a video to kind of check out and go from there.
Yeah, well, thanks so much, Kevin. We'll see you soon, right after this.
Thanks for having me. Great event. Bye.
Origin PC delivers the best gaming experience, period. But what does that mean? It means the best parts and technology the computer gaming industry has to offer. It means world-class support from day one, and Origin PC's support never ends. It means having a team of people who understand the art of elite system building and maintenance, standing by to assist you when you need it. It means never having to feel you made the wrong choice. Any company can build a gaming PC, but few can build a custom gaming PC worthy of playing the latest games. Many claim to offer gaming PCs, but they don't deliver a complete gaming experience. A real gaming PC must be focused on customization, service, gaming, and technology. This is Origin PC's specialty.
Welcome back to the Intel Creator Challenge Finals, the finale. We're almost at the end. We've seen some amazing stuff come to light today. If you're just joining us, we have some amazing creators here. They battled their way through a gaming gauntlet to be paired up with some custom modders here. And now those modder teams are fighting to win $10,000 by having the best PC on the lineup.
It's flat out crunch time. Like that's where we're at, right? And like we can see some people, like we're going in there. You're gonna see all four of them. People like Ben, he's feeling pretty confident. His system's up. Like they're basically in leak testing and they're just kind of making sure things look nice. We also have, it looks like Apryze and Blue Horse also very, very close. I mean, he's dealing with a post error right now. I mean, I kind of feel like I'm like down to a race, like I'm reeling it a little bit. But we got Lancelot and PCWerkz or Tim are just, they're cranking because it's not quite there. And so we're not even, we have been told, stay away from them, let them finish. Roby, you're being too distracting. Anna, you're asking all the good questions. And so it's like, here we are, we're just gonna review them and watching them work. And it's so crazy to think where we've come in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, and time has become such an important part of the strategy at this point. We have a few, like I think Tim from PCWerkz, you could tell when we were standing there and he had to take his hands off the PC, it was like, okay guys, okay. Whereas like you said, Ben stepped back very calmly, like, yeah, you can look at it, we're almost done. And I think we have a little bit everywhere in between, but I think Apryze over there, the custom PC with, I think that's Blue Horse. Really good strategy on saying we're going to get everything finished. I have painting planned, but I'm going to do that later because if the aging doesn't happen on the paint, that's going to be fine.
Yeah, and I think he's using that as like as a teaching tool, right? Like, hey, if you want to do some additional modification or stuff like that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And you're also seeing like it's like the whole thing. My eyes are bigger than my stomach in some regards. Like it's like, well, I had this plan, and like, so how can you make sure it fits all in and all that sort of stuff? But man, I tell you, it's coming down to look. Here we are. We're looking at Lancelot.
We're gonna get some of the liquid in there.
They're starting to get to the point where they're going to start filling loops here. So they're getting very close. I know that I do know that right now. I'm pretty sure Tim over at PCWerkz would love to be here right now. But this is where things are, and he's got. I mean, look at it. He's got so much. Like he's running dual loops, multiple colors. Oh, look at it filling in there. Oh, this is going to look so good, and I think it's really what's going to bring like that PC to life. Like right now, you're kind of looking at it, it's like it's a big, massive tubes and everything like that. But this is what kind of brings out the character, and yeah, it's getting bonkers.
I wanted to, as we were going to go through before we were told not to distract them, I wanted to ask them a little bit about where they think the strengths of each PC lie, because we're about to hit judging, and we're going to have a criteria that involves creativity, whether or not they got it done, what materials and methods they used, the demonstration of the hardware excellence. I mean, they have a lot of the same things, but what else did they put in there? How did they make the hardware get shown off? And then also, does it boot? You know, that's an important part of it too.
And I mean, here we are. We're looking at basically Ron right now, who his motherboard literally said post error. So like, does it boot was showing up there. But yeah, it's like we work through each one of these. I mean, some of them like the creativity and the completion, those seem like pretty straightforward categories. But when you start talking about demonstration of hardware excellence, this is where both this and the method materials used can be really, really tough for the judges, because a demonstration of hardware can mean so many different things. Is it like how you showed off the motherboard, like whether like how you use the water cooling, like all of that stuff can be that thing, or is it basically like stuff like in terms of, you know, the case sitting in a stand or what? There's so many ways that they're going to have to kind of interpret that. And then finally, when we talk about methods used, I mean, for instance, you look at Lancelot, he's got dangling reservoirs, and, you know, he's got hard tubing, soft tubing, metal tubing. It's like, you know, all of those things have got to be incorporated. But then you look at somebody like Ben, who's like, you know, one of like, what, 4 people who's ever done metal bending and stuff like that. So it's so crazy when you kind of put all those things together.
I wanted to point out that we were looking at Apryze playing with the gun, went from like, I don't want to touch it, I'll break it, to like, ooh, look at this.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And that, like, to see something like that, a little flourish. I mean, that's almost like Ron just going, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
dropping the
I'm
mic.
going to drop the mic and just do something like beyond whatever it is. And so it's so crazy to see all of this stuff together. But I mean, you're looking right now at Tim at PCWerkz. There's a lot left to do here. I mean, it's he's down to the wire, and you can see that there is concentration, and you know that 5up's over there in his chat just keeping him entertained, all cool. He's like, hey, you know what, my PC, I'm getting this thing going from there. But yeah, definitely focus there. Man, that color on that PC is so
beautiful.
So beautiful.
I think that maybe even you at home probably can't see as well as we can. Like up close, it is so beautiful. And I love the light on it right there. You can tell that pink really shining through.
And the lasers going in the background and all that sort of stuff. I mean, this is an incredible production. And it's so really crazy to really think about all of the stuff that's going in there. I think, how many cameras do we have?
20.
20 cameras.
20 cameras.
Going right now.
I will take the opportunity, as someone who has spent a lot of time in live stream production around streamers and creators, to just say, I think that this production is one of the most conscientious of streamer creator needs of any I've ever seen. We have them all streaming to their own channels at the same time as being on our channel, And that for a streamer means so much, being able to stay in touch with their community while they're doing such a fun thing like this, as well as collaborating with Intel.
Yeah, which is, I think is, I mean, you got it dead to rights. Like, and it's not just like a single. They're not using like a C922. Each one of these has a stationary cam, a top cam, a side. You know, it's like, and they're getting a whole production around this thing. And so I don't know. It just feels like it's handled with care and love. And so that definitely comes across. And I mean, honestly, if as Intel, like if somebody looking in there, what a way to celebrate 12th gen with some incredible. I mean, look, like Ben's just like I'm gone.
Talk about drop the mic.
Just leave it right here and make it look good. But I mean, to have such beautiful builds, to be a part of celebrating 12th gen and all things Alder Lake at this point in time, and what a shot right there.
We were just talking about the judging criteria. So ostensibly, we're looking at least 5 points here.
Yep.
Because that's completion. For finishing, you get 5 points. We were just talking about Tim maybe having some worries about time. If completion doesn't happen, you lose, those points, but that doesn't mean that you can't get points in every other area, which I like. It's kind of like, what do you prioritize? What do you want to show off the most? And in this case, I think that maybe completion isn't what Ben meant to show off the most, but at least he's got it down.
Yeah, he's got it down. I mean, I'm assuming, if he's walking away, then he's got at least 5 points for completion and 2 points for does it boot, right? So I'm assuming it's booting if he's getting there. But now you're looking at this one, and there's just... Oh, I see them testing and checking. That seems like a good sign when they're putting more liquid in. There's obviously more going on there, but they're priming it and getting it already there. I mean, I feel like they're on the downward path. And he's got a pretty cool strategy too, because what he's going to do is while it's essentially, he knows it's leak testing, and you saw like Apryze and Ron who were just basically, hey, we're going to let it sit and wait. He's going to sit there and do his cable management, all that sort of stuff, while it's essentially leak testing. And as long as there's no leaks, there shouldn't be any problem. And then he gets it all kind of finished. And you're seeing the blue looks like the blue is also in there as well. Man, that's quite the build, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I think I see also a purple bottle. So are we going to have 3 different colors of coolant?
I'm not entirely sure, but. Look at that. Look, just watching the water flow through, or sorry, the coolant flow through is just so cool. Look at that. And then you haven't, like, the thing is like, we still have RGB. Like, all of those radiators are just going to light up like a Christmas tree.
The sense of drama with this one is really fun. Like, they have not shown us more than they have to at any stage in the competition, because they know that once they get to turn the whole thing on, it's going to be a big moment.
Yep. And so, and it looks like, looking through this whole thing, I love it. Like, it's all, at this point in time, they're just they're in it for the ride. I definitely see the calm and collected of 3 of them. 3 teams definitely feeling calm, cool, and collected. But Tim definitely rushing there at the end to just kind of make it all happen. And, it gives us a little suspense, you know what I mean? Like, you've done so many esport things that, like, how does this kind of compare in terms of, like...
Well, I was going to point out that with Tim, my favorite part was seeing how 5UP's chat is just chanting, "Go Tim, go Tim, go Tim." And that's the most fun part of any competitive event, is the community that's around it and sharing in the heartbreaking loss or the amazing win, sharing and all of that is really cool. So I think that the comparison I would draw is the community aspect here, which is being highlighted so well by all of these streams being live.
And then, of course, all of these, there you got a great shot right there of the new 12th gen Intel CPUs. That's the press kit, and then just the obviously their flagship box. And then up there at the top, you can see the other products in the stack, the i5 and i7, which, one of my favorite from even the 11th gen was the 11600K, which was absolutely beast of a CPU. Great entry level for new builders that still ran games at 1440p with no issues whatsoever. So I'm super excited to get home and actually get my chance to get my hands on with some of these and get my playtime in. With these launching on 11.4 as well. So again, I know that a lot of pre-orders are up and all that sort of stuff. So if you are interested and you're seeing stuff, you're like, hey, I want to get into this and I want to use this new CPU. Now is the time to jump in and get one of these before getting it hard. But I know that there will be a chance and people will be able to pick these up. And I know some people are like waiting for performance numbers and stuff like that. And so lots to still see as we just now are kicking off this platform for the first time.
I feel like every time we get that shot, there's like a that you can hear coming off of it, don't you think?
Oh, look.
What's
happening? Looks like I'm looking at Tim right now. It looks like Tim might be actually getting some He's also like getting some filling in here too. So it looks like we might actually now all of them jumping over and doing some port filling. At this angle, you guys aren't seeing it. Tim is actually behind the machine.
He's hiding.
Ben and Rogue are just hanging out. I think they actually might be talking about what they're having for dinner, potentially making dinner plans. Apryze and Blue Horse, I think, also, it looks like he's just talking through stuff at this point in time. And then Lancelot and LiquidHaus just getting that coolant in and doing that leak testing. But yeah, we got PCWerkz literally back there also filling his loop. So it looks like we're getting close to leak testing now, which is good. So
yeah,
these are all coming down to the end, because after this, we judge. I don't judge.
No, we don't have to do that, thankfully. Thank goodness that we don't have to do any of the judging. But if you had to say what each one is going to excel in which category, what would you say? Because I'm looking at all these and I'm thinking, clearly Apryze's build has the most, like, story in the case.
Right.
But does that mean that it is the most creative, or does that mean that the materials and methods is going to be something that they're really excited about there?
Well, maybe I try this. Maybe I won't judge. I won't judge, but maybe I go through and I just go through the category, and maybe if I was like, let's pretend. So I think on the creativity, I mean, for sure, 5 solid points. I mean, that thing is crazy creative, and it comes with an additional gun that functions. I mean, 5 points for Gryffindor for sure.
I want to point out, like, before you get off this, I'm sorry to derail you already in your judging, but it depends on what kind of creativity you're looking for, because certainly this is the absolute most creative case and creative look, but some of the ways that, like, exactly this PC is put together internally, that's certainly a creative schematic, if you will, of how it's all being put together.
Yep. And so, like, yeah, even going through that, I think you're right. And then if it was completed and turned on, that seems pretty straightforward. But it's a demonstration of hardware excellence, which is where you might see something. You might see something where something like that build might be a little bit less, right? Because again, he's got a vertical mounted GPU. There's not a lot, like, it's just custom to. But again, the case is definitely the feature there. And so that might be some place where you might see some points deducted. Versus materials and methods used, like his materials and what he did and all of the additive stuff, might be something where you see maxed out. Versus like something like Modsbyben. I mean, we're talking about, like, again, I feel like, again, the creativity one is like a little bit subjective in terms of what the judges think. But demonstration of hardware excellence on any one of these ones, I mean, again, it showcases the motherboard, the blocks, everything is all part of the aesthetic, the case, and it's all incorporated and flowing. So you might see a lot of points there. And then marriages and methods used, materials and methods used, like custom bending, things that are just rare, that's where you might see Ben end up basically inking out there. But I also think that's going to be the same thing both for LiquidHaus and even here with Tim, because I think all 3 of those guys are seeing a lot of the same thing with tops and some of that, where creativity might be where you might see Bluehouse. So
that would be the hardest one for me to judge, because all of these are creative in such unique ways. I mean, the kind of beautiful subtlety that we're looking at here with Tim's build versus the very loud, explosive colorfulness over there on the other side. So I think the judges really have their work cut out.
I think that's really what it comes down to, is like, it's impossible to tell, but I think it's going to be very close.
I think you're absolutely right. And who will walk home with, well, not walk home, fly home probably with $10,000. You could go any way you like.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I guess you could. I mean, I think there's a rule though, like you can't have it all on you at the same time, like TSA, like if you have that much cash. I don't remember where it was.
Something internationally. Well, they'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
But in the meantime, we have the distinct pleasure of getting to chat about the history of PC modding with none other than Bill Owen. Bill, are you around?
Are you there?
I can't wait to hear this kind of history.
Oh, there he is.
Hi there, Bill.
Hey, guys. Wow, what an event. This is really cool to watch. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for coming and joining us. You guys have chatted before, I'm assuming.
Actually, we have, and not that long ago. And we'll talk a little bit a little later on with some of the competition stuff coming up. But Bill, for people who don't know who you are, I know surprise, there may be people. But why don't you give a little introduction and tell a little bit about what you represent in the PC modding community?
I own MN PC Tech. I started 21 years ago, and what we do is we do really crazy commission builds that primarily market new products or PC games. And to the level of these guys that we're watching today, a lot of stuff it's reflective usually of the world of the game, and it's a great way to get people excited for the release of the game. And so I've been doing that in addition to making custom accessories for people that want to mod their own PCs.
I am so interested because I know we're going to talk a little bit about getting into modding and how you might do that, but you said you've been doing this for 21 years. Yeah. I imagine that the change in this industry over that amount of time has been so drastic. Can you talk a little bit about watching that evolve as somebody in this space?
Well, earlier I had a beige desktop from 98 on here, and I should have kept it up here. It would have been perfect to have an example of the first cases that we were modding out there. But what I wanted to do is share with everybody the basic tools that still exist today for PC modding, if you want to get into it, that I was using when I first got started.
Really, the tools haven't changed, huh?
Well, the basic tools are still the same. Of course, today you got 3D printing. That really helps. You've got vinyl plotters to make graphics. There's a lot more modern stuff, but if you really want to make something unique and creative, you got to go back to the basic tools. You know, like starting with this. You recognize that?
That's a Dremel.
Right on. That is the most popular modders tool because you can do so many different things with it. Like right now, there's a cutting wheel on it. You could take that and make a window for your case. You could do a custom design. In fact, I have an example right here. This side panel was cut with a Dremel.
Wow.
So if you just have some patience, you can get on YouTube. There's tons of tutorials. In fact, I've made lots of tutorials on all the basic tools over the years. And just get out there and start learning. So Dremel, that would be the first thing to start with. And that's about maybe $69 investment right there.
And something that you can get in many places, right? This isn't something you need to go to some sort of special store for.
No, you can go to Home Depot. Most home improvement stores, hardware stores usually have, if it's not a Dremel, it's other types of rotary tools, but they all hold the same accessories. So you don't have to get like special adapter attachments. You can use any type of rotary tool, but Dremel is the most popular because they have the largest line of accessory bits that you can insert in them.
Well, what's next? You said multiple tools. Do you have more to show us?
All right. Sure. This would be the sword of the modder, the measuring square, because with this, and Mosquito, if you could please, I've got Mosquito here too. Bring that case up here. This case is here for a special reason. I can't wait to announce this particular case.
Ooh.
The measuring square, if you're going to add like additional cooling fan holes or windows or add radiator mounting, measuring square allows you to get things perfectly centered. It's the best measuring tool, measuring square. Oh, I can't forget either. Safety glasses, everybody. You lose your eyesight, okay? Now, if you want to custom paint any retail PC case that's on the market, you're probably going to want to take it apart to do that. What you need is a pop rivet gun to reassemble it and a drill to drill out the pop rivets that hold the chassis together. If you look on your PC case at home, this is what a pop rivet looks like. That's what holds your chassis together. So if you want to take it apart and do a custom paint job to the chassis and have different colors on the exterior, you need that pop rivet gun to reassemble it. So that's another crucial tool. Next, do you know what this is?
It's a drill, but other than that,
the attachment.
Yep.
I feel like I used something like that once in shop class, but I could not name it for you.
That's awesome. That is a hole saw, and you use that to make fan holes. So if you want to add a cooling hole right here to get additional air on your GPU, use a hole saw. Now this is 4.5 inches, which is similar to a 120 millimeter cooling fan.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And so I was talking to Mosquito and I said, what is the most basic PC mod that anyone can do, even going back to when we first started today?
Fan grills.
Fan grills. So I got some different ones here to show you guys. Check this out. This is a custom 120 millimeter fan grill.
Cool.
Now, 3D printing. Everybody's getting into 3D printing
There
now.
you go.
Whoa.
Cyberpunk.
Yep. And
That's so
here's
cool.
the thing. There's tons of resources online where you can actually download free files to 3D print fan grills and radiator grills too. That's the great thing about today's PC modding resources.
What would you say to someone who's like, I can't 3D print a fan grill? How would they make one?
If they can't,
Yeah, if they're not using a 3D printer, is there another way that they might make a custom grill like that?
well, you could cut one yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If you get savvy enough, you could use the Dremel. You could cut it from acrylic or steel or aluminum, or this brings up another tool in the arsenal.
Yep.
This is a jigsaw.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And what this allows you to do is cut materials. So like if we want to put a window, in this case, we would use this. And it's got an 18 TPI bimetal cutting blade for cutting metal.
Wow. Okay.
But you could use this to cut out grills from acrylic or other materials to make your own fan or radiator grills too.
Wow.
You know, I'm being told that we need to talk to all the judges soon, but before we do, I want to give you guys, I hear there's a cool
There's a
giveaway.
cool announcement, Bill. Yes. You want to tell them about, we got something really cool.
This is amazing. So in my 21 years of doing modding, I've been involved with many different PC modding contests over the years, either judging, organizing, participating. And this one that Intel is put together is the best ever. And that's why I'm actually here to endorse it. This is going to be Intel's PC Mod Level Up Challenge. And listen to this. 7 individuals are going to be chosen for the designs that they submit, and they're going to be sent this brand new Be Quiet Base 802 case. And then Intel's going to send them everything to build a PC.
Cool.
The motherboard, the CPU, power supply, the DDR, and the video card. You won't have to pay your friend to stand in line outside Best Buy or Micro Center or go to eBay and pay scalper prices. Intel is going to send you everything, including a monitor and a keyboard. So what you need to do, and there should be a link somewhere in the video description so you can immediately go to the site. This is for the Intel PC Mod Level Up Challenge, and all the details are there to enter. And I'm going to mention one more thing about it that's amazing. This is not only open to the US, it's open to Canada and the UK, all our friends in the UK as well. That's pretty.
And then Bill and I are actually going to be helping with the judging on that too. So
Yeah.
that should be a lot of fun. And we got some pretty cool stuff in there. But we better move on. We
Yeah,
gotta talk to
speaking
some
of judging, we've
Yeah.
got some judging to do today. Thank you so much, Bill. Really appreciate that, and we'll see you again very soon.
Thanks, guys.
Because we are now heading over to the judging. And just to review,
Oh, to review.
the metrics we're looking at here. Creativity, which is worth 5 points.
Yep.
Completion, which is worth 5 points. Materials and methods used, which is worth 4 points. Demonstration of hardware excellence, which is worth 4 points. And does it boot, which is only 2. If it doesn't boot up, you're only losing 2.
Okay. So there it is. And so I guess the thing is like, I guess what we're going to do is they're going to start kind of discussing and going together and kind of figuring out what they're putting this together. So, you know, you even saw like Ann and I, as we were talking through and just trying to figure it out ourselves, like they now have to come to a consensus, which, I mean, this is really tough. And you're looking at each one of these builds. It looks like they're all now at the point where they're ready.
Yeah.
You know, they're basically, you know, you see Apryze and BlueHorse setting it up for its final part. It actually looks like, I mean, Ben's, I think they've had like 2 cups of coffee at this point in time. And then Lancelot and LiquidHaus, look, I think it's all running. I just don't think it's been turned on yet. So
Yeah, and I know that the judges are actually here. I think we're going to hear from them right now. Our judges are going to include Bill Owen, who we just spoke to, Kevin Wasilewski, who we spoke to as well, Wallace Santos, and John Bach. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, judges. Thank you for being here. Hello.
They're just gonna wave. Hi. Yeah, they're all right.
Hello. And you guys have a really important and very difficult job. What are your impressions overall so far with this competition?
I think overall, the systems all look great. Just the amount of detail that's being put into everything is amazing. I think Intel throwing this event together is amazing as well. Shows the dedication to the community. Shows the confidence in their latest 12th gen product. I think overall it's just nothing but happy days, happy gamer days going on today.
Yeah, I don't think, Wallace, I don't think I could agree with you more in terms of where it is. Now, you guys have the criteria in front of you. Just kicking things off, starting the discussion, why don't we start with Kevin? Kevin, thoughts on maybe we kick it off with talking creativity, or maybe I start from there and see what you think in terms of creativity and go from there.
Sure thing. So, I have the 4 builds in front of me here. I took some notes, and let's start with LiquidHaus. So LiquidHaus, I really like the custom long tubes. Those custom long tubes are insane. Love the effort there. I wish it was a little bit more symmetrical. So I'm a little thrown off by that, but I give huge props for those super long custom tubes and those stretches. And then moving on to BlueHorse, I love builds with a theme. So I love that they have the theme with Apex, that they incorporated the pop-out gun. I mean, that's wow, super amazing. Then moving on to Rogue, I love the custom blocks that he's done. I like the sleek look of it. All one color, very sleek, very modern looking. Love that as well. And then on to PCWerkz, you had me at the Porsche pink paint. Love that. I do feel that the build is not quite as custom as some of the other builds though, so there's some tough competition.
Yeah, that's very subtle, very beautiful. Now, should we go around the horn and see what everybody thinks?
See what everybody thinks. Yeah, well, I think that was a great way to do it. So why don't we jump on to Bill? What are your thoughts?
Well, Ron, I say BlueHorse Studios. He always brings the real fabrication, hand fabrication, and artwork to his builds. So I really love getting the gun on there. And if Ron was here, I'd be curious to know if he fabricated that gun by hand or if he 3D printed it.
I can let you know, he did 3D print. He did actually do the 3D printing for that. I did ask that, yeah.
Modsbyben, I love that one because it stands out as being so different. And it almost looks like I'm from Minnesota. Right away, it looked like it was all frosted with ice or something, like a big iceberg, ice cube kind of thing. I love that. Very unique, very original. I would say that right now, Modsbyben is my #1 choice so far. PCWerkz, I love that color. It's hard to tell what's going on the inside of it because it's so dark, and I understand he's still working on it. I also know that PCWerkz he's a newcomer to this game, and so we gotta also be, taking that into consideration too, because to be with all these cameras around you and you're trying to work on this stuff, talk about the pressure level. So he gets props for that. And then we got LiquidHaus. It looks like it should belong in a modern museum. It's some type of abstract artwork. I can't even describe it, and I just stare at it, and I do think, science fiction comes to mind, some type of robot or something.
Wow. Okay. Well, why don't we just keep moving along? Other thoughts from you guys in terms of we'll just keep going around.
Sure thing. So I guess I'll go next.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. So BlueHorse and Modsbyben, those are my 2 favorite. Those are the ones that stand out the most for me.
Got it.
And I'm getting a little bit of feedback here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so BlueHorse and Modsbyben, those are my 2 favorites. BlueHorse is kind of reminds me of a themed build that I would see in QuakeCon or something that someone puts so much time and effort into to really highlight the what they're trying to put out, right? In this case, it's Apex, and Modsbyben it's just my style. I love the cleanliness of the build. I like how he used nickel plated tubes and how he was able to actually bend the tubes without cracking it. I know how hard that is because at Main Gear, that's the type of stuff that we do. So and then also that the fact that he built the chassis from scratch, that goes a long way too. PCWerkz, hey man, I love the color. You know, I'm a big Porsche enthusiast. It's you know, welcome to the community. If you're a rookie, you know, that doesn't look like a rookie job to me. It looks pretty amazing, to be honest with you. So congrats on that. And you know, I love the clean tubes. I love how, you know, everything is kind of running perpendicular, and it looks very good. So congrats on the build, and the pink Porsche color too. Obviously goes a long way. And LiquidHaus, you know, like Bill said, this thing looks like it belongs in a museum or something. It's like an abstract piece of art or something. So congrats on the build. I love how it looks like it's floating a bit. It's very different. I hope you get those leaks fixed up. I understand, you know, when you build these types of systems, when you're pressure testing them, it's very hard for even us, right, to get leaks. Having a system that's leaky is a normal thing when you're building a system this caliber. That's the whole point of doing the pressure testing and fixing it up. So congrats everyone. But for me specifically, I'm on the fence between BlueHorse and Modsbyben right now.
Okay. Well, we got one more who we haven't heard from, so why don't we just let you kick it off and go from there.
Sure. So I'm John Bach from Q2 Systems. So we end up helping a lot more of the professional side of the community, the game developers. And so I love when a PC has a purpose and has a job to do. And so the intentionality of this is great. I love it when a PC has a theme and a purpose. So to me, it's a toss-up. I really love the BlueHorse Studios build. I like the PCWerkz build as well. The clean lines, the clean tubing. I really appreciate that. So those are my two front runners. Modsbyben, Wallace, I thought of you when I saw that build. It looks like something out of your world, and that's awesome. And then LiquidHaus, somebody called it a Mars rover, and that's all I can see now.
Yeah, that's a good
one. It's so unique, and you know that's what's so cool about the PC community overall. It's like this canvas. You can do anything you want. It's open. Just go for it. So I love the diversity. I love all these different things that I'm seeing. But you know, one thing we're going to see here is completion and does it boot is part of this score. And I'm looking at everyone down to the wire here and see what we can get done at that finishing stretch.
Okay, well, before we get too far, I just want to remind you guys, as you guys are getting ready to go into deliberation, I think you guys have your front runners, but remember, it's creativity and completion are part of it, which I guess you highlighted. But don't forget, we got demonstration of hardware excellence, which is more in terms of showcasing the hardware, showcasing that those parts in there, and you can see things like, you know, LiquidHaus, Modsbyben that might be more stronger in that regard. And then you've also got the materials and methods used in terms of and showing that stuff off as well. So there's a bunch of different things to try to give you a weighting that puts it all into account. So each one of these guys, who are very different in terms of their strengths and weaknesses, can all have kind of like an even footing. So I don't envy you.
Yeah,
I
me
don't
neither.
envy you.
You guys have a really
all.
hard job, but it sounds like you definitely have the insight it takes to do it. So we'll let you go ahead and deliberate, and we will hear from you again soon. Thanks so much for being here. Wow.
Oh.
We get to take one last final look. We get to take one more look at each of these builds, and I'm just so impressed.
I'm hoping, yeah. I mean, there is a crazy amount of activity going on behind us as we're getting ready to jump through and walk and see him. I guess we're gonna go ahead and let's go ahead and start over here with.
Are we supposed to go walk?
Are we supposed to walk? Or are we just gonna look at him? I guess
we're not walking. We're just looking. No walkie, just looky. No touchy.
I just really want to go touch hardware.
I know you do.
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Okay. They don't want to let you touch it. That's why.
Yeah, that's probably why they were like, "Hey, Ruby, we'd like to actually like to have it work." Okay, so here we are. We're looking at essentially BlueHorse and Ron, and they are. Look, he might be playing Apex on it right now. Like it might actually be happening. He's probably texting all the winners and letting them know. But yeah, it looks absolutely incredible. That lighting there in the front. I have to agree. In terms of thematically, it's not only is it on theme in terms of what he plays, but it's on theme for the brand, for the actual streamer himself. You know. So thoughts? What do you think?
I think we're also seeing an important thing, which is that both Apryze's build and Rogue's build, we kind of have pencils down on those. Those are both completed, so they're really showing a show of confidence and strength here. So And also, these were two that were mentioned as aesthetically very pleasing to a lot of the judges. And I think you're right that it really comes down to what kind of aesthetic are you looking for, because certainly Apryze's build is much more in line with the brand of the streamer. It has call-outs to gaming culture. It's something I feel like I would see on a convention show floor, like they said, the judges said, advertising a game, for example. Whereas we're looking at Ben's, which is very much more in the abstract. It's kind of all about how can you make a computer look different? What does it make you think about? Even frosty snow or a frosted window, like they were saying. So we've been saying this a million times, but I'm so glad that I'm not in the judging chair, because neither of those are great for the same reasons, you know what I mean?
And then here we are now. I mean, we're looking at Tim, and Tim is absolutely just trying to get it done at this point in time. There are cables pretty much everywhere. He's trying to get things in there. We did see it light up briefly as he's working through things. I think it's just like last minute preparation, but you know what, honestly, he of all of the individual modders, he had a very he stretched his design and using all the different tubing and all that sort of stuff. And then
I was thinking actually just one more thing on Tim's. You know, we talk about creativity, so we're thinking like, what's different? And it's tempting to be like, okay, that doesn't look too different from a normal PC, but I think once you go over into the materials and methods used, where you're saying this is actually Porsche paint. We're using lots of different kinds of tubing. We chose these colors for this reason. I think that the subtlety of that one really recommends it.
And then, I mean, here you are, you're looking at LiquidHaus, which, I mean, it's funny, I didn't even think about Mars Rover, but I mean, it is a presence, like all in all, like so much in terms of what it's done. And again, also a ton of different tubing. We've got soft tubing, hard tubing, clear tubing, multiple liquids. You got a ton of, you know, it's just like, you've got dangling parts. I mean, just
they're sculpting cords there.
Yeah, I know, it's just, they're all just so very different, and all of them look incredible. And I do see them, they're all lit up. I mean, look at that. I mean, that build is just, it's ridiculous, except for I think it just got unplugged at the bottom. But there it goes right there.
Well, and there are those two separate power sources for that, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And I hadn't actually seen that other side. I've been standing always on the weapon side of that one, so it's cool to see inside that window.
And then, and then there it is. There's just Ben and Rogue just sitting there. Like, I'm pretty sure at this point in time, Rogue is literally just be like, hey, honey, which direction would you like me to show you now? Because, very, very lucky. And then little things, like where you're seeing it come past us right here, that little bit on the distro plate where there's even liquid going through there. So there's just a lot of attention to detail with the stuff that Ben did. And I mean, the build looks absolutely awesome. And
I specifically love these two pipes at the top, how he chose to have them go in opposite arcing directions, kind of framing the window there through
that
the
24
case.
pin, which is cool. And it's just, the thing I love about it is like every time we switch or cut to a different one, they're just so different looking in terms of how they look. And there's a great, finally a good, great view of LiquidHaus's system right there, and just so much colors.
I can see him kind of bouncing back there.
Yeah, it's just, it's so pretty. Oh, we have the back on. Like, he's got it all closed. Now, I'm pretty sure that like there's going to be some additional cable management at some point in time, but I think at this point in time, it's like he's going to get this lit on. We may actually have a defining moment here, and just, he's got the whole thing back together. He is getting ready to turn this on and let it be seen. So I hopefully while the judges are deliberating, they're finally going to get to see, they call him the rookie, but he's built hundreds of these systems. So it's,
I guess when you've been in this industry 21 years, there's a lot of room to call someone a rookie.
Okay, so I've just gotten, we are hearing, like we are being told live about what's happening. They are still deciding. Apparently this is not, and you know what, you and I kind of called it, like this is not an easy thing to do. Like there is, when you look at and kudos to the organizers, right? When you look at the different, when you actually look at the different categories, you can see that there's some opportunity for, there's definitely some opportunity for interpretation, and where each one of these could play to those strengths and weaknesses.
I mean, we keep talking about how this is more than just tech, it's art, and art is always subjective, always. And so looking at all of these categories, I'm sure each of these judges has a much different idea of what it means to be creative with a PC, or what it means to show off hardware excellence in any of these.
And I mean, I like the other thing too is you're also getting for those of you who are watching at home right now, you are also getting a view into, these are never before seen. Like the first time people have seen them was like 9 o'clock this morning when we saw the announce. I mean, these motherboards, brand new. These CPUs, brand new. DDR5 RAM from Kingston, all brand new. And all of these, like what you're looking at here, these guys have had like 2, maybe 3 weeks most to plan all of this stuff and put it together, and then using all new hardware and everything to pull something like this. So super big kudos to both the streamers and also the modders for doing something that's, I mean, it's incredibly challenging. And $10,000 on the line. That's, I mean, that's a lot of in and out.
I know. I keep forgetting about the $10,000 because I'm sitting here having such a great time. I feel like it's been such a privilege to watch these people work from beginning to end, seeing these come from a bunch of parts spread out on a table to this amazing work of art. So I keep being like, wow, what an experience we got today. That's the reward in and of itself. And I know the streamers are feeling that way and they're taking home a PC. But on top of that, like you said, there is $10,000 extra on the line for whichever PC modder ends up impressing these judges the most.
And you know, it's like, as I was talking to these guys, we were having dinner, and it was funny because Rogue was kind of talking about our Peruvian, but like the thing is like for them, they're still like, regardless of even if they don't win the $10,000, the chance to get to partner with Intel, to have so many people. I mean, this is a great opportunity for their brand. A lot of these guys do custom builds for clients, so different commissions. So an opportunity for you guys to potentially use these as an opportunity. If you see something that you like, definitely reach out to these creators. They do that. This is how they make their living. And so a great opportunity for you guys to see something. If you're looking for something coming into 12th Gen and want one of these great systems, you know, reach out. They may actually pick up a build from you. And there you go. Then you can watch them stream it or whatever it was. But there's the 4 systems there.
Now we are taking one final look at each of the builds.
Okay.
We can see them all in their glory. Lancelot Dev 92, LiquidHaus, Apryze and Blue Horse Studios.
Okay.
Rogue and Modsbyben.
I'm hoping that.
5UP and PCWerkz. I actually know who the winner is. I have been told.
What?
They told me.
They won't tell me because I'm terrible at keeping secrets.
I know, and I have to build the suspense just for one moment.
Well, I'm hoping. I really want to see PCWerkz just kind of set up his system and turn it on, so that way, like all 4 are there and ready. So we're hoping to see that in just a second. So
I'll wait. I'll wait for a second, but we have to. I mean, we have to. I get to announce it right now.
You do?
Thing. I'm waiting, but I want to announce it.
Okay. Well, then
Can I do it?
I guess.
All right. The winner of the Intel Creator Challenge finale, taking home $10,000, is Modsbyben.
Yay!
Congratulations to Modsbyben, to Rogue, and to Rogue's girlfriend, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, she's a real winner.
Yeah. Congratulations, Ben. I'm sure that you will have lots to say about this amazing build that you did, but from our perspective, just one that actually would look great in both of our offices we talked about.
Yes.
I think that the colors that we saw coming through there, super beautiful, soft, and oh, here they come.
Oh, here we go. Wow.
Get to chat with them.
We actually get to do, he's like doing like that walk, right? Like
the champion walk,
with esport, and like here we are, the champion walk. And this one, a mod champion walk. Come on in, you guys.
And I think we're going to need to hand you a microphone so we can hear what you have to say. Otherwise, you know, only we will hear you.
Yeah, we'll see where this is going from here. But there it is right there, guys. The winners of the creator. Oh, and here we go. Oh, yes. Look at this.
Nice.
Come on, I've always wanted to do one of these.
Well, come in close so we can chat with you guys. Maybe that you can hear us on your mics. But Ben, how does this feel to be the winner of the Intel Creator Challenge?
I'm pretty grateful. You know, it's like I didn't expect to win anything. I just wanted to get the job done. But I'm grateful that I can actually express my art. You know, I'm pretty excited. You know, I'm lost for words, basically.
I'm sure that there are a lot of PC modders who are watching this and looking at you with aspirations of someday making a build like that or getting to this level. What would you say to them?
I would just say just keep trying. You know, no matter there's a lot of upsets, you know, which I think you learn from your upsets as an artist. You know, there's going to be critiques, there's going to be failures. But this never stop giving up on what you truly love to do.
Rogue, how does it feel? You battled your way here to get this PC, this award-winning PC.
Yeah.
You stood next to Ben.
I can say that now, award-winning. Yeah.
Yes, and you're holding this check that Ben gets to take home.
Yeah, I don't get a part of it, but that's okay. I get the computer.
You get to take home the PC. You're fine.
I think I'm winning on that one. Right?
Yeah. How does it feel to be part of this team, and what was the experience like?
Oh, it was really good. I like the experience. It's pretty nice here. It's cool. The lights are dope. I mean, lasers are The lasers are pretty sick. Accidentally backed into one earlier, almost.
Oh no, yeah, that's not a good thing. We've heard about this, but yeah, no, this is super awesome. And then I think you can just take this check right to the bank. I think it can
give it a shot. They can scan this
somehow. Yeah, it's like it doesn't fit in the ATM. What do you do? So. Ben, I mean, with something like this, like one of the probably first kind of event of this nature, what do you think about this and what it means for the PC DIY community and even the mod community moving forward?
I think it means a lot, because most of the times people don't realize how much time and effort it takes to do a custom PC. And like I was talking to him, sometimes it's like anybody at home who wants to do PC DIY, start with what you have, because even for me, I started with pretty much from the ground up. I didn't have anything, I didn't have these machines. It's more on learning from the community. And that's what I love about this event. It kind of expresses more the community and the world gets to see it, what it can be basically.
And it's only been 2 years too, so you don't need a lot of time to, start winning.
Yeah,
really.
I want to point out, for those of us who can read binary, you may have noticed that Intel has left you a little calling card. This does say Intel in binary. And speaking of calling cards, I wanted to take the time to say, Ben, if people want to follow your adventures from now on, if they want to talk to you about PC builds, if they just want to see what you might be posting now and then, where can they find you on the internet?
I'm all over social media, which is under Modsbyben. All the YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, it's all Modsbyben. So they can all find me from any platform. Just Modsbyben if you search by that.
Great.
Okay, well, we will give you this check. There you go. I'm super. You guys can go ahead and back to your stations. Continue your coffee break. Yeah, your other soda stuff that you guys are doing, and we'll go back from there. Congratulations, you guys. Seriously, awesome build, and congratulations to his girlfriend, who was the real winner. Didn't have to be on here.
Yeah, and here we have the judges. Congratulations on picking a winner. That must have been a very, very difficult deliberation, judges.
Yeah,
it was very difficult.
It was.
Thanks, guys.
All the builds had their own unique qualities that we're debating about. It was so hard, but Modsbyben, it's so unique. I was just telling the other guys, there's nothing retail I could identify about it.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, even talking to him, it's all custom parts, everything, even the chassis, everything, all completely. And the other thing too is one of the few people who bends those nickel tubes, right? That's just a custom tool to even do something that we, as PC modders never get a chance to do. What was there a close second? I heard there was arms flying, all sorts of stuff like that when you guys were doing the deliberation. Did somebody almost walk out? I mean, was there a little bit of a fight?
So I would say Blue Horse was the close second, in my opinion. What kind of he didn't fully complete the mod, so to speak, because I think using a closed loop cooling system on the inside lost some points for him. But with the outside, it's just gorgeous. It just looks like a piece of art as well. So, what about you guys?
Congratulations to all of the modders. They're all amazing works of art, amazing mods. I would love to own any one of these. And yeah, it was a really tough challenge to judge just one winner. We kind of each had our top two. Not all of us had the same top two. And then as we discussed things, our top two actually changed.
Okay.
So PCWerkz was not originally in our top two, but then as we kind of took more looks at it, appreciated it even more. If one of these was going to be in my house on my desk, I would actually go with PCWerkz for that. But if we're judging by all the criteria here and the custom nature of it and the mod, it does definitely go to Modsbyben. So congrats to all the contestants though.
Well, especially as you look through the different facets, right? All the boxes that Modsbyben checked: creativity, demonstration of hardware excellence, materials and methods used. That's what all came together to get it done for him.
Well, Bill, you've been doing this for so long. I think it'd be great to just kind of end this little segment with just you kind of tipping it off. Was there anything that you saw that you felt like, hey, as somebody who's been doing this, and then now as we're starting with this new challenge coming out from Intel, that you feel like is going to be a good way to kind of kick off a new adventure for PC DIY and PC modding community moving forward?
Absolutely. Intel is making a huge effort to re-energize DIY modding with desktop PCs. And This is the blank canvas that they're giving 7 people that submit really interesting ideas. And here's the thing, don't put yourself in a box, no pun intended, but do something that blows our minds away for creativity. Like make it solar powered or powered by your exercise bike, flip it upside down, put the GPU on a massive PCI cable that's just do crazy stuff that blows our minds, really, that catches our eye right away. Like this guy was really thinking of unique and original ideas.
Yeah. Thank you, judges, all so much. This has been amazing. I know that you share the opinion we do, that all of these builds were a pleasure to watch, and it's been a pleasure to have you involved. Thank you for making the hard decision that we definitely did not want to make.
Yes, we definitely did not want to make.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure.
Thank you. Farewell for now. That brings us to the end of our show.
I can't believe it. I mean, it did go by so fast, but you know, as somebody who is part of this community, I just want to give a huge shout out to Intel and obviously all of the partners who help support this. This is such a massive thing to do for the PC modding community and PC DIY community to showcase and bring modders in to marry video games and to marry gamers and streamers with these incredible artists. Mm-hmm. And I'm only more excited as now with 12th Gen and everything else for what we're going to see moving forward with as they continue to do new challenges, new events, and continue to just make this community closer and showcase just really awesome builds and PCs for the future.
Coming to this from kind of the creator side, it's been such a pleasure to be here too, and I can't give Intel enough props for really welcoming streamers, thinking about what content creators need, not only in terms of tech, but in terms of their brand and their creativity and the experiences that they want to have, and not only that, but to share them with their communities. So today has been such an absolute pleasure, and I can't wait to see kind of what comes next for all of these people, for Intel, for all of us, and hopefully for me, modding a PC eventually. You know,
I hope so.
I'm very inspired.
Yeah, you know, we have this thing Mod Monday, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see what's going on there.
I mean, not that I would try to get an invitation on air or anything, but you know.
There you go.
Wow, well, it's been a great day. I hate to see it close, but that's going to be it for us today. Thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, thank you. This has been an absolute pleasure, an absolute treat. I absolutely love doing this with you, and it was great just to get a chance to help get to show you a side of things that you know you brought what we've seen with so many of the streamers, and I got a chance to marry that with the tech, and so this was an absolute blast, and I couldn't have done it, couldn't have thought of doing it with a better person.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us too. Thanks for being here with us. We hope you have an excellent rest of your day, and that you are as inspired as we are to use your art, use your creativity, and use great tech to make whatever it is you want to make. For now, we're signing off, and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.